There are two sides to South American qualifiers. On one hand, you got infinite amounts of flair for players eager to put on a show for their people. This is where stars come to cement themselves as gods in their country, because here, football is a religion. On the other hand is what I can only describe as the WWF Attitude Era. Actually, scratch that. It's whatever the f is listed here. Every inch of the pitch must be fought for with ferocity only awakened by playing in these types of matches. This is the epitome of grit and grind, as all the players want nothing more than to play on the world stage. Neil Warnock would fit in beautifully here because 110%.
You've got to f***ing die to get 3 points!
But don't let that make you forget this continent has some of the best fans in the world. The atmospheres here would kill a Victorian child within 1 zeptosecond. So with that out of the way, let's meet our fighters, and we'll start with Venezuela. Venezuela has never qualified for the World Cup in 12 attempts. In fact, they're the only CONMEBOL member to have never qualified for a single World Cup.
Is it okay that I feel like I don't want to live anymore?
Yes, Bobby, that's normal.
The closest they've ever gotten to qualifying is when they finished 6th in 2014. However, in the last campaign, they finished dead last with just 10 points. This year, the national team has brought in new head coach Fernando Batista, who wants to play an aggressive style of football. La Vinotinto has some pretty interesting pieces. Solomon Rondon is the all-time leading scorer for the national team and scored 7 in 10 games last year. Striker Joseph Martinez has been lighting it up for Inter Miami as of recent. And keep an eye on midfielder Yangel Herrera. So far, to begin this season, he started really well for Girona. Next, there's the sea-level merchants themselves. Bolivia. When they're playing in the exosphere, they're like prime Barcelona, but anywhere else and you'd think Montserrat was playing on that pitch. Unlike Venezuela, obviously, Bolivia has actually played in a World Cup. Bolivia actually was invited to the first ever World Cup in 1930 and then qualified for 1950 and 1994. As you can see, it's definitely been a while for football's Denver Broncos. And what's definitely not helping Bolivian football right now is the fact that clubs are failing to pay their players for months, leading them to fix matches to make income. Fortunately, La Verde still have striker Marcelo Moreno, a man who practically adds another 1,000 feet of altitude the way he carries this team. In fact, he finished with 10 goals in the 2022 World Cup qualifiers, the most of any other South American player. Then we have Paraguay, who over a decade ago had some pretty good success. Los Guaraníes have qualified for 7 World Cups, with their best finish coming in 2010 when they reached the quarterfinals. Since then, though, the World Cup has not seen Paraguay. However, as of recent, the country has discovered newfound hope in star player Miguel Almiron and some uber promising talents. 19-year-old attacking midfielder Julio Enciso is currently injured, but he'll definitely make an impact once he comes back. 24-year-old striker Roberto Morales actually scored on his debut against Ecuador in the last cycle, and ideally in the next few windows we could see Enzo Gonzalez, who just made a move to Wolves from Libertad at just 18 years old. Just under a decade ago, Chile used to be one of the best nations in CONMEBOL. Round of 16 appearances in 2010 and 2014 during the start of their golden generation, and then of course they had the Copa America wins in both 2015 and 2016. Although I will say in the 2014 World Cup, Chile should have been in the quarterfinals. Brazilians, don't lie to me, you know it's true. However, Chile's best finish in the World Cup actually goes all the way back to 1962 when they finished 3rd as hosts. But all those glory days are in the past. The core which made this team so great is light years past its prime. And the next generation... yeah. But someone who could be pivotal for this team is Ben Baraton Diaz, a man who was born in Stoke-on-Trent, England. Back in 2021, a bunch of fans created a campaign to get Baraton Diaz a call-up to the national team after they found out he was half Chilean on Football Manager. And since his debut, the Chilean has scored 7 goals in 21 appearances and has become kind of a cult hero for the country. The tale of Colombia in World Cup 2022 qualifiers is one that fans will definitely want to forget. Los Cafeteros started pretty well, were 4th in qualifiers, and were pretty much on track to make a trip to Qatar. But then, this team went 7 straight matches without scoring a single goal.
Hurry it up, will ya? We're hungry over here, look at us! My kids haven't eaten!
Colombia strikers were drier than Icarus's personality in Eternals, and much like my joy of seeing Icarus die on the big screen, I'm sure Colombians were very happy to finally see the end of this qualification campaign. But it was genuinely impressive to see a team generate so many shots and not score a single one of them. So in the end, after a promising start, the Colombians finished 6th and failed to qualify. However, Colombia is back. and better. Since the arrival of head coach Nestor Lorenzo, the team has gone unbeaten with 6 wins and 2 draws. One of those wins includes a 2-0 victory against Germany, a historic result for Los Cafeteros. In total, Colombia has qualified for 6 World Cups. You would think they have qualified for more, but you have to remember, this is South America. It's very competitive. I'm pretty sure in 2002 they were ranked 9th in the world and didn't qualify for the tournament. 2014 though saw their best result when they reached the quarters, and had the ref not been Brazil's 12th man, it would have probably been the semis. With young players like Luis Diaz, Luis Sinisterra, and John Duran mixed into an experienced core of James Rodriguez, Juan Cuadrado, Davison Sanchez, and Yerry Mina, Colombia have a good chance of redeeming themselves for the terrorism they committed last year. Peru were on the verge of qualifying for World Cup 2022. And then they met their biggest nightmare. While ChatGPT figures out the biggest club in Peru, the national team prepares for qualification under new manager Juan Reynoso. Former manager Ricardo Gareca had taken Peru to incredible heights, so it'll be interesting to see how the team fares under new management. The farthest Peru has gone in the World Cup was the quarters back in 1970, while their most recent appearance was in 2018. The only concern I have for Peru is the fact that their core is only getting older, and they actually start this window without their main striker, Gianluca Lapadula. Before 2002, Ecuador had never qualified for a World Cup, but since then they've made it to the World Football Gala 4 times over the last 6 editions. Their best performance saw them reach the round of 16 in 2006. La Tri came so close to mirroring that last year, but lost to Senegal. Nonetheless, Ecuadorians go into the 2026 World Cup qualifiers with a new manager in Felix Sanchez. Yes, that Felix Sanchez. 21-year-old midfielder Moises Caicedo should play a big role in this campaign, along with Pervis Estupiñán, who has been thriving at Brighton so far, and striker Enner Valencia. He may be 33 years old, but he has shown no signs of stopping. 3 goals in World Cup 2022, and 2 more in 2 games this year. However, in this window, Ecuador will be missing the contributions of fullback Pierre Hincapié. By the way, you might be wondering, why does Ecuador have negative points? Well, that's due to them falsifying birth documents for Byron Castillo during the last cycle. Already not a great start, and then you remember, they played the world champions on match day 1. Uruguay had a pretty disappointing World Cup campaign last year. As a result, they sacked their manager and brought in Marcelo Bielsa. Bielsa is creating a new era, it appears, as he's opted for a younger squad. No Cavani, no Suarez, and there's only one player that's 30 years old. The head coach is well known for his high-intensity football, so with a bunch of energetic youngsters, this could be a match made in heaven. I'm especially looking forward to him working with the likes of Darwin Núñez, Federico Valverde, and new boy Manuel Ugarte. Perhaps we could even see Facundo Pellistri make his breakout. Uruguay has won the World Cup twice, back in 1930 and 1950. You could also count the Olympics prior, which is why they have 4 stars, but they also have 3 4th place finishes from 1954, 1970, and most infamously 2010. To many, Brazil were favorites going into World Cup 2022. Please don't show my But in the end, like they always do, Seleção lost to a European team in the knockouts. The Brazilians have actually not beaten a European side in the knockouts since they won the tournament in 2002. And speaking of, I know they got 5 stars, but at some point we gotta talk about that 20-year World Cup title drought. We also need to talk about Neymar. There have been so many Joker moments for this guy that these Facebook posts that I found 2 years ago have become canon in his own house. 2014, he had the backbreaking incident. 2018, he was clowned on for his dive, and also he went invisible against Belgium. 2021, Copa America, where he was basically a punching bag in the final, and of course you had 2022, where he didn't even get to take a penalty against Croatia. This man is the Eren Yeager of international football, and here I am wondering when his transformation will happen. Without the genocidal maniac part. But he's going to be 34 by 2026, and he doesn't really have the player profile that fits a player that ages like a fine wine. So 2022 might have honestly been his last chance. But in the meantime, he can still do a lot of damage in qualifiers. There's no doubting the talent Brazil holds in their squad. It should be once again an easy route to the World Cup for them. That all said though, their manager is currently a caretaker, as they weren't able to get Carlo Ancelotti. But one more thing, and massive credit to the Federation for this. Recently, Antony was removed from the squad because it turns out he's a horrible piece of shit. Finally, we have the world champions, Argentina. Messi, after so many years of disappointment with the national team, finally had his moment, and it was oh so beautiful. Sure, you can talk about all the controversies, in hindsight, Let's be fair here, okay? I'm a Messi fan. I rooted for Argentina in that final. Some of those calls were a bit questionable, I can't lie. But thanks to their win in 2022, Argentina now has 3 World Cup titles, the others coming in 1970 and 1986. Now, the reason why Argentina have become less of a joke in the international football sphere is the fact that Scaloni has made them turn into a team with no remorse. On that pitch, every single game, and it's why Argentina has done so well in qualifiers and the World Cup now, is the fact that there's 11 assholes ready to give you the worst time of your entire life. And Messi is no exception either. This is no little boy from Rosario. This is a man who won't take anyone's shit anymore. That all said, with the coach they have, the attitude they have, all the quality players they also have, this should be a pretty easy run for Argentina. To officially begin World Cup 2026 qualifiers, we had Paraguay vs Peru. Paraguay dominated the first half, but were pretty unlucky not to score. And of course, this isn't a classic South American qualifier unless someone gets a red card. Ramon Sosa throughout the first half had been toasting Luis Advincula like a morning bagel, and in the 45th minute, Advincula ran out of ideas and received a second yellow. By the way, we're gonna keep up with every red card in this region with this tally right here. Into the second half, Paraguay continued to dominate, however Pedro Gallese is there to make several stops. Then, for whatever reason, in the 86th minute, chaos ensues. It starts with 39-year-old Paulo Guerrero nearly stunning the Paraguayan crowd. 30 seconds later, Paraguay now have a chance. The first strike hits the post, and then the rebound hits the post. Within 45 seconds, we saw the ball hit the woodwork 3 times. But in the end, after 90 chaotic minutes, the match ends 0-0. Pedro Gallese takes all the credit for Peru, somehow escaping with a single point here as he made 6 saves that night. Colombia then took on Venezuela, and this would be the first test for Nestor Lorenzo. Unlike my IB exams, he passed, and Colombia won 1-0 in dominating fashion. If you remember from the preview, Ecuador is starting with -3 points, and they had the honor of playing the world champions in Buenos Aires.
Prayers tonight, but it's not good.
It was all Argentina throughout the first half, but luckily for the Ecuadorians, Lautaro Martinez still has cold feet. But enough nonsense, said the little magician from Rosario. Late into the 78th minute, Ecuador make the grave mistake of fouling a player right outside the box. The little alien who dropped down into a random Publix in Florida one day, like he has time and time again, makes it look so effortless and Argentina win 1-0. Over in Montevideo, Marcelo Bielsa's young Uruguayans cruise past the Chileans to earn all 3 points.
You look lonely.
I had the goal in the preview of pissing off as many Brazilians as physically possible. It definitely worked. So for a change, I'm going to only say positive things about Brazil in this review. The last fixture of Matchday 1 was Brazil vs Bolivia. In Brazil. So quite like watching a fighting game cinematic movie on YouTube, the fight ended before it even started. More importantly though, Neymar would finally beat Pele's record and become Brazil's all-time leading scorer. The match ended in a bloodbath as Brazil won 5-1, a perfect way to start and forget everything that happened in 2022. What happened in 2022? Nothing. Matchday 2 started with Bolivian fans lighting fireworks in the middle of the night outside the hotel where the Argentinian national team was staying. Unfortunately for fans, their national team couldn't even beat Argentina with 5 seconds of sleep and no oxygen. Oh, and look at this, our second red card of the window. In all fairness to Bolivia, they started their campaign against the 2 best nations in South America. But needless to say, this window is one they'll definitely want to forget.
Don't grab nothing! Oh!
In search of their first 3 points, Ecuador played Uruguay, and a 16-year-old Kendry Páez made his debut. Ecuador started promising, but it would be Uruguay to score first. Lutry didn't step off the gas, however, and defender Felix Torres equalizes before the half. Ender Valencia then had a chance to give Ecuador the lead on a penalty, but missed. And striker Ender Valencia, he may be 33 years old, but he has shown no signs of stopping. But then in the 61st minute, Kendry sends a ball into the box, and again, it's Felix Torres this time to give Ecuador the lead. After that goal, there was more urgency from Uruguay, but Ecuador did well to hold them off. Into stoppage time though, we got another case of classic CONMEBOL officiating. So after a controversial decision, Ecuador earn all 3 points and now have 0 points.
Ain't believing us. God did.
Having squandered their chances in the last match, Paraguay had the chance to make things right against Venezuela. History was on their side as La Albiroja hadn't lost a qualifier in Venezuela since 2001. But much like the New York Giants last weekend, the Paraguayans failed to score again. And this time they paid for their mistakes as Venezuela came closer and closer until finally they found a breakthrough in the 3rd minute of stoppage time. Next was Chile vs Colombia. They tricked us. Before the match between Peru and Brazil, Peruvian shamans were doing rituals to neutralize Neymar in Brazil. Could they potentially do that with my thoughts? It was seemingly working though, as Peru did well to hold off the flamboyant Brazilian samba. Right until the 90th minute. So at the end of the September window, this is the table so far. Don't get too excited. Brazil and Argentina end their windows with all 6 of 6 points. Colombia sit 3rd, having started pretty decently. They'll just hope to not be as underwhelming as they were versus Chile. Uruguay and Venezuela currently hold 4th and 5th. The challenge ramps up even more for Uruguay, who have a difficult October window ahead. Paraguay, Peru, and Chile each share a point. Paraguay in particular will be very disappointed in their performances this window. Ecuador would have been 5th with their win, but instead they sit with 0 points in 9th. And then there's Bolivia with 2 losses and a -7 goal differential. If it wasn't already bad enough that they played the 2 best nations in the region, they play Ecuador next window.
Ain't you had enough punishment for one day?
If it isn't our favorite region, South America. And already we get some antics as Colombian keeper Camilo Vargas makes a dumb decision just 7 minutes in. Little later into the match though, James Rodriguez takes a touch with one foot and bangs it with the other. It is simply football heritage for James Rodriguez to score an absolute beauty against Uruguay. But Bielsa's men do not take long to respond, and Matias Oliveira makes it level right before the end of the half. However, Los Cafeteros get off to a fiery start in the second half, and Mateus Uribe serves some fresh Colombian brew. Luis Diaz now has a chance to steal the deal, but don't forget he is Colombian, which means it simply just isn't that easy for him. Colombia continue to hound the Uruguayans, but it appears they've reverted back to 2022 finishing. And here comes the flying Vargas, caught in no man's land again. With that challenge, not only were Uruguay awarded a penalty, but we now have our 3rd red card of the campaign. Darwizi converts, the game ends 2-2, and Colombia completely bottle what should have easily been a victory. In a battle at the bottom, Ecuador's 16-year-old Kendry Pais becomes the youngest scorer in a CONMEBOL qualifier. But you can never underestimate Bolivia in La Paz as Rodrigo Romalo stuns the Ecuadorians, and finally, after so much suffering to start this hellscape of a campaign, Bolivians can rejoice. Never mind. This team can't defend at all. Argentina, through an early goal from Nicolas Otamendi, was enough to see the Albiceleste continue their perfect run. In that match, however, footage showed Paraguayan Antonio Sanabria spitting towards Lionel Messi. And when asked about the spitting incident, Messi turned menace mode on overdrive and simply said, "I don't even know who he is."
I don't even know who you are.
Chile shined with a 2-0 win against Peru, a great result for them in the age-old rivalry, while Peruvian fans continued to dwindle down into endless misery. Finally, to cap off match day 3, we had Brazil vs Venezuela. After struggling to get anything going, Brazil opened the score in the 50th minute through Arsenal's own Gabriel. But then, in the 85th minute, Venezuela's Jefferson Savarino sends a ball into the box and Eduard Bello scores an absolutely spectacular goal. With that stroke of genius, the Venezuelans continue to shock the world as they grab a massive point away against Brazil. This is also the first time Venezuela has gotten a result against Brazil in 14 years. Venezuelan fans, jubilant, mano tengo fe. Brazilian fans, however, were far from happy. So much so that after the game, Neymar was pelted by a bag of popcorn. Venezuela continued their good form into their last match of the window, winning 3-0 at home against Chile. This match also saw the 4th red card of the campaign. Chile's Marcelino Nunez initially got a yellow for a bad challenge, but then he put his finger on the ref not once, but twice, prompting a 2nd yellow. Paraguay finally grabbed their first win of their qualification campaign after defeating Bolivia. This now meant Peru were the only team to have not scored yet. The battle of the flags between Ecuador and Colombia commenced in Ecuador later on, and the first half was a gritty and entertaining battle. Then into the second half, Colombia win a penalty, but Moises Ramirez comes up big. Los Cafeteros do manage to put the ball in the net just 5 minutes later, but unfortunately, it was offside. So after all that, the match would end as a thrilling 0-0 as both teams leave with 1 point each. Not to claim that I actually knew what I was talking about, but you Brazilian fans remember when you got mad at me for not giving Denise any respect? In their last game of the month, the Brazilians conceded a goal from Darwin Núñez in the 42nd minute. Things then went from bad to worse when just 7 minutes later, Neymar goes off injured, and seeing how he was crying, it's not looking good. So that meant the following 45 minutes would consist of Denise terrorist ball and no Neymar. And this resulted in Brazil getting off just one more shot. Just one, while Uruguay, with less possession, finished off the game thanks to a goal from Nicolas de la Cruz. Once more, Bielsa's men are grabbing great results and are only getting better, it looks like. Finally, there was Argentina vs Peru, and Lionel Messi would score his first goals against Peru in his entire career, while once again Peru failed to not only win a qualifier, but also score a goal, as Juan Reynoso produces yet another disappointing performance. One thing I should have mentioned in the preview was that Reynoso called up exciting talent Oliver Son to the national team this month, and didn't even include him in the 23-man squad. Fans are obviously not very happy, and to show you one example, I was mentioned in a tweet that simply asked, Maxwell, can you read in your video, Reynoso conche tu madre? So at the end of October, this is the table now. Argentina are already running away with the lead with 4 wins in 4 games. Then there's a tie on points between Uruguay, Brazil, and Venezuela. Uruguay and Venezuela will be more than happy about this window as they both grabbed 4 points each. Colombia sit 5th, just behind them with 6 points. A lot of missed opportunities against top opponents, but it definitely could have been worse. Ecuador acquired 4 points this month, and with it, they jump into the last automatic qualification spots. Just behind them is Paraguay, who hold on to the playoff spot while Chile lurks ever so closely in the back. While it certainly wasn't the best of windows, both teams will be happy to finally get their first victories of the campaign. Peruvians, you may be suffering from no identity under Reynoso, but at least you still have a point. And Bolivians, you might be more miserable than your average resident in West Virginia, but at least you've scored more goals than Peru. Before the November window, Argentina had a perfect record and were top of the table. To start though, we'll talk about Bolivia, who at this point were bottom of the table. After another winless month, the Bolivian FA kicked head coach Gustavo Costas to the curb. Replacing him was Antonio Carlos Zago, and he could not have started his tenure better. Zago led Bolivia to a 2-0 win at home against Peru. Over in Venezuela, La Vinotinto and Ecuador could only play out a goalless draw. Brazil, hoping to get back up from their stumbles last month, used some Vinny sauce and finished it with a Martinelli garnish early against Colombia. But don't worry folks, the funny isn't over just yet. Colombia went on to equalize through Luis Diaz in the 75th minute, and then 4 minutes later Diaz gave Colombia their first ever win versus Brazil in a World Cup qualifier. Argentina vs Uruguay happened soon after, and the whole of South America got to witness vintage Bielsa stun the world champions 2-0. And don't you worry, that red card streak is still ongoing. Over in Santiago, 2 players got red cards in a 0-0 draw between Chile and Paraguay. In the next match day, Colombia grabbed 6 of 6 points for the month, a massive window for them. Ecuador earned themselves a 1-0 win as well thanks to longtime veteran Angel Mena. Uruguay continued their fantastic form with a 3-0 victory against the Sea Level Merchants. It should be mentioned, by the way, Darwizi is currently the top scorer in South American qualifiers. Talking about another clinical striker, this was Bolivia's Marcelo Moreno's last game as he announced his retirement from the national team. Brazil vs Argentina, like always, was highly anticipated months in advance. This matchup in particular was extra special as both teams wanted to make a statement. Could the reigning champions display their superiority against their biggest rivals? Or could the Brazilians spoil the party and keep people from remembering that despite not winning a World Cup in 20 plus years, Brazil is constantly one of the favorites? We did not have to wait long for the action to start. In fact, it started before the whistle even blew, because over in the stands, there were brawls happening between Argentinian and Brazilian fans. As a result, the game was postponed, and players on both teams watched in horror, scared for families and children who could have been caught in the crossfire. Oh, also, once more, police showing their galaxy brain IQ out here. Yeah guys, let's beat the people fighting each other. That totally will calm the situation down. Moron. The game finally took place, however, after 30 minutes, and Argentina would go on to win with an Otamendi header. Oh, also, we can thank Joe Linton for extending the red card streak. But this was not only Argentina's first ever World Cup qualifier victory on Brazilian soil. In fact, this was the first time ever Brazil had lost a qualifier at home. And forget that World Cup drought conversation, because Brazil are currently on a 4-game winless streak in qualifiers and haven't won since September. That last win was against Peru, and speaking of them, after 5 straight scoreless games, the Peruvians finally scored a goal. However, into the second half, the Peruvians invited Venezuela back into the game, they found the equalizer, and the misery continues for Peru. But don't lose hope just yet, Peruvians, because after yet another awful month, Juan Reynoso has finally resigned. Rejoice, Peruvians. I don't know who's coming up next, but surely they can score more than 1 goal in 6 games. Now looking at the table, Argentina are still in the lead, but Uruguay with their 2 wins this month have closed the gap to just 2 points. Colombia also had a perfect window, and this sees them jump into 3rd. Venezuela, despite earning just 2 points, still maintain 4th, while Ecuador continue to slowly make their way up the table. 4 points in November sees them go up 1 position. Brazil continue to fall like a rock. They went from 3rd at the beginning of November to 6th, and their defense has been truly abysmal so far. Only Peru and Bolivia have conceded more goals than the Brazilians.
It will never happen. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever.
And just hanging in the playoff spot is Paraguay, who earned just 1 point this window. Also, for once, we can say something slightly positive about Bolivia because they are no longer at the bottom of the table. Going into the 7th match day, Argentina was leading with Uruguay 2 points behind them. Meanwhile, the yellow, blue, and red brigade of Colombia, Venezuela, and Ecuador filled out 3rd to 5th. Brazil, on the other hand, had been off to an underwhelming start, but in the first month of this year, they replaced their underwhelming manager with Dorival Jr. Right below them in the playoff spot was Paraguay, who appointed Gustavo Alfaro a month before the window. Finally, the teams outside looking in include Chile, Bolivia, and Peru, who is still winless and actually hasn't defeated a South American opponent in almost 2 years now. The Sea Level Merchants were back home to start the window, and this time they played in El Alto, which literally means the tall in Spanish. The city is 13,620 feet above sea level. That is over 1,600 more feet than La Paz. This is actually starting to get out of hand. Next thing you know, Nepal is going to be playing in fucking Everest in the next cycle. Help me! Houston! Help me! And some of you might be wondering, does this affect the ball? To answer your question, yes it does. With scrambled brains and some level of asphyxiation probably, Mano Tengofe was absolutely no match for the mountain dwellers as Bolivia won 4-0. Over in Buenos Aires, Julian Alvarez nonchalantly scored this insane goal and Argentina made easy work of Chile. CONMEBOL suspended Uruguay's Darwin Nunez for 5 games simply because he was trying to protect his family, because God forbid the Federation and the Charlotte Police Department couldn't. This was a massive hit to Uruguay's strong campaign so far, as Nunez was not only their top scorer, but the competition's top scorer, and it showed as Uruguay collected 2 goalless draws this window. Despite a new coach, the struggles continued for Brazil as they just escaped Ecuador with a 1-0 win at home. And after 68 minutes played in Lima, the Peruvians were once again able to dream as Alexander Callens puts his team up against Colombia, and then Luis Diaz equalized 14 minutes later. Into the next match day, and we'd witness a rematch of the Copa America final, and in just 25 minutes, the freaky man Yerson Mosquera gives Colombia the advantage. Argentina's Nico Gonzalez would not let that slide, however. He flies past Mosquera and slots home the equalizer minutes into the second half. Then, 12 minutes later, Colombia forced their way into the box and Otamendi makes an error in judgment. James Rodriguez makes no mistake from the box and Colombia hold on to the win. Their mothers are from Italy, their grandfathers are probably SS soldiers, but their passport says Argentina. Ole! Chile and Bolivia played out a bit earlier, and in just 13 minutes, Bolivia stunned everyone again. But you must never forget, these men are the Sea Level Merchants. They may be prime Barcelona in the crowds, but they're worse than Guam on soil. However, right before halftime, the altitude amateurs open up Chile's god-awful defense once more, and the Sea Level Merchants score again. Wait, what? Wait, what? They won? At under 2,000 feet altitude? That's right. It has never been more over for South American football. Bolivia has evolved. This is in fact their first win away from home since 1993. This kid Terceros is really good, by the way. Ecuador were pretty unlucky not to get a result in Brazil, but they did manage to beat Peru at home thanks to a single goal from Ener Valencia. Speaking of Brazil, head coach Dorival Jr., hours before the second game of the window, made a claim about how Brazil will be in the World Cup final. He added, "You can film me while I'm saying this. I have no doubts. We will be there." Revoke the passports of him and every player on this team now! There is a saying, Club success doesn't necessarily mean international success, and it has once again been validated, because Brazil have a Ballon d'Or candidate that plays for Real Madrid on this team. And he's f***ing terrible. This is genuinely the worst Brazilian team I've ever seen.
Hello, Ian. Long time no see.
But I have to say, Gustavo Alfaro strikes again. The journeyman simply cannot be stopped, and he has single-handedly revived Paraguay's World Cup campaign going forward. And so, after yet another eventful CONMEBOL window, here are your standings now. Argentina still maintain a 2-point lead up top. Colombia hop over Uruguay after that emphatic win over the current table leaders. Ecuador, with a single win, slides into 4th. Brazil, despite yet another severely underwhelming window, do actually go up a spot because they earn more points than Venezuela. However, they are closer to danger more than ever, as 7th place Paraguay are just 1 point below them. But funnily enough, tied on points with the Paraguayans is Bolivia, who have actually scored the 3rd most goals so far. This might be the funniest team in the region right now. Meanwhile, Chile dropped to 9th. They have not won a qualifier in nearly a year. It's even worse for bottom place Peru though, because they haven't even won. But you know what's even crazier? This is the first window in the 2026 cycle that hasn't seen a red card in any of the South American fixtures. The West has fallen. Over to CONMEBOL, where we are most definitely going to be expecting more as we near the halfway point. Before the window, however, Argentina was still first despite a loss because the Colombians drew with Peru. Then you had 3rd place Uruguay just a point behind Los Cafeteros, with Ecuador 4 points below. And then from 5th to 8th is an absolute dogfight between the underwhelming and the overachieving. Brazil has been awful under Dorival Jr. so far, while Venezuela are doing wonders holding on to the last automatic spot. Paraguay sit just a point behind them thanks to their triumph over the Brazilians, and tied with Paraguay is Bolivia, who currently have scored the 3rd most goals in the competition so far. And then there's Chile and Peru having an ass off. And not the good one. October officially kicked off with the match between Bolivia and Colombia. Pretty straightforward victory for the Colombians, I'd say. Unfortunately for them, we're returning to El Alto, baby! But hold your horses, because after denying Colombia a goal-scoring opportunity, the Sea Level Merchants lose a defender. Which, you know, we are so back, Conma Bros. But also, this meant Bolivia now had a massive disadvantage early on against Colombia, one of the hottest teams in the world right now. Is what I would say if I was a fool. Oh no, Bolivia has to play with 1 less man. I guess you've forgotten that 11 Colombians are currently playing without oxygen. And so right at the hour mark, Miguel Terceros, a wonder boy, a symbolism of a new age, stuns the 2nd place Colombians to win their 3rd straight qualifier. These are Sea Level Merchants no more. Tremble in fear, for we are now facing South America's new overlords, the Altitude Alphas. Ecuador and Paraguay played at the same time, and before the game, Julio Enciso claimed he almost died and fainted on a plane because he hadn't slept or eaten well. Back to the game, however, Gustavo Alfaro's return to Ecuador saw him steal a point away in a 0-0 draw. Another solid performance from Paraguay. Although, I gotta say, I think Ecuador probably should have had a penalty in this game. So, remember last month when Emi Martinez slapped that camera out of his face? Well, that earned him a 2-game suspension, including Argentina's qualifier in Venezuela, where the pitch was just a little wet. Argentina, though, found an early goal through Venezuela's errors in the back. However, outside of that, the waterlogged pitch acted as an equilibrium, which opened the door for Venezuela to equalize in the 65th minute. In the end, the game ended 1-1, with Venezuela stealing yet another crucial point away from a giant. Over in Santiago for Chile vs Brazil, and it only took 2 minutes for 34-year-old Eduardo Vargas to score, which probably triggered every Brazilian to imagine Dorival Jr. in the place of that referee on the 30th of June 2013. Fortunately for Dorival, this is Chile. You could be using the most prehistoric tactics imaginable and still somehow win with players from Botafogo. But I can't really guarantee your own fans will change their minds on certain things. One figure, though, is actually blaming the players more than the coach. The president of Brazil. Lula reportedly recently met with the federation and said they should not call up Brazilians playing in Europe, as he believes those who are abroad are no better than those who are in Brazil. I wonder how that will end up. The qualifier's top scorer, Darwin Nunez, was back for Uruguay, but it would be Peru's day as they stunned their opponents in the 88th minute to earn their first victory of the cycle. On to the next match day, and just look at these shirts. Oh my god! Against Chile, the classy-looking Colombians would take care of the worst team in the region 4-0, a solid bounce back after the trauma in El Alto. Venezuela continued their impressive run into matchday 10 with an early goal versus Paraguay.
Que iba Venezuela en esa mierda, caballero.
However, in the second half, Paraguay strike back twice through Arnaldo Sanabria and continue their impressive run under the wing of Gustavo Alfaro, who I am fully convinced at this point could save the Argentinian economy. Because since his appointment, Paraguay has earned 8 points in their last 4 games. And after yet another goalless draw, Uruguay in the same amount of games has earned just 3 points. The altitude alphas descended upon Buenos Aires, eager to extend their conquest of South America. But waiting for them was an all too familiar nightmare: Lionel Messi. And not only did Bolivia meet their match, they met their longtime tormentor as Messi committed a massacre on live TV and Argentina went on to win 6-0. Finally, to end off October for South America, Brazil finally won a game comfortably versus Peru. And what do you know, 3 of those goals were scored by Brazilians that play in Europe. And so, after 10 games played, Argentina are still your leaders with 22 points. Second is Colombia with 19 points. Yet again, they failed to take advantage of Argentina's mishaps, but are in a very secure spot. Uruguay should be very lucky that these qualifiers have been so chaotic because they are still third. But tied with them on points is Brazil, who despite showing some god-awful football, did still earn 6 of 6 points for the first time since September 2023. To cover the rest of the automatic spots, you have Ecuador and Paraguay tied on 13 points. Ecuador will not be happy having earned just 2 points this window. However, Paraguay will be over the moon after hopping into 6th with 4 points this October. In the playoff spot is the funniest team in the region, the Altitude Alphas, Bolivia. They have managed to score the 4th most goals in the competition and also have conceded more than Chile. Venezuela doesn't need to fire off any flares right now, but after another disappointing window, they've dropped from 6th to 8th. And thanks to their win versus Uruguay, Peru are no longer at rock bottom. That now belongs to their rivals Chile, who haven't earned a point since November 2023. This team was 3rd in FIFA rankings just 9 years ago. Going into November, Argentina had the advantage. Their economy is also in shambles. Come on, tell me something new for once. A strong Colombian team remains second with Uruguay just 3 points behind them. But do not be fooled by the Uruguayans because they were winless in qualifiers throughout 2024 up to this point. Brazil did well to bounce back after being the 2 worst teams in the region. Meanwhile, from 5th all the way down to 8th, just like the US election in the first hour, too close to call. November began with a ridiculous free kick from one of the world's most informed men at the moment. However, just moments into the second half, Venezuela come storming and equalize. But then in the 58th minute, with Vini Jr. on the break, Venezuela's keeper completely misses the ball and Brazil are awarded a penalty. Vini Jr. steps up and wow. That was awful. The game ends 1-1, but not without some controversy. During a Brazilian corner in the 3rd minute of stoppage time, the Venezuelans defended it using their water sprinklers. Also, being on the pitch for a solid 9 minutes, Alexander Gonzalez slapped up 2 Brazilians in a matter of 30 seconds and saw red. So you know what that means. Under Gustavo Alfaro, Paraguay has been revived from the dead thanks to their defense, but it only took Argentina just 10 minutes to penetrate it. However, Alfaro had another trick up his sleeve, the ability to affect the construct of time and space itself. Antonio Sanabria pulls off some Mario Strikers bullshit and Paraguay equalized just 8 minutes later. Then a minute into the second half, La Albiroja execute a set piece to perfection as if they're Arsenal themselves, and for the first time in 8 years, Paraguay has upsetted the world champions. Now, on a completely different side note, while searching up this information, I made this typo. Make do with that what you want. Bolivia have seemingly lost the powers they gain every 30 years as they suffer yet another big defeat, this time to Ecuador. And don't forget, another Bolivian red card. For Ecuador, they've been in pretty subpar form throughout this year, so they'll hope to carry this momentum forward. Now, can I just say, by the way, these videos feel like a 2010 Sports Center of, like, the World Cup qualifiers. I can't be the only one that feels this way. Anyways, Colombia versus Uruguay. What a match! 30 minutes played, Colombia's Juan Quintero catches the keeper snoozing at the near post, 1-0 to Los Cafeteros. 56th minute now, Uruguay's Marcelo Soraki squares it in the middle and Davison Sanchez makes a grave error in judgment. Now listen. The last time a Colombian defender conceded an own goal similar to this, he was shot by a cartel member 9 days later. Luckily, it's been almost a month now, so I think we're in the clear. That own goal seemed to have shell-shocked the Colombians though, because just 3 minutes later, Uruguay make it look almost too easy and take the lead this time. Now here's a chance for Bielsa's men to seal the deal with little time remaining, but Camilo Vargas makes a ridiculous save. And his heroics are rewarded with Colombia going the other direction and scoring the equalizer in the 5th minute of stoppage time. Now, this should have been the end, but in classic Como Bowl fashion, VAR took about 900 years to confirm the goal. So now comes Uruguay in the 13th minute of stoppage time. And after the ball bounces around a couple times, Manuel Ugarte thumps an emphatic winner. Wah, wah, wah. I hate international break. Shut the fuck up, nerd! Uruguay get their first qualifier win in 2024, and it's a huge one. Then to finish off matchday 11, we had the two worst teams in the region face off against each other. This match was probably shit. I don't need to watch the highlights. Let's move on. Gustavo Alfaro may be able to revive teams and fix entire economies, however, he was still no match for the deities of El Alto as Bolivia get back on the score sheet early on. However, after a mistake in the back and some god-awful defending, Paraguay take advantage and equalize in the 70th minute. 5 minutes later, though, Paraguay concede a penalty, and after a typical long-ass VAR check, Miguel Terceros puts the Altitude Alphas back up top. Meanwhile, a massive fight breaks out between both teams, but Terceros remains completely unbothered. This fight, however, did spawn 2 more red cards for November. Now chasing the game again, Paraguay's Julio Enciso decides to take matters into his own hands as he gets past one, fools another, and then just nonchalantly sends a rocket into the net. God damn. In the end, the game finishes 2-2 as both teams share the points. Ener Valencia continues to show the world that age is just a number. Over in Argentina, Lautaro Martinez was inspired by his idol Antonio Sanabria, and with an insane acrobatic effort, he gives the Albiceleste another 3 points versus Peru. Venezuela were off to a great start versus Chile, but then just 7 minutes later, they conceded to an Eduardo Vargas who I am pretty certain had GMOs injected into him. Fortunately for Venezuela, they retook the lead just 2 minutes later, and then they collapsed against a team with the second worst attack in the region. This loss for La Vinotinto could really bite them back in the ass later on. And finally, to finish off the November window, Brazil and Uruguay would share the points in Salvador. So now looking at the standings, things have changed a good bit. Argentina, despite dropping points again, still have a strong 5-point lead at the top. Uruguay, after literally going winless for pretty much the entirety of 2024, actually take over second after Colombia lost twice. Los Cafeteros now find themselves actually 4th though, as Ecuador's 2 wins see them hop into 3rd. Brazil isn't too far off in 5th, again another underwhelming window, but they're still relatively safe at the moment. Paraguay once again hold on to the last spot, but now have a 4-point cushion. Bolivia still find themselves in the playoff spot thanks to their draw with Paraguay, and after fumbling a golden opportunity, Venezuela once again find themselves in danger. Oh, also there's like the other 2 teams. No one cares about them. Sweet home South America. Argentina sit atop with a chance to qualify this month. Meanwhile, from 2nd place Uruguay to 6th place Paraguay is a dogfight. The gap from that pack to 7th widened a bit because of Paraguay's fine form as of recent, and that spot is held by the Altitude Alphas Bolivia. Behind them is Venezuela, who held a really promising start to qualifiers, but since the end of Copa America, they've snapped back to reality. Finally, there's Chile and Peru, who have been so ass that I think we really should just send them to OFC. March started in classic South American fashion. Single late goal scored by Paraguay, and then with time expiring, that one corner tactic we all love and hate causes an all-out brawl. However, with final time, Paraguay extend their impressive unbeaten run to 7 now. Brazil have been struggling a lot throughout these qualifiers, but life in March began well as they scored an early penalty versus Colombia. However, a mistake in the back and some static defending leads to Brazil giving away their promising start not even before half time. But then in the 8th minute of stoppage time, Vinny Jr. actually does something for the national team, and Seleção steal away a very valuable 3 points, and Colombia on the other hand have now lost 3 consecutive qualifiers. Peru get their most convincing win of the qualification campaign with a 3-1 victory versus the Sea Level Merchants. Since bringing in a new head coach back in August, Ecuador has only been on the up, and thanks to an Ener Valencia brace, they also go 7 games unbeaten. Also, if someone could tell me why the broadcast looked like it was filmed in the 90s, that'd be great. Over to Argentina versus Uruguay, Thiago Almada would finish a work of art, and that goal was enough to see the Argentines earn all 3 points. Oh yeah, there was also a red in this game, and ooh. Yeah, he probably won't remember tonight. Into match day 14, things just continue to not go Uruguay's way, as they literally struggle to breathe up in the Andes and draw with Bolivia. However, this result is quite significant because that officially sees Argentina qualify for World Cup 2026. No doubts now that they will have the opportunity to defend their title in the urban sprawls of Liberty. Having gone ice cold like the Houston Rockets in Game 7 of the 2018 Western Conference Finals, Colombia needed something, and they converted their desperation into an electrifying 2-0 start versus Paraguay. But Gustavo Alfaro would not see his team go down without a fight. Paraguay bring it within 1 right before the half. And then in the 61st minute, Julio Enciso scores yet another absolutely ridiculous goal, and Paraguay come back from 2-0 down to keep their streak alive. You ever notice how Gustavo Alfaro kind of looks like Franklin D. Roosevelt? Meanwhile, the post-Copa America form has seemingly claimed yet another victim. In their last 4 games, Colombia has 1 draw and 3 losses. Only 4 matches to go, guys. Please don't let 2022 happen again for the sake of your fans. Venezuela finally break their post-Copa America winless run with a single goal versus the Peruvians. Prior to a massive bout between rivals Brazil and Argentina, Rafinha said in an interview that Brazil would beat Argentina on and off the pitch, and capped it off with a short and sweet, "We will fuck them." He then proceeded to be as non-existent as Brazil's chances to win next year, and Argentina absolutely humiliated their rivals 4-1. And this prompted the Brazilian FA to finally pull the plug on head coach Dorival Jr. Finally, to cap off March, Ecuador and Chile played out a 0-0 draw. So with 4 games remaining, 1 ticket to North America has been officially claimed. Meanwhile, the tension between 2nd place and 6th has only grown more. Ecuador earned 4 points over Uruguay's 1, so they hop into 2nd. And that now leaves a 3-way tie between Uruguay, Brazil, and Paraguay. Colombia, who were once the hottest team on the planet, are once again surprising everyone for all the wrong reasons. An ice age, since their loss in the final of the Copa America, now sees the Colombians flirting with danger in the last automatic spot. The playoff spot has changed hands once again, as Venezuela's 1 win this window was enough to see them climb up to 7th. Bolivia's form has taken a dive since their 6-0 loss to Argentina, however, they are still within a point of the playoff spot. Also, even though they've been the 2 worst countries to watch in this campaign, Peru and Chile are hanging in the fight just 5 points from 7th. We'll first start off with CONMEBOL, because things are so damn close with only 4 games to go. Excluding Argentina, who have already qualified, from the highest automatic spot of 2nd to the first spot outside of any qualification of 8th is a gap of just 7 points. Of the teams still in contention, 5th place Paraguay are the only ones to be unbeaten since the end of Copa America last July. They extended their run right from the get-go with a 2-0 win versus Uruguay, and after doubts of even finishing in the playoff spot back in October 2024, Paraguay find themselves just a bit closer to automatically qualifying for the World Cup.
Buen día.
A little bit later, the world would witness Carlo Ancelotti's managerial debut in international football, as his Brazil would face a promising Ecuadorian golden generation led by Mason Mount in a wig. This could turn out to be an absolute classic. Already qualified Argentina barely had to even lift a finger to beat an absolutely shambolic Chile side. Over to Colombia, Luis Diaz was suspended for their first game, and that was a huge loss for El Cafeteros as their finishing went from subpar to absolutely non-existent. Colombia had 15 shots in this game, and not a single one was on target. Finally, to finish off this match day was a battle between playoff spot holders Venezuela and 8th place Bolivia. Just 1 point separated these 2 very hungry nations that have been able to hold their own in such a grueling campaign. For us World Cup qualifier sickos, this could turn out to be a real classic. 25 minutes later, Solomon Rondon doubled the lead, and Venezuela would go on to win 2-0 and extend the gap to 4 points. But this is CONMEBOL qualifiers. Nothing is set in stone until the final whistle of the final match day. And even then, it still isn't. In Bolivia's next game, they once again call upon a young duckling who has come up big numerous times in their campaign. The sole altitude alpha himself, Miguel Terceros. He creates another moment of brilliance, putting the Bolivians up 1-0 after just 5 minutes. Now shining brighter than the sun these fans could practically touch from this altitude, Terceros blinds the keeper into a mistake, and Bolivia closed this game off with another young talent. And with Venezuela losing to Uruguay, everything returns to the way it was as the gap shrinks to 1 point once again. Just above them is 6th place Colombia, who are as vulnerable as they've ever been in this campaign because of their ongoing 5-game winless streak. Not exactly great going into an away game in Argentina, but like Bolivia, Colombia called upon their savior, Luis Diaz.
You could not live with your own failure. Where did that bring you? Back to me.
After being absent for their first game, Colombia's king single-handedly brings back the national team's attacking threat. And more, as in the 24th minute, the Liverpool forward dribbles past 1, 2, 3, 4, and before you can even comprehend what you've just witnessed, he puts it past Emi Martinez. A-R-T. Unfortunately though, the defense could not hold off Argentina's fronts forever, and Colombia would have to settle for a third straight draw. Carlo Ancelotti finally gets his first win as a head coach of Brazil, and it's a big one as he puts an end to Paraguay's 9-game unbeaten run. And because of Venezuela and Bolivia's shenanigans this month, this actually locks Brazil into the big dance. Yes, after all this shit we talked, and will continue to talk, Brazil still qualified for the World Cup with 2 games to spare. Speaking of which, Ecuador also booked their ticket to North America next year after a 0-0 draw with Peru. That leaves just 3 automatic spots and 1 playoff spot left to claim, with just 1 more window left to determine it. Thanks to their wins, both Uruguay and Paraguay can't be eliminated from this phase of qualifiers, but mathematically they can still fall into the playoff spot. Uruguay has only won 2 qualifiers since last July, but their last 2 opponents are 9th and 10th place, so they should be okay. Paraguay, it's a little tougher, with Ecuador at home and then Peru away. But even if these two fail to collect any points, Venezuela earning 6 of 6 points next window has less of a chance of happening than the Washington Wizards winning more than 20 games next season. You'll see why. Current playoff holders Venezuela have a 1-point cushion between them and 8th place Bolivia. It does help their chances that their goal difference is way better though. For both of these teams, realistically looking for a second chance to qualify for the World Cup either for the first time since 1994 or ever, it's gonna be really tough. Venezuela's last 2 games are Argentina away and rivals Colombia at home. Mano Tengo Fe, I guess. On the other hand, Bolivia's last 2 games see them facing Colombia away and then Brazil at home. Now, by the off chance that these two shit the bed, which is likely, 9th place Peru still has a chance if they can win both their games by multiple goals, which is not very likely. Oh yeah, didn't really know where to put this, but 10th place Chile were officially eliminated by Bolivia, so I'll let the editor deal with them. Back to 6th place Colombia though, they still have the possibility of missing out entirely, but that's only if they fail to earn a single point in September. Their last 2 games are Bolivia at home and Venezuela away. As long as Luis Diaz doesn't die, I think they're good. Oh yeah, one more thing. The first match day of June saw 0 red cards. The East has officially stolen our beautiful CONMEBOL. However, in the second match day, we saw 4 red cards. One was just a silly yellow, one guy got Xabi Alonso'd in Bolivia, Chile. In the same game, someone didn't even attempt to go for the ball on this tackle. And finally in Argentina, Colombia, Enzo Fernandez kicked a guy in the face. Vintage CONMEBOL. Argentina, Ecuador, and Brazil have already qualified, which left just 3 more automatic spots and a place in the playoffs remaining. 4th place Uruguay hadn't been in the best form as of late, but was able to book a ticket after being a Peruvian side that hasn't scored an away goal since 2022. Meanwhile, in Asunción, the streets were full of people dancing, and the city was ablaze in a patriotic fireworks show because after a 0-0 draw with South America's newest terrorist organization, Paraguay were officially returning to the World Cup for the first time since 2010. Again, this team was as low as 7th in the qualifiers with just 1 win in 6 games. To go from that to just 1 loss in your next 11 games to qualify for the whole thing automatically, that's so impressive. Gustavo Alfaro, all I'm gonna say is get ready to learn liver failure because you will be granted free alcohol at every bar in Paraguay for all of eternity. All Colombia needed to do was win 1 game to avoid the catastrophe that they saw in 2022. Which sounds pretty straightforward and all, but then you have to remember Los Cafeteros were on a 6-game winless streak going into this. But no worries, their next opponents were the Sea Level Merchants, and Colombia produced a convincing 3-0 win which saw James Rodriguez become the country's leading scorer in World Cup qualifiers. This would also be an emotional ending for James, who was playing his last ever home game in a Colombian shirt. But he wasn't the only one to bid farewell to his home fans. Ener Valencia and his last home game said goodbye with a goal versus Argentina, and Lionel Messi, with the knowledge that this would probably be the end for him in the famous Albiceleste, was in tears during the national anthem. Oh yeah, going back to Colombia for a second, I had a fan message me on Instagram basically begging for me to mention Dairo Moreno, who was called up to the national team for the first time in 9 years. So, you're welcome. And so that leaves us with the spot of the unknown, the position that'll keep one country's people dreaming. the playoff spot. Before the window, 3 teams were still in contention. Peru were just hanging by a thread and would have to win both of their games and see a miracle to keep their hopes alive. Which they didn't.
Oh, no, you don't.
So that leaves us with Bolivia and current holders Venezuela. With both of them losing their first games of the window respectively, this was the scenario going into their last qualifiers of the campaign. For Venezuela, it's their rivals Colombia. A win at home would seal the deal, but if they were to draw or lose, they would need to see the same result from Bolivia. While for Bolivia, it's a date with Ancelotti's Brazil. But remember, this takes place in an area with pretty much no oxygen. Either way though, to snatch that playoff spot on the final day, Bolivia has to win. It is the ultimate mid-off. The current holders, who are the only South American nation to have never qualified, versus the Bandits, who haven't seen the world stage since 1994. Just 2 minutes in, Venezuela take the lead in the Arepas derby, and the whole stadium erupts into madness. 8 minutes later though, La Vinotinto concedes from the corner. Nevertheless, the indomitable spirit of Mano Tengo Fe struck back not even a minute later, and Venezuela restored their advantage over Bolivia. But if you thought Colombia being already confirmed meant they'd not go 100% in this game, you'd be mistaken, because these guys fucking hate Venezuela. And things were about to get even worse for La Vinotinto, as right before halftime, Bolivia win themselves a penalty, and it's converted by none other than their top scorer, peak wonder himself, Miguel Terceros. So as things stand, the Altitude Alphas overtake Venezuela. The absolute scenes. But not all is lost for the Venezuelans. There was still plenty of time left, and keep in mind, they haven't lost a single qualifier at home all campaign.
Por la izquierda, Luis Suárez que está habilitado. Luis Suárez para rematar.
Gol de Colombia.
Oh no.
Pelota por el medio para Luis Suárez. El perfil, el gol de Colombia, Luis Suárez con un hat-trick.
Oh God.
Río que está habilitado dentro del área. Richard Río remató. Gol de Colombia. 5-2.
Colombia, stop this. They're already dead. You've already qualified. What does this senseless speeding even achieve?
She fucking hates herself. She's broken. She doesn't give a fuck. Broken. She knows. She's fucking tired. She hates herself. She's tired.
She's not just tired.
She's fucking shit.
With their triumph over Brazil, Bolivia keep their World Cup dreams alive. The mountain remains immortal. UEFA finally began in this month, so we gotta introduce, oh dear God. Before we introduce our fighters, let's quickly go over how the first round of qualifiers works in Europe. As opposed to past European qualification campaigns, there are more teams that will be going to the World Cup. So now there are 12 groups. Anyways though, winners of each group automatically qualify for the World Cup, while the runners-up in each group will advance to the playoff round. Whatever that may be, we'll talk about later. So first we have Group A, and there's going to be a little bit of a pattern for these first few groups where not all the teams are determined. A lot of this has to do with the Nations League. I hate the Nations League so much. I want this tournament to die. But for the spot that hasn't been determined yet, it'll be a quarterfinal bout between 2 top teams. So for this one, we have Germany or Italy, and the winner of this match will be in this group. Then you got Slovakia, Northern Ireland, and Luxembourg. Germany are 4-time winners of the World Cup, with their last title being back in 2014 during the Die Mannschaft era. Since then, it's all been downhill, with 2 straight group stage exits in 2018 and 2022. However, manager Julian Nagelsmann has been overseeing a much-needed renaissance, and if it wasn't for the refs fucking them over, Germany would have reached the semis of Euro 2024. Things will be interesting though, because in between the sticks is no longer Manuel Neuer, who actually retired after Euro 2024. Also, if you're interested in learning about the whole history of the German national team, last year I made a video that was 1 hour and 30 minutes long. So, you know, put that on and do some homework or something, I don't know. Italy are also 4-time winners of this tournament, with their last title coming back in 2006. However, just like Germany, actually worse, it's been a disaster since. 2010 and 2014 saw them crash out of the groups. These were their groups, by the way. And then, mamma mia, 2018 and 2022, they didn't even qualify. What makes this even funnier is within a year, they went from winning Euro 2020 to getting knocked out by North Macedonia. But I don't know, like, they should be able to qualify over these teams. Since becoming Slovakia, the national team has made it to one World Cup, and that was back in 2010. There they stunned a squad of nanos to advance to the last 16. Slovakia has failed to make the tournament since, but maybe with an easier group and also some promising results in the last Euros, we could see them return. Northern Ireland has played in the World Cup 3 times, however their last appearance was back in 1986. The farthest the country has gone is the quarterfinals in 1958, back when there was just 18 teams. Nowadays though, the Northern Irish just think about Euro 2016 to cope with the suffering. And seeing how they lost to Bulgaria last year, maybe 2050, lads. Historically, Luxembourg has been straight ass, but times are a-changin'. In Euro 2024 qualifiers, they reached the playoff round, and their performances in the World Cup 2022 qualifiers were also pretty promising too. Maybe a little too early to say, but with all-time top scorer Gerson Rodriguez and a coach that's been around since 2010, Luxembourg could be a dark horse to watch out for. Oh, also a fun fact, over the last century and more, the world has seen Luxembourg lose 9-0 4 separate times. Portugal 2023, England 1982 and 1960, and Germany 1936. Group B is a super interesting one. Switzerland, Sweden, Slovenia, and Kosovo. I'd argue 3 of these teams could actually win this group. Switzerland, or as they're also known as Wikipedia for some reason, the A-team. They have made the last 5 World Cups, and in every single one of them, they have never made it past the last 16. The closest they came was 2006, but unfortunately, everyone turned into 2020 England on penalties. While not at the best quality, the Swiss still have a pretty good collection of players. The defense, on the other hand, is a little bit worrying, especially without Akanji. Oh, also, Jan Sommer, the goalkeeper that turns into like prime Yashin every single time he plays for Switzerland. He's retired, so that's also going to be very interesting. Switzerland has been to 12 World Cups since 1934, with their best finish a runners-up in 1958, when they were hosts. Their last appearance was in 2018, where they impressed many and reached the quarters. Since then, Sweden missed out on 2022 after losing a playoff final to Poland, and then they look like a squad of IKEA workers in Euro 2024 qualifiers. However, a new manager has breathed new life into this team. And on paper, Sweden has one of the deadliest attacks in Europe, honestly. Dejan Kulusevski, Viktor Gyökeres, and Alexander Isak. Since becoming Slovenia, the national team has had 2 campaigns in the World Cup, and both of them ended with them crashing out of the groups. Slovenia's last appearance was back in 2010, and they've been radio silent ever since. However, they finally ended their major tournament drought by qualifying for Euro 2024. And seeing how they took Portugal all the way to penalties in the last 16, they could carry this momentum into World Cup 2026 qualifiers. All across the board, there's some quality, but of course, all eyes will be on 21-year-old forward Benjamin Šeško. Kosovo, the only country that loves the USA as much as the USA.
Thank you, USA. You are my best friend.
It wasn't until 2015 when Kosovo was given FIFA membership, so of course, they've never qualified for the World Cup. However, back in 2018, they were nicknamed the Brazil of the Balkans because of a 15-match unbeaten run. Performances have kind of dipped since then, so it's going to be a tough campaign for them. Group C will be the loser between Portugal and Denmark, and then there's Greece, Scotland, and Belarus. Despite the prestige and legends over generations, Portugal has actually never won the World Cup. For their best finish, you have to go all the way back to when Eusebio was still playing, a 3rd place in 1966. That tournament in itself was wild, and one of the many cases was when Portugal came back from 3-0 down in the quarters against North Korea. Nowadays, Portugal are kind of the epitome of underwhelming in this tournament. It feels like every single tournament that happens, Portugal's always considered a favorite, which is weird because out of the last 6 tournaments, 5 of them, Portugal has failed to make it past the quarters. And listen, if they keep putting Cristiano Ronaldo up top in the big 2025, it's just gonna stay the same. Denmark has made it to 6 World Cups, with their best finish being back in 1998 when the Danes reached the quarters. Denmark's last tournament, though, ended in pure horror as they were knocked out of the groups by Australia, a country that everyone thought would finish last. Going into these qualifiers, the national team has a new head coach, so hopefully we won't see the terrorism of late-stage Kasper Hjulmand, and he has a core of great young players and wise veterans. By the way, attacking midfielder Mikael Damsgaard is currently having a breakout season in the Prem, so maybe we'll see the return of those illustrious performances he had during Euro 2020. Greece has made it to 3 World Cups, and their last tournament was back in 2014, where they saw their best finish, reaching the last 16. It could have gone farther, but unfortunately they were facing Keylor Navas on penalties. The Greeks have not qualified for a major tournament, but for the first time ever, I won't have to mention the 2015 scandal, because more than ever, Greece are back. Maybe not to the extent of 2004, but definitely enough to say they could qualify. Euro 2024 qualifiers, they lost in the final on penalties. It is only a matter of time. You can trust John Cena to not stab you in the back more than you can trust Scotland to make it past the group stages in any major tournament. 8 World Cup appearances and 8 straight group stage exits. 1982 was the closest they came to the knockouts, but unfortunately, the national team fell short on goal difference. The Scottish have not qualified since 1998, but they came close at booking a ticket in 2022. However, they had the misfortune of going up against a very fired up Ukraine side. Scotland has done well to qualify for the Euros over the years, but this is probably their last chance to make a World Cup dream come true, with this core only getting older. This is already a tough group for Belarus, but with no home games, this could genuinely get nasty. Belarus has never qualified for the World Cup, and their fans will probably want to forget every single campaign they've had so far, especially the 2002 qualifiers. With Poland and Ukraine playing out a draw on the final day, this opened the opportunity for Belarus to steal the playoff spot, but unfortunately, they handed a terrible Welsh side their only win of the campaign. On a positive, not really for Belarus, but for Mika Richards, there's a club in Belarus called Dynamo Brest. Group D, you have the winner between France vs Croatia, and then Ukraine, Iceland, and Azerbaijan. Having already won in 2018, the French were close to another in 2022 as well, but fell to Argentina on penalties in the greatest final the tournament has honestly ever seen. Either way, France has won the World Cup twice. Didier Deschamps was there in 1998 as the team captain, and as the head coach in 2018. Speaking of, this will be Deschamps' last tournament as he announced he will be leaving after the 2026 World Cup. The French squad is still absolutely stacked in talent, but Deschamps himself has shown to be a little outdated with his tactics as of late. Croatia has never won the World Cup, but over the last 2 tournaments, they have experienced their best finishes ever. 2022, 3rd place. 2018, runners-up. However, this squad is only deteriorating more and more by the day. A group stage exit in the Euros is a sign of the end for this golden generation that has won the hearts of many. And while they still have a better chance of qualifying than whichever set of teams they'll play, I can't see much after that. Since becoming Ukraine in 2006, the national team has only ever qualified for the 2006 World Cup. It was a really impressive run though, with the Ukrainians going all the way to the quarterfinals where they lost to the eventual champions. After that, however, it's just been constant heartbreak. 2010, lost to Greece in the playoffs. 2014, blew a 2-0 loss to France in the second leg of the playoffs. And 2022, fell short in the final after playing their hearts out in response to their country being invaded. Did you hear that, US government? They were invaded. But is 2026 finally the time? I mean, it will be 20 years since that memorable run back in 2006, and they still got a pretty good team, so maybe. Just maybe. Iceland, that country that gave us the funny clip that pissed off all the Zionists last year. The late 2010s made us believe anything was possible when Iceland became the smallest nation by population to qualify for the World Cup. There, we would witness them get a shock draw versus Argentina thanks to that penalty save. But that was very much a once-in-a-lifetime thing. Iceland has been pretty bad in qualifiers ever since 2018. I mean, it makes sense. At the end of the day, you can only make so much out of a population of almost 400k, and also the harsh weather that comes with it. Azerbaijan has never qualified for the World Cup and has never even come close. In fact, they earned just 1 point in World Cup 2022 qualifiers. Also, they're now in League D of the Nations League, the lowest tier, meaning Azerbaijan are in the same realm as Liechtenstein and Andorra. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, at this point, just move to AFC. Group E, you have the winner between Spain versus the Netherlands, and then Turkey, Georgia, and Bulgaria. Spain won the World Cup in 2010 and immediately fell off a cliff. They crashed out of the groups in 2014 and then failed to get past the last 16 in 2018 and 2022. And a lot of that came down to Spain never responding to the tactical world around them evolving. However, when head coach Luis de la Fuente came in, we witnessed a second Spanish Revolution and the national team won Euro 2024 as a result. Currently on a 16-game unbeaten run with an incredible player like Lamine Yamal, it's safe to say Spain's already a big favorite to win it all again. The Mark Martin, the Utah Jazz, the Arsenal of the World Cup, the Netherlands.
What's up, peeps?
Kind of like their B team, the Dutch have lost in every single World Cup final they've ever participated in. 1974, 1978, and 2010. If only Robin scored, huh? Their last appearance, though, in 2022 saw them lose on penalties in the quarters versus Argentina in one of the most batshit insane games ever. Going forward, the Dutch have a really good team with a great balance of stature and technicality. Here's the thing, though. They have Ronald Koeman, so the farthest this team will go is the quarterfinals. You would think think they have more, but Turkey only have 2 appearances in the World Cup. One of those appearances came in 2002, and I liken this one to like a March Madness Cinderella run. The Turks made it all the way to the semi-finals in this tournament and then beat South Korea in the 3rd place match. The Turkish haven't been in the World Cup since, but they had a really good chance to qualify in 2022 through the playoffs. But Burak Yilmaz missed a penalty in the final versus Portugal, which would have tied the game. Going into 2026 qualifiers though, there's a lot to look forward to. For one, Turkey is coming off a Euro 2024 run where they were actually the dark horses for once, and this was with a young squad consisting of many promising talents, including the country's golden child, Arda Güler. Georgia, as I called back in 2022, are the newest underdogs in UEFA. After years of slowly rising up the ranks, the Georgians qualified for Euro 2024 through the playoffs, their first ever tournament. There they made it to the last 16 after upsetting Portugal in their last group game. When it comes to the World Cup, Georgia has never come close. But for 2026, we could see a different beast. It's gonna be tough, but with X factors like Georgi Mamardashvili and the ever so disgusting Kavica Kvaratskhelia, these guys cannot be counted out. And then there's Bulgaria. Guess I'll talk about 1994 just to help you guys cope again. During the 20th century, Bulgaria featured in 7 World Cups. And in 1994, they stunned Argentina in the groups and then decided to shock the world again by beating Germany to reach the semis. And only 30 years later, they had a fall off as bad as that guy that made the Whip Nene song. Group F, you either have the winner between Portugal versus Denmark, and then Hungary, Ireland, and Armenia. Hungary were once considered one of the best teams in the world. 2 runners-up finishes in 1938 and 1954. 54 was the most painful though, as they were so dominant throughout, but blew a 2-0 lead in the final. However, their golden generation, consisting of the likes of Sander Coaches and French Puskás, was so good that they made England rethink their whole program in the 50s. The Hungarian national team is nothing like that anymore, but it's still a really solid team that on its day can upset one of the giants. They've qualified for the last 3 Euros, so maybe this is the chance to return for the first time since 1986. Ireland has 3 World Cup appearances, with their last coming in 2002. There they reached the last 16 and narrowly missed out in the next round because of penalties. Awful shootout, by the way. Fast forward to 2010, the Irish had a pretty good chance of qualifying. In the playoffs' second leg versus France, Ireland tied it up on aggregate through Robbie Keane. However, in extra time, they were fucked over by one of the most blatant handballs ever. As of late, there's been a cycle with qualification. Ireland gives their fans false hope, which they fall for every time without fail. And then, the national team proceeds to die on the pitch after. Armenia has never qualified for the World Cup, never has come close. They did show a little promise in the last Euro qualifiers though, or maybe that's just me giving them a little too much PR. Although, 21-year-old Grant Leon Ranos of Kaiserslautern looked pretty good, and they managed to beat Wales and draw with Turkey. How these two were allowed in the same group is still wild to me. Armenia did lose to Latvia though, and that team struggles with San Marino. Also, not really sure why this game happened, but Armenia's biggest victory was against Guatemala, 7-1. In Los Angeles. Group G, the winner between Spain versus the Netherlands, and then Poland, Finland, Lithuania, and Malta. Poland has been to 9 World Cups, with their best finishes coming in 1974 and 1982 when they finished 3rd. 74 was the most memorable as Poland won their first round group, which consisted of Italy and Argentina. They then later beat Brazil in the 3rd place game. Their last performance though saw them reach the last 16 in 2022, mainly because everyone else besides Argentina was so ass. Poland entered these qualifiers with a slightly younger squad and a pretty solid chance of finishing runners-up. They also still have Qualifier Man. Never rely on him for any tournament, but he'll always be there to stat pad versus Isle of Man. Finland has never qualified for the World Cup, but they came relatively close in the last campaign. In a group with France, Ukraine, and Bosnia, the Finnish were just 1 point shy of the playoff spots. Historically, this team has been terrible, but this last decade or so under head coach Marco Kanerva has seen fairy tales come to life. However, he's gone, and honestly, so are Finland's best days. But watch out for Oliver Atman though. Outside of his exceptional name, he put up some decent numbers in the last Euro qualification campaign. Lithuania has never qualified for the World Cup, but they came painstakingly close in 1998 to the playoff rounds, which they then followed up with a 0-win performance in the very next World Cup qualification campaign. Currently, these guys lose to nations that didn't even exist 20 years ago, and islands where YouTubers are elected as members of the EU. Like, yeah, there's no chance here. But to be fair to the Lithuanians, there is 20-year-old Gyvydas Skinetis, who has made 21 appearances for Torino this season. He's only just the 4th Lithuanian to ever play in Serie A. Oh, also, Lithuania, shout out Aldis, cool guy. Malta has never qualified for the World Cup. Do better, guys. Even Iceland did. The Maltese have only ever won 3 World Cup qualifiers, but they did have their best ever performance in 2022, so maybe they'll be good enough to finish 5th this time. Also, for anyone who plays Food Guesser, if the food looks Italian but not Italian enough, it's probably Malta. Group H, Austria, Romania, Bosnia, Cyprus, and San Marino. Austria has 7 World Cup appearances, with their best finish coming in 3rd in 1954. However, the Austrians have not qualified for a single World Cup since the turn of the millennium. They did come close in 2022 qualifiers, but lost in the first round of the playoffs. This, though, might be their best chance in a long time. Narrowly making it into pot 1 has done this team a lot of favors, and even better, Ralf Rangnick is still sticking around. He single-handedly transformed this team and made fans care again. This really should be Austria's moment. Just like Austria, Romania has been to 7 World Cups, all before 2000. The country experienced a bit of a golden generation throughout the 90s with Gheorghe Hagi at the forefront. Their best success was reaching the quarters in 1994, and they just missed out on the semis due to penalties. Romania got close to playoffs in 2022 and then qualified for Euro 2024, where they exceeded expectations and reached the last 16. Gheorghe's son has been playing for a while too, so maybe this is a sign. Since becoming Bosnia and Herzegovina, the national team has qualified for just 1 World Cup. 2014. And while most will have forgotten, Edin Dzeko in the 2014 qualifiers was an absolute monster. 10 goals overall in 2014 qualifiers, that was as many as Messi. And the crazy thing is, he's 38 now and still plays for the national team. But it's been pretty tough for Bosnia ever since. No major tournament appearance since 2014, and their last attempt in 2022 was their worst finish since 2002. They do have a guy named Dario Saric, and no, not the Denver Nuggets player. This guy is currently playing with Cesena in Serie B. Cyprus has never qualified for the World Cup. They're only good at collecting 5 to 10 points somehow, and then leaving. In Eurovision though, Cyprus is usually gifted 10 to 12 points by Greece, but 2023 saw quite the betrayal when Greece only gave them 4 points. Also, the only player I know from this team is Piero Sotiro, because he would not stop scoring against me in my San Marino career mode video. And speaking of San Marino, many consider this team the worst in the world. But recently, things have kind of been on the up for San Marino. Last year, they broke their 20-year winless record, beating Liechtenstein, and then they made history collecting a 2nd win in a single year versus, you guessed it, Liechtenstein. That actually saw them promoted in the Nations League though, so maybe this is the start of the rise of San Marino. In Group I, we have the loser of Germany versus Italy, then Norway, Estonia, and Moldova. Norway has qualified for 2 World Cups. In 1998, they came back from 1-0 down to beat Brazil in the last 10 minutes to advance to the last 16. It is one of many games the 2 nations have played, and somehow, Norway has never lost one. Even though they've had Haaland for over 6 years now, yes, it's been 6, the national team has still yet to even reach the playoffs of any qualification campaign. Perhaps though, with their other competition being teams Haaland can score 10 versus, this could see the Norwegians' best chance. Estonia, they may have never qualified for the World Cup, but they sure do have a special place in ESC Gabe's heart. Estonia showed exactly why we should never let Nations League ever dabble in qualifiers, because how the hell did a team with 1 point in the main group stage make it to the playoffs? Woke nonsense. I will say though, the Estonian future could be a tiny bit more promising than usual. There's a 17-year-old midfielder by the name of Patrick Kristal who currently plays for Köln. There's also another guy who plays his football for Ho Chi Minh City. Moldova has never qualified for the World Cup, and their last 2 attempts have seen them go winless in qualifiers. However, in Euro 2024 qualifiers, the 151st ranked in the world Moldovans had a pretty solid start and even upsetted Poland. They kind of fizzled out toward the end, but still, that's the momentum they can carry on into 2026 qualifiers. Their all-time top scorer, Ion Niculescu, is just 26 and scored 5 goals in both 2022 and 2023. Group J has Belgium, Wales, North Macedonia, Kazakhstan, and Liechtenstein. God man, how many more groups do we have? Belgium has qualified for 14 World Cups. Their best finish came pretty recent, 2018 when they finished 3rd. Speaking of, about a month ago I was talking to the worst person I know, Diagonal Daniel, about the 2018 national team. And while I like to clown on this team quite a lot, that 2018 national team side was so exciting. You had Hazard, De Bruyne, Lukaku, basically all at their peaks, and it was a deadly deadly trio. There's also long neck Courtois making those ridiculous saves that modern goalkeeping can only pretend to do. Enough reminiscing though, Belgium has been in a pretty slow transitional period. So far it's been pretty shit, but with the youngsters having more experience, maybe we see things turn around in the next couple years. Belgium should qualify, it's just a matter of how far they go from there. Next we have Wales, the team that stunned Belgium back in Euro 2016. Wales has qualified for 2 World Cups, 1958 and the most recent one. 1958 was iconic for the Welsh as they reached the quarters, and 2022 was pretty much a pipe dream Gareth Bale single-handedly brought to life. Bale though retired after that World Cup, and you quickly saw how much Wales relied on him. However, they still have a handful of pretty good players from the Premier League like Brennan Johnson and David Brooks. North Macedonia never qualified for the World Cup, but they did reach the playoff final of the 2022 qualifiers after they beat Italy, and that is still one of the funniest moments in football ever. They also qualified for Euro 2020, and considering these guys were as low as 166th in 2017, this is all really incredible. That said, the core of the national team is definitely not as good as it used to be. But maybe Girona forward Bojan Miovski can be the difference maker. He scored 4 goals in 6 caps last year. Kazakhstan had the whole world dreaming during Euro 2024 qualifiers. They were admitted into the playoffs because of the Nations League, but they were legit. And then they lost 5-0 to Greece. The Kazakhs had a pretty awful 2024, going winless in pretty much all but one game. However, this year they appointed a new head coach, and they also have a couple guys playing their football in Turkey right now. Euro 2024 felt like a tiny strike of lightning in a bottle, but maybe there's more. Liechtenstein has, of course, never qualified for the big dance, and they also haven't won a qualifier since 2006. However, Liechtenstein did give us the goal of Euro 2024 qualifiers. But yeah, I mean, if you can't even win against the team you are usually able to beat, yeah, it's not looking great. Group K, England, Serbia, Albania, Latvia, and wait, what? Did UEFA just think now that 11 years have passed, these two nations just let bygones be bygones? What? Like, bro, an Albanian player in the last Euros literally, like, after a game, went onto a megaphone and said, "Fuck Serbs." And that was like one of the 800 incidents incited by like every Balkan nation in that same tournament. An exhibition match by itself would have been bad enough. These two play in 2 games that determine whether or not they go to the World Cup. Alright, well, I guess mark your calendars because one of these days could possibly incite World War III. Anyways, England have 1 World Cup title, and that was back in 1966. A lot of their fans will boast about this one, despite the fact that none of them were probably born before then. England's most recent performance saw the 3 Lions go all the way to the quarters, where they were knocked out by the runners-up France. Gareth Southgate was in charge back then, but because he kept falling short in winning England silverware, he resigned last year. He was often criticized for his tactics, so fans will hope that highly experienced club manager Thomas Tuchel can finally bring football back home. Since becoming independent, Serbia in World Cup qualifiers has usually looked pretty damn impressive. 2010, they finished above France in the group. 2018, absolutely cleaned up shop and qualified. In 2022, they managed to beat Portugal to the top spot. But come the actual tournament, without fail, this team shits the bed every single time. 2010, they came up short of the knockouts after losing to Australia. 2018, they let 2 Albanians score versus them. And 2022, they blew a 3-1 lead versus Cameroon and also let an Albanian score against them again. And all signs are showing that this is probably going to happen again because Serbia are currently in League A of the Nations League. And they also beat the highly touted Austria, so happy group exit 2026, guys. And then we have their pals, of course. Albania. This country has seen more iShow speed appearances than World Cup ones. The closest they ever came to qualifying was 2022 when the Albanians just missed out on the playoffs. However, they did qualify for the most recent Euros under head coach Silvinho, who actually was awarded one of Albania's highest honors for this achievement. This team is pretty decent on paper, they have a good coach, they have a good fan base, you know, I feel like there's a lot going on for them, but none of that matters. All that matters here is that Serbia is in their group, and nothing fuels a team more than pure hatred. Latvia. Shout out Giannis. This is a team that has only ever qualified for 1 major tournament, and that was the 2004 Euros. Which is honestly quite impressive because just 3 years prior, they had just drawn with San Marino at home. Anyways, Latvia once came close to finishing in a playoff spot back in 2010, but that's about it. Fun fact though, Vitalis Astafjevs is not only the national team's most capped player, he's the 6th most capped player of all time in Europe. Not only has Andorra never qualified for the World Cup, they have only ever won 4 qualifiers, and 2 of them were against San Marino. But the records this country holds are quite interesting. 42-year-old Marc Puyol became the oldest goal scorer in a UEFA World Cup qualifier in 2021. Defender Ildefonso Lima at 43 became the oldest player to feature in a Euro qualifier, and he also holds the record for the longest international career, which stretches 26 years. With all that said, Andorra shall now be referred to as Unkdora. Finally, the torture is nearly over. Group L, which consists of the loser between France and Croatia, then Czechia, Montenegro, Faroe Islands, and Gibraltar. Now, one thing I've learned about myself is the fact that whenever I'm recording any kind of video, especially when it's like including history, one of my least favorite things to say is Czechoslovakia. Somehow I said that on the first try, but usually I can't. Anyways, Czechoslovakia reached 2 finals, and in both they scored first and then went on to lose. Now known as Czechia though, the national team has only ever qualified for 1 World Cup, and that was back in 2006. Since then though, it's been nothing but pain. 2 consecutive 3rd place finishes in the group, and then also a loss in the 2022 playoffs. This time around, Czechia have a pretty good chance of making it to the playoffs at least, considering who else is in this group. Also, Patrick Schick is in the best form he's been in since 2021, and in that year, he scored 8 goals and 11 caps for Czechia. Montenegro. Every time I see this team's colors on the pitch, for some reason, one part of my brain just thinks they belong on a broadcast of a high school football game on ESPN. I don't really know why. Anyways, yeah, they've never qualified, but considering this national team has only been around since 2007, they've had some pretty decent performances. Their chances aren't looking great, but over the years, they have found ways to snatch a draw or even a win versus better quality sides. But they also do shit like draw with Lithuania and lose to Iceland, so yeah, probably another 3rd place in this group. The Turks and Greeks may not agree on many things, but one thing that is very certain and factual is the fact that they have both lost to the Faroe Islands. The Faroese have never made it to the big dance, and their last campaign saw them win just 1 game. However, this World Cup campaign could be different because for the first time since 2009, a Faroese man is coaching the Faroe Islands national team. Also, a club that hails from these islands is KOA Klaksvik, who I made a video on about a year or so ago. You should definitely give that a watch. Also, Zealand went 1 step further and went to the country and made a whole documentary about it, so check that one out too. And finally, Gibraltar not only have never qualified for a World Cup, they have never won a qualifier, period. The future could have a bright spot though in 18-year-old James Scanlon. He's currently signed with Man United and already has 10 caps and a goal for Gibraltar. One other fascinating thing about this team is that their stadium is literally right next to the airport. And that's finally over. On to the matches, and I guess I've been blessed for all my hard work, because only half the groups played this window. In Group G, both Poland and Finland collected wins on the first match day. The Poles then made it 6 out of 6 points for the window thanks to a brace by Charlotte FC legend Karol Suderski. On the other hand, Finland went up 2-0 in just 17 minutes away in Lithuania. However, the Lithuanians would respond with 2 of their own, including an absolute banger from none other than Gyvydas Ginetis. So as a result, Poland currently lead the group with Finland just behind them, followed by Lithuania in 3rd. The Netherlands had the Nations League, so they didn't play this window, and for future reference, this will be the case for Austria, Italy, Belgium, Serbia, and also Croatia. And maybe this is extremely premature, but Lithuania? That draw versus Finland, very impressive, and they also held off Poland until the 80th minute. Am I really right now hyping up a team to overachieve and finish 3rd? Yes. Welcome to international football. Back to the region where, because of the Nations League, everything is going to get progressively more confusing with every window. Once again, the first 6 groups have still yet to kick a ball, so we will start this with Group G. Poland was on top of the group to begin June, with Finland not too far away. The two played each other in Helsinki, and Finland would prevail with a 2-1 win that sees them dethrone the Poles. For Poland, this was their only qualifier of the window, and yet still, this was the most eventful June of any other team in this group. It all started when Robert Lewandowski wasn't called up this month after he told the head coach he was too exhausted from his season with Barcelona. A few days later, the head coach then announced Piotr Zielinski as the new captain. Lewandowski felt betrayed by this and vowed to never play for the national team again so long as this head coach was in charge. And as this is Poland's all-time leading scorer by a country mile, this was practically a death sentence, and after Poland's loss to Finland, the head coach resigned in shame. Also, remember when I hinted at some Lithuanian hype for absolutely no reason?
We don't talk about that.
Also, the Netherlands finally began their World Cup 2026 campaign, and in style, as they beat Finland away and then gave their former PM a nice sending off by taking down Malta 8-0. The joke is, your prime minister's name is Dick Schoof. Or at least, That was the Prime Minister, I guess. So after the month of June, Finland currently lead Group G with 7 points, but that doesn't really mean much as the Dutch with 2 games in hand are already a point below the Finns. Poland will hope a new head coach brings some better success because, while still early, they sit right outside the playoff spot. Over in Group H, Bosnians were in disbelief that they no longer had to hold on to their 2014 success like it was a man thinking he actually had a chance with his rental girlfriend. And thanks to 90-year-old Edin Dzeko, the Bosnians remain top of the group after winning their only game of the window versus San Marino.
I just want to say that I'm proud to be Bosnian. One old man with a county jail.
Just like the Dutch though, the Austrians finally got their qualification campaign up and running. They made easy work of who everyone thought would be a lock for the playoffs, and then capped off the window by bagging 4 goals in the first 30 minutes versus San Marino, and then pulling off a football respect moments number 874 by having mercy afterwards. The only other team to get a result was Romania, who managed a 2-0 win versus Cyprus. So after these games, Bosnia, as mentioned before, are still in the automatic spots, while Austria and Romania are just behind tied on points, but both teams are in completely different situations. Austria has a game in hand, and Romania has already played 4 times. Group I started with a banger as Italy began their qualification run versus Norway, and in a matter of 42 minutes, the Norwegians put 3 past the Italians. Just a reminder, the next video essay is about Italy. Gliazzurri was able to bounce back and beat Moldova, but even that wasn't a very convincing victory as Moldova had 18 shots with 34% of the possession. These 2 results were enough to see Luciano Spalletti relieved of his head coaching duties. Italy's hopes now lay in the hands of oh no.
Sometimes maybe she.
Going back to Norway though, the promised golden generation seems to no longer be some Nordic folktale. With a win versus Estonia, Norway continue their dominance in Group I with 4 wins, 0 draws, and 0 losses. Next we go to Group J, where June had the table looking pretty damn tight, albeit after just 2 games. But none of that mattered anymore because the butcher had finally arrived. Belgium. Against first place North Macedonia, they set the tone for their campaign early on, and then conceded the equalizer in the 86th minute. No worries though, the Belgians in their next game would absolutely torch Wales with 3 goals in the first 28 minutes, and then concede 3 unanswered. Angel made a whole ass song about this capital, and this is how you repay her? Fortunately for Belgium, they still have the guy who hates international football with all his soul, and he saves the national team from another embarrassment. For Wales, this was a fantastic fight considering this team is still suffering from shell shock after the retirement of Gareth Bale. But they'll at least be happy to finish the month with 3 points after a win versus Liechtenstein. Meanwhile, North Macedonia continue to impress so far. Along with their draw with Belgium, they beat Kazakhstan away and as a result are still top with 8 points. Just behind them is Wales in the playoff spot, while Belgium will hope to get things running smoother in the coming months with their 2 games in hand. Group K next, and England would continue their reign at the top after winning their only game of the month versus Andorra. A little bit alarming since it was just a 1-0 result against Andorra, but to be fair, it is still early days for Thomas Tuchel. But who cares about England? No one was waiting for England in June. Everyone was waiting for something even better. Albania versus Serbia. And when it came to the pre-match pettiness, this shit did not disappoint. In these types of competitions, FIFA requires that both flags be displayed in the stadium, but never mentioned anything about the size of the flags.
That's pretty average. I don't know what that's normal size.
Then, the Albanian mascots did nationalistic eagle symbols during Serbia's anthem. And speaking of that anthem, finally though, it was time for kickoff. And this shit was so ass. You know, in all fairness, I do feel like the players were probably fearing for their lives. One wrong tackle, one wrong dribble, you know, any kind of gesture, we could have seen scenes of like 2014 again. So, you know, I get it. Anyways, Albania would finish off the month with a disappointing draw versus Latvia, while Serbia's Alexander Mitrovic single-handedly destroyed Andorra. So at the end of June, England are in prime position to automatically qualify. Albania currently sits in the playoff spot, but 1 point behind them with 2 games in hand are their bitter rivals. These two will play each other again in October. Also, Latvia is still in the mix, but I wouldn't really get my hopes up if I were you. And finally, to round off Europe, Group L, which had the top 2 in Czechia and Montenegro battle it out, with Czechia taking the title of King of the Hill. But little did they know, they were in for one rude awakening. Quite honestly, Everyone was. Just when you thought it was over for this Croatian generation, they find new ways to prove us all wrong. They annihilated Gibraltar 7-0 and then had multiple players 33 or older put 5 past the so-called group leaders Czechia. Czechia are still in pole position after what had been done to them, but Croatia are just below them licking their chops with 2 games in hand. Tied on points with them is Montenegro, who only played once, and just hanging in there is the Faroe Islands after they collected their first win of the campaign versus Gibraltar. At last in European qualifiers, everyone has officially kicked off their campaigns, which only means this shit is about to get so much more confusing for everyone. In Group A, Antonio Rudiger was being put on skates by Slovakia all game, which costed Germany and surprised many as they lost 2-0 in their opening qualifier. Guess I need to change the title and thumbnail again. Nonetheless, Germany were able to bounce back with a 3-1 win versus Northern Ireland, but they still remain in early trouble after Slovakia managed a last-minute winner versus Luxembourg to finish September with 6 of 6 points. And because Northern Ireland has scored more goals than the Germans thanks in part to their victory versus Luxembourg, this actually sees Germany 3rd in the table, but again, it's way too early to call. Group B began with yet another Gyökeres vs Shesko derby, and just like the other one, it ended with both of them not scoring. Instead, it was Anthony Elanga with a sprinkle of brilliance that would draw first blood for the Swedes, which is cancelled out immediately into the second half by Old Man Olsen.
Dear basketball. From the moment I started rolling my dad's tube sock.
However, Sweden restored their lead in the 72nd minute, but once more the lead is sabotaged, this time by the abysmal defending in the back. And that would continue into Sweden's next game as Kosovo stunned them with 2 counterattacks in the first half.
And shooting imaginary game-winning shots in the Great Western form.
Fy fan vad dåligt. Tack för idag. Vi ses en annan dag. Hej hej.
Now it's probably a good time to mention that their head coach right now is John Dahl Tomasson, who is Danish. Meanwhile, favorites of the group Switzerland took the doubts personal. And maybe that was the wake-up call they needed as they destroyed Kosovo and then Slovenia to earn 6 points for the window. And as a result, they are now top of the group so far with an unexpected contender in Kosovo sitting in the playoff spot. Over in Group C, while Forest owner and Greek dictator Evangelos Marinakis argues with Boris Johnson for some reason, the Greek national team continues to look good as they roast the Belarusians in a brazen bull. However, there's still some work to be done in this project as they were then beaten pretty comfortably by Denmark at home. The Danes also picked up a draw away in Scotland earlier in the window, while the team of my other half managed a 2-0 win versus Belarus. So as it stands, Denmark and Scotland are tied on points with the Danes narrowly above due to goal difference, while Greece sit 3rd with a solid pocket of points to take forward. In Group D, Osama bin Diddy and France continue to wreak havoc in Europe. With some prime terrorism ball, the French collect 2 wins versus Ukraine and Iceland. Ukraine and Iceland's other opponent in this window were the other genocide merchants. Iceland destroyed them 5-0, while Ukraine, doing what they do best, have an underwhelming beginning to their qualification campaign. And the fans were not happy. As it stands though, the French already confirm at least a playoff spot, while Iceland hold the actual spot itself. Group E started with a Euro 2024 rematch between Turkey and Georgia, where the Turks would once again prevail. For a while now, the Turks have shown this brand new chapter. No more disappointment, only excitement awaits. And then they lost 6-0 to Spain at home. Knowing how Turkish fans are, these guys probably had to get back to the hotel with like an armored vehicle. Meanwhile, Spain didn't lose any matches, but Lamine Yamal did lose his passport. But because Turkey allowed Mikel fucking Merino to drop a hat-trick on their heads, Georgia was able to hop into second through goal difference after a 3-0 win versus Bulgaria. Outside of them, Spain, to the shock of absolutely no one, lead the group. Group F delighted Turks everywhere living in Berlin, as they and the rest of the world got to see Portugal destroy Armenia 5-0. Portugal then made it 2-2 after beating their toughest opponents Hungary in a 5-goal thriller, while Hungary was taking over the reins for Turkey as the false dark horses versus Ireland, because the moment this team has a minuscule amount of pressure put upon them, they fold faster than Asian Eurovision. But don't worry, Hungarians, at least you didn't bottle as badly as the Ravens in week 1. But Irish people, don't think that these are signs of better times. You are still miserable. Anyways, Portugal lead the group so far with Armenia currently in the playoff spots. I'm getting too excited, it's been 2 games. Last time we left off with Group G, Finland had a narrow lead, but the Netherlands still had 2 games in hand. You also had the Polish, but they were struggling due to conflicts within the dressing room. However, Poland have quickly dealt with this issue. Since being hired in July, manager Jan Urban has mended broken relationships with Lewandowski and Piotr Zielinski, and this has successfully translated onto the pitch as the Poles stole a point away from the Dutch and they got revenge against the Finnish. Fullback Matty Cash scored in both of these fixtures, so keep an eye on him because he's been thriving under this new system so far. The Netherlands did manage to collect a win to close off the window, but not without a little scare from Lithuania. Also, What the hell is the deal here, Lithuanians? You can put up a fight against the Netherlands and Finland, but you can't beat Malta in 2 games? What am I supposed to think of you? But as it stands, the Dutch take the lead in the table with the game in hand. And tied on points with them in the runners-up spot is Poland, who will be very happy with this window. Third place Finland are still in the hunt, but that loss to the Poles has taken a massive hit to their chances. In Group H, Bosnia was proving once more that Balkan blood ages like Shiska Kudo. But just behind them tied on points was both Austria with the game in hand and Romania. The Romanians though blew a 2-0 lead for Cyprus in their only game, so we can just kind of ignore them for the rest of the campaign. Austria and Bosnia, on the other hand, were going band for band. Both won their first games of the month and then would face each other. 48 minutes played, a Bosnian defender does a bad job of clearing and Marcel Sabitzer capitalizes. 1 minute later though, 39-year-old Edin Dzeko once more comes to the rescue for the Bosnians. But then 15 minutes later, Konrad Leimer scores the winner for Austria. Funnily enough though, Bosnia remain top of the group due to goal difference, but Austria can easily overtake them if they win their next fixture in October. Group I had Norway dominating after they broke Italy, but they weren't done there. In the Norwegians' only game of this window, they made Moldova look as unstable as Transnistria, putting 11 past them.
Here's how I'll torture you, David. Number 1, the marrow furnace. I'll inject liquid metal into your bones, boiling them from the inside. Number 2, the nerve harvester. Each nerve fiber will be plucked and strung, vibrating with agony. Number 3, the organ grinder.
The same Moldovan side that beat Poland 3-2 a couple years ago saw Erling Haaland march into their box and bag 5 goals. He scored as many points as the New York Giants in week 1. Meanwhile, Italy under new manager Gennaro Gattuso won versus Estonia after a slow start to the game. However, only 16 minutes into their following match, they give up a silly own goal versus the Genocide Merchants.
Ciao a tutti. Votate per New Day will rise.
Fortunately, Moise Kean would come to the rescue and break through the only legal form of a blockade these guys have ever formed. But once more, the Italian defense shows as much of a spine as your average US politician. And boom, 20 trillion more to these guys' World Cup travel costs. However, Moise Kean gives the opposition a taste of their own medicine as he again occupies their space, and there's probably a good chance Moises' house will be hit by a drone in a couple weeks. But from there, Italy started finding more of a rhythm, with Politano giving them the advantage in the 59th minute, and then Raspadori adding a 4th in the 81st. It appears, though, that the Mossad recently hired more than one player, as this time Bastoni puts it in his own net in the 87th. And then 2 minutes later, the Italians once more shit the bed in defense. You know, it's already bad enough y'all aren't gonna qualify again, but now you're gonna let this happen. Tonali! And so, at the end of September, Norway looks stronger than ever at the top, and trailing behind them is Hamas. Group J, you had North Macedonia and Wales into the top 2, but Belgium still had 2 games in hand. Oh yeah, also, Kazakhstan is in this group as well, and just recently, FC Kairat just qualified for the Champions League, baby! Now, before any of you accuse me of being a bandwagon, I've had this for 2 years now. But Kazakhstan might want to borrow this to tie a noose with how this window went for them. They started by narrowly losing to Wales at home, and then they were bludgeoned by Belgium.
Better scramble like an egg before you get folded like an omelet. Jaeger.
And how about we continue to show some more love to these minnows, because they desperately need it. Liechtenstein conceded a total of 11 goals this window, 5 versus North Macedonia and 6 versus Belgium.
Better scramble like an egg before you get folded like an omelet.
I guess on a positive, at least the French parody account dedicated to this national team is still hilarious. Anyways, North Macedonia remain at the top, but Belgium are just a point away with the game in hand. Also, Wales is still in the fight, which makes me think that that matchup between them and North Macedonia on the last match day could be cinema. Group K was pretty straightforward, with England in the lead while a dogfight was happening for the runners-up spot. And England continued their perfect streak with a questionable win versus Moldova, and then just as everyone was doubting the Tukelaban, they put 5 past the Serbians in Serbia. The Serbians did manage to pull out a victory in this window, as did their good friends Albania. So the table doesn't really change at all, but do keep in mind that Serbia still has that game in hand, and they play Albania next month. And finally, in Group L, the Croatians were using age-reversing magic again as they continue to be perfect all across the board. Meanwhile, runners-up Czechia are pulling away from the pack after they beat Montenegro. Group A started with an early scare for the Germans after an opening loss for Slovakia. But like a Roki Sasaki playoff closer, they weren't fazed by the pressure and collected their second win of the campaign versus Luxembourg. Meanwhile, the Slovakians shit the bed versus a team that hasn't been relevant since Will Grigg in 2016.
I'm out of sync, I guess, because I didn't know you till today.
The Germans, on the other hand, were able to break down the Northern Irish thanks to a single goal from the most Australian-looking man you'll ever see. So much for that excitement. Thanks for nothing, guys. So at the end of the month, the Germans eased the stress after jumping from 3rd to 1st in the group. Slovakia was at least able to collect a win versus Luxembourg, so they sit tied on points. That result also means Luxembourg are already eliminated, which, like, damn, what the fuck, guys? I expected y'all to at least fight back. Don't count out 3rd place Northern Ireland, though. They play Slovakia next month, and if they can beat them again, all the pressure would be on Slovakia since they end the group with Germany, while Northern Ireland plays 0-point Luxembourg at home. Over to Group B, most people expected a dogfight between the Swedes and Femboys, but they both started miserably. Nevertheless, new month, new slate. Now was time to rewrite all early failures. They say that despite Sweden being one of the happiest countries, their suicide rate is also one of the highest. And that's probably because of this defense. Sweden has 2 top 10 strikers in the world right now, and not even that can get them a result versus a nation in its 3rd ever World Cup qualification campaign ever. This is probably a good time to mention that not only is agent Jon Dahl Tomasson Danish, he's also Denmark's all-time top scorer, and in Euro 2004, he did this versus Sweden. What the hell was the Federation thinking? Oh yeah, by the way, that suicide rate myth? Entirely made up by the American government. Meanwhile, Kosovo in the match prior put up a defensive masterclass for Slovenia to grab another point.
Up to you for keeping the shit very clean.
Thank you.
Only thank you.
No, thank you for the support.
This is no longer a fluke. Kosovo now sit in the playoff spot with a 4-point gap between them and 3rd place Slovenia, while Switzerland sit pretty 3 points above them, assured at least the playoffs. Group C was pretty close to start off, with Denmark and Scotland tied for the top, while one other nation was not too far off. And we knew since the Euro playoffs, Greece was on the up, and they made an even bigger statement silencing the Scottish crowd with an hour played. But just when we were all starting to believe in the Greek dream, they concede the equalizer just 2 minutes later, give up another goal, and then in the dying minutes, their keeper proceeded to do this shit. The Greeks then traveled to Copenhagen and saw their World Cup dreams burst into flames after just 41 minutes played. Going back to the top 2, they both played Belarus as well. Denmark put 6 past them, while Scotland was doing all they could to produce one of the most unconvincing wins a human being has ever seen. Anyways, now with everyone else eliminated, Denmark and Scotland remain in the top 2, and these guys will play each other in their last qualifiers next month to determine who qualifies automatically and who will have to go through hell to do it. Group D had France in first, with Iceland surprising many sitting above Ukraine, but again, it was way too early to say anything. The two nations, though, would face each other to start the window. After a horrendous start to the campaign, like usual, Ukraine started getting the ball rolling as they drew first blood. But Iceland weren't gonna let them by this easily and equalized 20 minutes later. However, then Ukraine finally decided to actually lock in and scored one right before and one right after halftime. Welcome to the playoffs, I guess. Not if Albert Gudmundsson has anything to say about that though, as he leads a quick comeback with just 15 minutes to go. But this does nothing in the grand scheme of things, as Ukraine thrive on the pressure and respond with 2 late goals to seal the deal. The Ukrainians then finished 6 of 6 for the window after getting their revenge versus the other genocide merchants. But it wasn't over for Iceland just yet, and they can thank France's Jules Koundé attempting a one-man offside trap for that one. France wasn't only playing diddy ball though. Against the other genocide merchants, Mbappe scored a ridiculous solo goal. And then for the third goal, we saw this from Florian Thauvin of all people. This sees the French remain in first, with Ukraine 3 points behind them in the playoff spots. Although third place Iceland can't be counted out yet, especially since Ukraine and Iceland play each other in their last qualifiers next month. Over to Group E, and even though only 2 games have been played so far, Spain are already pretty much confirmed automatic qualification. Not mathematically, they just are. Even without Lamine Yamal due to his dick being broken or something, Spain collected 6 of 6 points with ease. Meanwhile, after their embarrassing 6-0 loss at home, Turkey was determined to make a statement this month. And they definitely did that, as they feasted upon Bulgaria and then ripped Georgia to shreds. So after the October window, Spain are miles away, with Turkey sitting comfortably in a playoff spot. Georgia still has a chance, but with only 2 games remaining for everyone, they need to win out both of their games and see Turkey lose their remaining fixtures. Issue though, Germany still has to play Spain, and there's more of a chance that Gianni Infantino stops giving Donald Trump head than Bulgaria beating Turkey. Entering October, Group F saw Portugal 3 points clear at the top, with Armenia having a surprise appearance in the playoff spots. That did not last long, however, as Hungary, now hungry for points, beat the Armenians 2-0. Meanwhile in Lisbon, it would go all the way to the death until Portugal broke through Ireland's defense. And who else but Ruben Neves wearing his late friend Diogo Jota's number to be the one to do it. The struggles continued for Portugal at home though, as Hungary silenced the whole stadium just 8 minutes in. However, here comes Cristiano Ronaldo to the rescue, and the 40-year-old gives the Portuguese the lead right before halftime. This also means Cristiano Ronaldo is now the all-time leading World Cup qualifiers goal scorer. But we mustn't forget that whenever there are exactly zero expectations for Hungary to perform, they actually do something. And Portugal probably didn't get that memo, as Dominic Szoboszlai saves his nation a point at the death. Meanwhile, Ireland were able to just keep their hopes alive after getting some revenge versus Armenia, with Evan Ferguson scoring his 3rd goal in his last 4 caps. So at the end of October, Portugal, despite some struggles, hold a 5-point lead at the top, while Hungary, Ireland, and Armenia will be going at it in a dogfight next month. Armenia versus Hungary kicks off November, while a potential runners-up decider between Hungary and Ireland happens later on. Group G had the Dutch on top with a game in hand, with Poland hopping into second thanks to their bounce back window last month, which included a crucial revenge victory versus Finland. For Finland, their qualification hopes took a massive hit last month, so it was extremely important for them to win the 2 fixtures they had in October. And they started well, coming back from 1-0 down to beat Lithuania. But unfortunately, their second game was away in the Netherlands, and they were straight up demoralized by the 40th minute. The Dutch also collected another victory earlier in the window versus Malta. Meanwhile, Poland had only 1 game this window, but they made it count with a solid victory versus Lithuania. So as it stands, the Dutch remain in the lead, with Poland 3 points behind them in the playoff spots. The two will play each other next month in Warsaw, but even if Poland win, the Netherlands' goal difference will probably break that tie. Since the beginning of Group H, it's been a waiting game for the inevitable. However, Bosnia has done an exceptional job at holding strong at the top, but Austria did just beat them last month and still have that damn game in hand, which they would finally play in this window and drop 10 on San Marino in the process. But Bosnia can still easily lock in the playoff spot, as they scored 2 early goals versus Cyprus, but then they ball the lead. It's fine though, Romania's basically out and they still have to play Austria. But you could kinda tell this was a different Romania when someone tried this shit in the first 15 minutes. And the Romanians didn't stop there. Faster than their hands to a wallet were their constant barrage of attacks. They then finally found the breakthrough in the 5th minute of stoppage time, as they not only stunned the Austrians, but revived their campaign. With 2 more games remaining, this was great news for the Romanians. And also San Marino. Because of UEFA's constant need to implement the Nations League into everything, 4 of the best ranked Nations League group winners who don't finish top 2 will advance to the playoffs alongside the 12 runners-up finishers. Right now in order, that's Wales, Romania, Sweden, Northern Ireland, who would advance, while Moldova and San Marino miss out. So that means if 2 of those teams in the current top 4 finish runners-up next month, San Marino is in the playoffs. Realistically speaking, they would need Northern Ireland and Romania to lock in, and it just so happens that Romania is in their group. Not only that, Romania and San Marino play each other in their last respective qualifier. So if Romania can pull off a win versus Bosnia to start November, it would literally be in the best of San Marino's interest to concede as many goals as physically possible to give Romania a better goal difference off a possible tiebreaker. That's right, San Marino could actually advance to the playoffs with 0 points and a negative 100 goal difference. This is the shit the Nations League created. No one was looking more forward to destroying the genocide merchants than Erling Haaland.
ממי, למתי הזמנת את הבייביסיטר? אנחנו מאחרים.
From minute 1, Haaland was looking like Demon LeBron from the 2012 Eastern Conference Finals. He was out here treating opposing defenders as if it was the Israeli government seeing a toddler under the age of 1. This hate watch was so satisfying that I cannot even tell you how many times I've replayed Haaland pushing someone into an own goal and running off to celebrate as the defender writhes in pain. Put that shit in a niche film festival now! By halftime, it was already 3-0 and Haaland would add 2 more to cap off the first ever hat-trick to unite the world. Alright, Italy. I need you to lock in now. The Italians started their window winning 3-1 with Moise Kean once again bagging another goal. Unfortunately, he grabbed an injury shortly after scoring. Hopefully that doesn't fuck up their chances of qualifying like the last time they lost a key forward. Thankfully for the time being, the Italians still had Matteo Retegui. So Gianni, no need to worry about solving those complex geopolitical issues like banning Israel, because Matteo can do all that for you instead, as he scores a brace to officially put an end to the genocide merchants' hopes and dreams. Now looking at the table, it's just Norway and Italy left. These two play next month in Milan, but seeing how the goal difference is so far in Norway's favor, Italy may as well mentally prepare themselves for playoff hell for a third straight time. Also, let's give those genocide merchants one last send-off. This clip is from last year's Euro playoffs, but considering it pissed off so many people before, I want to show it again. Group J had North Macedonia hanging on to the top spot while Belgium was on their tail with the game in hand. And North Macedonia did exactly what they needed to do to stay there, holding Belgium to a 0-0 draw at home. But then they fucked it all up, being held to a draw versus 4th place Kazakhstan. We can't have anything nice, man. Belgium, on the other hand, beat Wales 4-2, which finally saw them overtake North Macedonia for the automatic qualification spot. However, the North Macedonia still hold a 3-point lead for the playoff spot, but they only have one game in November versus Wales. I would build more hype for this matchup, but it literally doesn't matter. Both of these teams will advance because they won their Nations League groups. Similar to Group I, there was only one thing people were looking forward to in Group K: Serbia versus Albania. Again. The initial matchup had an interesting build-up, but the actual match itself was pretty boring. But just like the first game in Albania, we once again saw some petty flag drama. This time though, Serbia just flat out refused to put any kind of Albanian flag in their stadium. Not only that, Serbian authorities even announced that no Albanian symbols would be allowed in the stadium. At all. Albania's national team didn't care too much though, because after scoring the only goal of the game, Raym and I ran straight towards the Serbian bench with a double eagle gesture, to which Serbians in the stands responded by singing the Balkans' most peaceful song, "Kill, kill the Albanians." Our sport has never been more back. Nationalistically, this is a monumental win for Albanians, and an even bigger one for their qualification hopes, because this now meant Albania was closer to locking in the playoffs, while Serbia was almost certainly down and out. Because while it's only a 1-point gap after Serbia was able to recover versus Andorra, Albania's next games are Andorra away and England at home. And for Serbia, they have Latvia at home, but also England away. Group L saw Croatia and Czechia tied on points, with the Croatians on top due to goal difference. The two played each other earlier in the campaign, where the Croatian unction destroyed Czechia. They went at it again this month in Prague, and Czechia was able to get a positive result to maintain their claim of the playoff spot. But of course, it couldn't be that easy, as in their second game, the Faroe Islands took the lead in the 67th minute. The Czechs struck back with an equalizer, but then just 2 minutes later, the Faroe Islands catch the keeper in no man's land, and a guy who had just come on 10 seconds prior scores the winner. And prior to this game, the Faroe Islands annihilated Montenegro 4-0 to complete a perfect window.
I will shred this universe down to its last atom.
Which now sees these Nordic minnows just a single point off a playoff spot. Unfortunately, their last game is in Croatia, while Czechia has a slam dunk match against Gibraltar at home. Oh, by the way, Montenegro has been so bad as of late that they gave Liechtenstein its first goal of the year, and it took until the 74th minute to find an equalizer. Group A at the beginning of the window saw the top two of Germany and Slovakia tied on points. Germany started the window with a 2-0 win versus Luxembourg thanks to the most Australian looking man again.
What are you talking about?
While Slovakia found a last-minute winner off a corner versus Northern Ireland. The Germans and Slovakians then played each other to determine who would qualify for 2026. And this shit wasn't even close. Need not worry though, Slovakia, as you still have a chance through the playoffs in March, as does Northern Ireland through the Nations League. Group B has been a big stunner for most people, as both teams most people believed were sure candidates for the playoffs have been god-awful. But this has opened the door for Kosovo to sit in second with a comfortable 4-point gap. The only team that was able to reach them now was Slovenia, but they were quickly put to bed with some absolutely elegant football.
Twisting, turning, and firing into the far corner! It is a dream start for Kosovo!
And then later in the match, a Slovenian defender decided to put his nation out of its misery.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Nothing. Me? Just hanging around.
Meanwhile, Switzerland bullied Sweden again, and then played out a draw with Kosovo, which was more than enough points for the Swiss to qualify for the World Cup for the 6th straight time. On the other hand, Kosovo advances to the playoffs, as does Sweden, because of the Nations League. Someone please send a nuke at this competition. Group C had just Scotland and Denmark left alive. Both were tied on points going into November, which could potentially set up an incredible finale as the two would play each other later in the window. But first, to begin the month, Denmark had a game versus Belarus, and Scotland had an away day in Greece. And the Danes could only settle for a draw, which was a massive blow to their qualification hopes, is what I'd say if their opponent was literally anyone besides Scotland, who fell 3-0 down to Greece by the hour mark. Scotland responded though, pulling 2 back in just 5 minutes, but this was just the illusion of hope. Because then, Greek keeper Vlachodimos decided he hates the Scottish and turns into prime Neuer. So going into the top of the table clash finale now, all the Danes had to do to qualify was get a draw, while Scotland had to win at all costs. In translation, Denmark had officially booked a ticket because the Scots have never been able to perform under pressure.
The tricks and McTominay!
But don't forget that this team is the arbiter of my suffering. Disappointment is not only inevitable, it's a lifestyle for them. But then, 77 minutes played, a Scotland corner delivery is flinged across the box, and Lawrence Shankland is on the end of it. What a way to get your first World Cup qualifier goal, as this goal might just take Scotland to the promised land. Not even 4 minutes later though, Scotland struggled to clear a delivery and concede. Fuck me, man. However, this is unlike any Scottish side I have ever seen. They just will not stop fighting. This is it, Scotland. End the decades of suffering. Rewrite history. Right here. Right fucking now.
Here's McLean. He's going to shoot.
Scotland, the other half of me, I will not be elaborating on that point, are returning to the World Cup for the first time since 1998. I cannot wait to get pissed drunk with a bunch of Scots next summer. Going into November with Group D, France was almost certain to qualify, and that quickly became confirmed after they destroyed Ukraine 4-0. This also allowed Iceland to overtake for second thanks to goal difference after they picked up a win to start the window. So we had another match that would decide a position. Iceland versus Ukraine for the playoff spot. And in the end, it would be Ukraine who would prevail with 2 late goals. Group E was pretty much settled like 2 months ago. Spain qualified after a 2-2 draw with Turkey in their last game of the window, while Turkey will once more fight for their lives in the playoffs thanks to a 2-0 win versus Bulgaria and Georgia's catastrophic collapse. The Georgians going into this window needed 6 points to even have a chance to keep their hopes alive. They failed right off the bat, losing to Spain, which, fair enough, it's Spain, but then they lost to a Bulgarian side that hadn't won since last year. Group F was all but Portugal's for the taking going into November. In their first match of the window though, an Irish side that badly needed a perfect window had other ideas and slayed the Portuguese 2-0 thanks to a Troy Parrott brace. Now while one number 7 was scoring, the other was elbowing players in the back? Ronaldo was given a red for this, which means he could actually miss Portugal's first World Cup match. But don't worry, literally everyone else besides the Portuguese. CR7's been talking to Donald Trump about that. And some other matters, if you will. Anyways, Hungary earned a narrow win versus Armenia, and after Portugal absolutely demoralized the Armenians to qualify for the World Cup, that meant only the playoff spot remained, and the winner between Hungary and Ireland would claim it. 3 minutes played, Hungary waste no time and take the lead in front of the home crowd. But they quickly shoot themselves in the foot, giving away a penalty, and Ireland equalize in the 14th minute. Now, Hungary back on the attack in the 37th. Varga takes it on the chest, lets it bounce once, and oh my lord. Ireland refused to die though, and once again it's the man of the hour Troy Parrott finding the equalizer in the 80th minute. As it stands though, Hungary would still be the ones to advance, but here come Ireland at the deck.
Scales is up after it, Scales wins the header, the chance!
And so, thanks to Troy Parrott's 5 goals in this window, and also his first 5 goals of the World Cup qualification campaign for Ireland, the Irish achieve what many, including their most loyal, thought near impossible. And once more, it is the history of the Hungry. Entering November, the Netherlands held the qualification spot in Group G, with Poland sitting runners-up 3 points behind them. Finland was also still alive, but they could only overtake Poland if they somehow made up an 11-goal differential in a single match. In that one single match though, They lost to Malta. So none of this mattered anyways. Back to the battle for the top, the Netherlands and Poland started this window with a 1-1 draw with each other. This pretty much was the end for Poland, as the Netherlands then capped off their campaign with a 4-0 win versus Lithuania to officially qualify for the World Cup. But Polish people, it's okay, because you'll just have to fight through the playoffs for like the 800th time. Group H was real close. Austria was just holding on to the top spot after they picked up their first loss of the campaign versus Romania last window, while Bosnia and Romania were looking to run away with the spot and a berth into World Cup 2026. But before any of that could happen, second and third place would play each other to start this window. Romania quickly went up 1-0, but then reverted back to being Romania, and Bosnia scored 3 unanswered to get a massive win that confirms them at least the playoffs. While Romania not only disappoint their own people, ignore the fact that they've made it through the Nations League, they disappoint the entire globe, because they have destroyed any hopes of San Marino making it to the playoffs now. Austria deleted Cyprus's tiny bit of hope for the playoffs to begin their window, so it all came down to a finale between Austria and Bosnia to see who would book a ticket to the World Cup next year. Bosnia knew only a win would see them qualify, so they wasted no time grabbing a goal early on. However, the Austrians were not about to see their best opportunity to return slip, as Michael Gregorich scores the equalizer and writes his name amongst greats like Matthias Sindelar, as Austria are back in the World Cup for the first time since 1998. Going into this window, Norway was very close to securing Group I, and after a 4-1 win versus Estonia, they all but confirmed a return to the big dance. However, the Italians believed otherwise going into their last match versus Norway. Because the Azzurri would have to beat the Norwegians 9-0 to automatically qualify, they started complaining. Oh, why is it goal difference when it should be head-to-head? It seems pretty unfair if we beat them 4-0 and still don't qualify. Have you ever noticed that CONMEBOL has 100% of their teams qualify for the World Cup every year? Very interesting. I'm just saying, man, you should have no right to speak this way when you can't even score against Moldova for the first 80 minutes. Before the game, though, Holland was asked at a press conference about Inter striker Pio Esposito. Why was he asked this question? Because Italian media is so fucking stupid, okay? I don't know, man. To which he responded, I don't know much about him, to be honest. Maybe the media will come after me for saying this, but if you play for Italy, you have to have quality, and if you play for Inter, you must have it too. That's how it is. With how Italian media just blew this out of proportion, Esposito definitely heard this and responded on the pitch by giving the Italians the lead in the 11th minute. So you know what, fair enough to him. Unfortunately for Italy though, their defense is still anti-Italian, and then Gianluca Mancini ruined everything entirely by being a sex pest. So once again, Norway destroyed the Italians and officially returned to the World Cup for the first time since 1998. Group J last month saw Belgium finally overtake North Macedonia, not because of their own doing, but because of Kazakhstan. But I guess we're underestimating Kazakhstan, because they too would draw with the Belgians. Or maybe Belgium's just shit, either one works to be honest. Not that this really affected Belgium's chances, because their only other game was Liechtenstein, and after a 7-0 win, the Belgians have officially qualified for their 4th straight World Cup. The Welsh also beat Liechtenstein, which put them level on points with North Macedonia, whose only game of the window was against Wales. Both teams were assured playoffs, but with the winner of this fixture being granted a favorable seeding in the playoffs, we would still see the best from each country. What the fuck? England had already qualified out of Group K, so it all came down to the runners-up spots. Albania had a 1-point cushion between them and their friendly neighbor Serbia, so you'd think this playoff spot would be decided like the other groups, right? Absolutely not. Because Serbia still had to play England, who they ended up losing to. So all Albania needed to do was beat Andorra. And that task is honestly easier than getting out of bed. So this will be the first time Albania ever makes it to the playoffs, but I'm gonna be real, I don't really think they care that much about that. They just care about the fact that they eliminated Serbia. And finally, Group L. Croatia began the window with a 3-1 win versus the Faroe Islands, which sees them qualify for the World Cup with flying colors. This result also eliminated the Faroe Islands, meaning Czechia would take on the last playoff spot. Quickly before we move on to the next confederation, let's briefly look at all the teams that will be moving on to the playoffs. Out of Group A, Slovakia finished runners-up while Northern Ireland earned a berth through the Nations League. Group B, we see Kosovo move on as runners-up while Sweden escaped the group, having finished bottom with just 2 points. In Group C, Denmark advanced as runners-up. Group D, Ukraine narrowly edged out Iceland for a playoff spot. Group E, Turkey were basically banished to the playoffs after matchday 1. Group F, Ireland's spectacular window is rewarded with a place in the playoffs. Group G, Poland loves the playoffs. They get to do that again, I guess. Group H, Bosnia finished runners-up while Romania get a ticket through the Nations League. Group I, lol. Lamau. Group J, Wales finished runners-up, and North Macedonia move on through the Nations League. Group K, Albania finished runners-up. And finally in Group L, Czechia finished runners-up. How this round works is fairly simple. It's just like how it was in 2022. There are 4 different paths to qualify. Each path consists of 4 teams. A path will have 2 semifinals, and the winners from both of those matchups will face up against each other in the final to determine who qualifies for the World Cup. So we'll start with Path A, which consisted of Italy, Wales, Northern Ireland, and Bosnia. This was easily the most anticipated group in Europe simply because everyone was wondering if Italy was actually going to do it again or not. The Italians seemed to be more locked in though. Their coach Gennaro Gattuso was no longer having Africa be rent-free in his mind because that was now being drowned out by the voices. Northern Ireland, on the other hand, were kind of poking the bear, with their coach claiming no one on the Italian team really scared them. Liazzurri took that quite personally, as if their attack could actually fucking do something about it. However, in the second half, the Spaghetti Mafia looked much more threatening and bagged 2 goals to advance to the final. On the other side of the bracket, you had Wales versus Bosnia in Cardiff. The Welsh grinded out in search for the first goal, and they finally were rewarded for their efforts in the 52nd minute thanks to a Dan James cracker. The Bosnians hadn't done much up to this point, but this flipped a switch, and they themselves started grinding in search for an equalizer. And eventually, a 40-year-old Edin Dzeko comes in and saves his nation's hopes with just 4 minutes left to play. The game then went to extra time with both teams duking it out, not only on the pitch, but also off it too. But despite some close calls after 120 minutes, the game was still tied at 1. Bosnia, though, start the shootout bad, missing their first attempt. Wales, on the other hand, pick up an early 2-1 lead, but then Brennan Johnson absolutely shanks his attempt. Bosnia then recovered to tie things up, while Wales continued to fuck up. And just like that, Bosnia turned things around and win the shootout through 18-year-old Kerem Alabegovic. This now leaves us with just 2 nations remaining in the path: Italy and Bosnia. And before any ball was kicked, this shit had more drama than an Asian American friend group. Immediately after Bosnia put the dagger in Wales' hopes, some of the Italians were seen celebrating as if they had already qualified. The main culprit, Federico Di Marco, tried to backtrack, but everyone could easily see through his bullshit. Meanwhile, Bosnia's Edin Dzeko didn't take it too personally, but couldn't help but clap back a little, saying, quote, "If they're afraid to play in Wales, something isn't working." Oh! It wasn't just the players getting ahead of themselves, though. Italian media, which has a history of overlooking opponents like a religious practice, by no one's surprise, were also doing it. DAZN Italia, for example, made by far the worst typo you could have possibly made in regards to Bosnia and Herzegovina. Beyond that, we also had a spy. That's right, during one of Bosnia's training sessions, a spy sent by the Italian Federation themselves was spotted by some of the Bosnian coaching staff. I mean, like father, like son, I guess. This actually wasn't the case, though. It was just an Italian soldier stationed in Bosnia. This game would take place in Bosnia though, but I guess that wasn't enough to stop the Bosnians from shitting the bed and gifting Italy an early lead. However, just like the game versus Wales, this flipped a switch for the Bosnians, and they proceeded to absolutely dominate the Italians. In the first half, it was all Bosnia. In the second half, besides one chance for Italy that they fucked up, because of course they did, everything was Bosnian. And after 80 attempts at exercising Satan's greatest soldier, Gigi Donnarumma, Muhammad Islamovic FC finally grabs that long-awaited equalizer. Did anything change from there? Did the Italians finally start to, fight back? Absolutely not. The irresistible spirit of Bosnia was just too powerful for the fake Italian cosplayers. Fortunately for the pasta merchants, no more goals were conceded, so this would go to penalties. Unfortunately for the so-called nation of the best cuisine in the world, they can't score penalties. Both teams then converted their second attempt, so it stands at 2-1, advantage Bosnia. Last game's decider, Alabegovic, goes on to make it 3-1, while Brian Cristante digs Italy's grave even deeper. So up steps 21-year-old Esmir Baraktarevic, an American-born kid of Bosnian immigrants. His idol growing up was Edin Dzeko, and he dreamed of a moment like this. A moment to send Bosnia to the World Cup.
I will assimilate.
After failing to qualify for a 3rd straight time now, Gigi Donnarumma was quite irate because it turned out the Bosnian ball boy hid the keeper's penalty taker notes. Lamau. But following this 3rd straight disaster, Italy's entire program went into meltdown with both the head coach and president resigning. Notorious Italian, the Rizzler, was so ashamed of this performance, he decided to become French. and also Dominican. Also, Canada decided to host an event where you could switch out your Italian jersey for a Canadian one. And we all quickly found out how easy it is to rage bait Italians. Next, Path B, which had the survivors of Poland, Ukraine, Albania, and Sweden? Yes, that's right, folks. A team that finished last and went winless in their group still has a chance to qualify simply because of the fucking Nations League. Oh, but Maxwell, you were rooting for the Nations League when San Marino had a chance to go to the playoffs. Yeah, because that would have been funny as hell. Anyways, after the abysmal performance in the last round, the Swedes entered this phase with a brand new manager, Graham Potter. It may seem like a real polar bear in Arlington, Texas type beat, but you'd be mistaken because Graham Potter actually managed in Sweden for 7 whole years. And that experience came in handy as Potter's Sweden went on to absolutely destroy Ukraine, with Viktor Gyökeres scoring a whole ass hat trick. Meanwhile, in Warsaw, Poland and Albania would go face to face with one another. And Albania would shock the entire stadium after capitalizing on a Polish mistake in the 42nd minute. Then into the second half, here come the Albanians with a chance to put a dagger in this one. The land of Dua Lipa would pay heavily for that miss, as Poland's savior for the last decade and more, Robert Lewandowski, would head home an equalizer in the 63rd minute. Then just 10 minutes later, Piotr Zielinski, with absolute ice in his veins, composure to a T, and nonchalantless performative men all over Bushwick dream of, fires a rocket into the bottom corner to complete the turnaround for Poland. So the final was officially set, and it would be a rematch of the exact same matchup in 2022 that saw Poland beat Sweden to qualify for that tournament. Just 20 minutes played, Sweden whip out a complete contrast of the horrid football that Danish side played, with Anthony Elanga putting the finishing touch. However, Poland respond quickly with a clean curler from Nikola Zalewski. But then, only 10 minutes later, Sweden strike back with a header from Gustav Lagerbielke, playing just his 9th cap for his country. It just keeps going back and forth though, and Poland once more find the equalizer through Charlottetown legend Karol Swiderski. But Sweden would not be denied by the Polish again. 88 minutes played, the first attempt is blocked, the second is saved by the keeper, another attempt hits the damn post, but then finally the ball meets Gyökeres' boot and hits the back of the net. Sweden gets sweet revenge versus Poland in a 3-2 thriller and qualify for World Cup 2026. On to Path C now, where we had Turkey, Slovakia, Romania, and Kosovo to duke it out for a spot in North America. For the favorites Turkey, the real belief in returning to the World Cup was so strong it basically unified the whole country. And spearheading this effort was a 21-year-old Arda Güler, a magician with more pizzazz than those ice cream men, and his beautiful assist within an overall stellar performance would get Turkey just that bit closer to qualification. Oh yeah, by the way, I've been wanting to ask the Turks about this for a while. Does your country's women love Barris Yilmaz or something? Because during my research, I came across at least 3 different Barris Yilmaz fan camps. Anyways, the other semi was Slovakia versus Kosovo, and in just 5 minutes, the Slovakians were off to a fiery start going 1-0 up. However, Kosovo would find an equalizer just 15 minutes later. 44 minutes played though, Slovakia retake the lead after somehow squeezing a free kick into the net. But Kosovo just will not die. Only a minute into the second half, they once again come up with an equalizer. The underdogs aren't done there though. Close to the hour mark, Florent Muslia scores a magnificent free kick, and for the first time on the night, Kosovo has the lead. And they'd never look back as 12 minutes later they bag a 4th to silence the entirety of Bratislava. Slovakia did manage a late consolation, but it wouldn't be enough as they lose 4-3 to a country they don't even recognize. Meanwhile, little old Kosovo can continue to dream big. So the qualification spot between Path C would be determined between Turkey and Kosovo. Kosovo had the best chance of the first half, with the Turkish keeper making an insane save off the crossbar. But it would be the Turks to make the breakthrough early in the second half, and with it, Turkey qualified for the World Cup for the first time since that iconic Cinderella run in 2002. Finally, we got Path D, which has Denmark, Czechia, Ireland, and North Macedonia. North Macedonia was able to hold down the fort versus Denmark for about 45 minutes. Denmark in the second half proceeded to to obliterate the Macedonians to the point that there might now be East, West, and South. Ireland was riding off the highs of the triumph versus Hungary, and that carried into their match versus Czechia as they took an early 2-goal lead. But we mustn't forget, this is World Cup qualifiers, and no matter how good the team, how strong the spirit, for Ireland, everything will go to shit. I'm sorry, but why the hell are you holding onto someone's shirt here? The ball's literally moving away from the goal. This turned out to be the turning point for Czechia as they grasped onto the majority of the momentum and eventually completed the comeback with 5 minutes to spare. Nothing could separate the two nations after that, so the spot in the final would be determined by a penalty shootout. Which, speaking of, a couple days before this game, Ireland's coach told the media that Ireland would not be practicing penalties, claiming other things were more important.
Brown. Oh, saved by Kovar again.
So the final UEFA spot would go to either Denmark or Czechia. 2 minutes played, corner from Czechia headed away, but only as far as Pavel Such, who rips that shit into the net. 33 minutes, Czechia trying to tuck this game into bed early, but the keeper gets just enough to direct the ball past the opposite side of the post. And that proves vital for Denmark's hopes, as in the 71st minute, Joachim Andersen heads home the equalizer. Into extra time now, Czechia with the free kick. It somehow cleanly falls right to Ladislav Krejci, and Češko are just 20 minutes away from returning to the World Cup for the first time in 20 years. However, the Danes have one more trick up their sleeves. Kasper Hull, a late bloomer coming off a 17-goal season with Bodo Glimt. He subbed on in the 107th, and just 3 minutes later, the 25-year-old scores the equalizer for his country in the most dire of situations in just his second ever cap. So, after a crazy 120 of action, this last spot will be finalized with a penalty shootout. And Denmark didn't even bother showing up. And so, for the first time since all these guys were kids, Czechia will be making its long-awaited return to the World Cup this summer. For the first time ever in African qualifiers, there's no playoff round prior to the group phase. The first round of qualifiers will consist of 9 groups with 6 teams each, which means I have 54 more teams to preview. Kill me now. Just like Asia, the countries will play their group opponents both at home and away. And at the end of this round, each group winner will automatically qualify for the World Cup, while the 4 best second place finishers will advance to the playoff round. To start, we have Group A, which consists of Egypt, Burkina Faso, Guinea-Bissau, Sierra Leone, Ethiopia, and Djibouti. Egypt has made it to 2 World Cups back in 1990 and 2018. 2018 was supposed to be the exciting tournament back for the Egyptians, but it derailed very quickly. To start, Mo Salah was injured right before the tournament in the Champions League final, and then to make things worse, there was a whole dispute between him and the Federation. And that was because Salah's likeness was being used on a plane with a rival telecommunications company. But the pain doesn't end there for our Egyptian king, because during a penalty shootout to determine who would be going to World Cup 2022, Salah was blinded by a swarm of lasers and missed his attempt. Egypt would go on to lose the shootout and miss out on the World Cup. And that was a year after Mo Salah and Egypt lost on penalties in the AFCON final. So the question now is, will Mo Salah ever catch a break? Just once. Back during 2014 World Cup qualifiers, Burkina Faso made it to the final rounds and defeated Algeria 3-2 in the first leg at home. Unfortunately, a single Algerian goal in the second leg was enough to send Burkina Faso packing. Burkina Faso has always seemed to be just one step away from greatness, aka qualifying for a World Cup. In the last 5 AFCONs, the Stallions have finished in the top 4 in 3. And the last World Cup qualification campaign, they were just 2 points below Algeria. It wasn't until the 2022 World Cup qualification campaign that Guinea-Bissau would actually advance out of the first round. This, along with 4 straight AFCON qualifications, gives fans some hope, albeit not much. Oh, also, there's this one player named Pele. The joke was funny back in 2015, trust me. Sierra Leone. Pretty sure Big Sean made a song that's named Sierra Leone. Anyways, back in the 2021 AFCON, Sierra Leone surprised everyone by holding reigning champions Algeria to a goalless draw. This was also Sierra Leone's first AFCON match in 25 years. Then the following match, Sierra Leone drew with Ivory Coast. Unfortunately, they failed to make it out of the group after losing to Equatorial Guinea. While Sierra Leone has had very little success in World Cup qualifiers, those results in the previous AFCON could give them some confidence coming into this World Cup qualification campaign. Oh, I did some digging, by the way, and I came across 2 interesting Sierra Leonean clubs: Anti-Drug Strikers FC and Mighty Blackpool. Which Ethiopian club are you? Defense Force SC, Ethiopian Coffee FC, or Ethiopian Insurance FC? Let me know in the comments. Mussolini's owners have never qualified for the World Cup. The closest they came was during 2014 qualifiers when Ethiopia reached the third round playoffs, but then were walloped by Nigeria. Ethiopia was one of the best in Africa once upon a time. Between 1957 and 1968, the Ethiopians won one AFCON and finished in the podium twice. Nowadays, though, Ethiopians are simply happy just to qualify for the tournament. Djibouti only started attempting World Cup qualification back in 2002. But despite the size of the country and its tendency to withdraw due to financial issues, the national team has managed to advance past the first round in 2010 and 2022 qualifiers. Group B, we have Senegal, DR Congo, Mauritania, Togo, Sudan, and South Sudan. I'm sure that'll go well. Senegal has made it to 3 World Cups in the last 30 years. Their best finish came in 2002 when, after stunning reigning champions France, the Senegalese made it all the way to the quarterfinals. Fast forward to now, for the last 8 years under long-serving head coach Aliou Cissé, the Senegalese have been enjoying a golden era, but with many core players getting older, the youngsters will need to step in. DR Congo made 1 appearance in the World Cup, and that was back in 1974 when they were called Zaire. They lost every single game, didn't score a goal, and conceded 14 times. Nowadays, the national team holds numerous talented players, some that play in the Turkish League, the Premier League, Bundesliga, and Liga. Here's the issue though. The national team is hilariously unserious. In the playoffs of African qualifiers last year, the Congolese managed to draw with heavy favorites Morocco in the first leg. And before one of the biggest games in the country's history, players were seen eating massive amounts of food. They lost the second leg 4-1. Mauritania's national team played its first game in 1961, but they didn't win a game until 1980. So it probably shouldn't come to the shock of anyone that Mauritania has never qualified for a World Cup or even has come close. In fact, in 7 attempts, the national team has only ever won 2 times. But perhaps there is hope for Mauritania because they qualified for their first AFCON in 2019, and they've qualified for every since. Back in the mid-2000s, Togo was experiencing a golden generation and qualified for the 2006 World Cup. While the tournament was pretty underwhelming, this was just the beginning for Togo. However, the team failed to qualify for 2010, and that was followed by a team bus attack during the 2010 AFCON that killed multiple staff members and injured numerous players. Many footballers were left traumatized from the attack, and after the federation opted to withdraw, it meant a nightmarish end to Togo's best era. And signs for the near future don't look that great for the Sparrowhawks because they haven't qualified for the last 3 AFCONs. Believe it or not, Sudan used to be one of the most successful teams in Africa back in the day. With players like all-time leading scorer Nasser El-Din Abbas, the Sudanese won the African Cup of Nations in 1970. But since then, it's only been downhill for the national team. Due to the retirement of stars, civil wars plaguing the nation, and numerous political conflicts causing a depletion in football resources, Sudan has fallen far from the heights it once knew. South Sudan gained independence in 2011, and their federation joined CAF in 2012. So once again, it shouldn't come to any surprise that they have never qualified for a major tournament. In Group C, we have Nigeria, South Africa, Benin, Zimbabwe, Rwanda, and Lesotho. After failing to qualify in their first 6 attempts between 1970 and 1990, the Nigerians have qualified for 6 of 8 tournaments. Their best finish was in 1994 when the Super Eagles won a group consisting of a strong Bulgarian side and Maradona's Argentina. Nigeria then played Italy in the last 16 and were eliminated by a goal in extra time. In recent years, Nigeria has conjured up some of the most talented attacking players in the country, in the continent, hell, even the world. And yet somehow every coach in recent time has produced the football equivalent that of a boiled unseasoned chicken.
Oh my god, there he is. Look at this twat. Look at this prat. They do it on purpose.
Before we talk about South African football, I just want to show you guys this new badge they have. It's literally straight out of Football Manager. When you think about South Africa, you probably think of 2010, you know, Shabalala. You know, this. But I'm not even sure people are aware of the fact that South Africa have actually qualified for 2 other World Cups. 2002 in particular saw the South Africans just miss out on the knockouts due to a goal-scored tiebreaker. Going forward now, the national team has a decent core with an exciting attacking talent in Lyle Foster. Hopefully this time Bafana doesn't get f***ed over by Ghana again. Benin's closest shot at qualifying for the World Cup was back in 2010 when they finished 3 points behind Ghana. After that, Benin has qualified for only 1 major tournament, 2019 AFCON. In that tournament though, they reached the knockouts and then stunned Morocco in the last 16. Eventually, the Cheetahs lost to Senegal in the quarters, but it was a great performance nonetheless. Too bad they never carried that success onward. But maybe there's hope in the shape of 18-year-old Khalid Jankpata. He's a forward currently in Everton's youth academy. Zimbabwe, the country that has blessed us with names like Knowledge Musona, Agent Sawu, and Marvelous Nakamba.
Marvelous.
Also, Zimbabwe has everyone's favorite African club, Chicken in FC. The closest Zimbabwe came to qualifying for a World Cup was back in 1994 when they were heartbroken by Cameroon, who beat them on the final day. In recent years, however, the national team has been suspended twice. Once in 2016 due to unpaid debts, which barred them from 2018 World Cup qualification, and more recently in 2022 due to government interference within the federation. I never really take this violation seriously because FIFA just kind of picks and chooses with this one. The team, however, was banned for the 2023 AFCON qualifiers, but they are still in the 2026 World Cup qualifier somehow. On a more positive note, 20-year-old Michael Ndiweni just made his debut for Newcastle. He was born in England but is of Zimbabwean descent. Rwanda has never qualified for the World Cup, but they did make one appearance in the 2004 AFCON. One player you should look out for is 18-year-old Hakim Sahabo. The midfielder is currently playing for Standard Liège's reserve team and has already made 4 caps for his country. Lesotho has never qualified for a major tournament since its beginnings in 1970. Honestly, there's not really much to say about the national team, so again, I did a little bit of digging. My findings? Lesotho Correctional Services FC. That's right, Prison FC. What's even funnier is the fact that this club has won 6 Lesotho Premier League titles. But if you dig a little deeper, you'll come across Arsenal FC. Group D has Cameroon, Cape Verde, Angola, Libya, Eswatini, and Mauritius. Cameroon is considered one of the most successful nations in African football. They've qualified for 8 World Cups and their best finish came in 1990. First, the indomitable Lions defeated reigning champions Argentina and then took down Romania's golden generation to win the group. In the knockouts, Roger Milla's 2 goals against Colombia sent the Cameroonians to the quarterfinals. The mid-2000s were another great time for Cameroon. This was like the Samuel Eto'o era. Now though, Cameroon is a shadow of its former self, but they did just recently beat Brazil in the World Cup. That was their first win in the World Cup since 2002. The list of footballers who could have played for Cape Verde is pretty interesting. You start with Nani, but then you have Patrick Vieira and Henrik Larsson to name a few. Instead though, the Blue Sharks have never qualified for the World Cup. The joint all-time leading scorer Ryan Mendes still actively plays though. With 15 goals and 69 caps, he hopes to be the difference maker. Angola in the mid-2000s were experiencing a bit of a golden generation, and as a result they qualified for the 2006 World Cup. Unfortunately, once the generation dried up in the 2010s, Angola has continued to slide down the world rankings. After 5 straight AFCON qualifications, the national team has only made 2 appearances since 2015. Libya has always been at a disadvantage compared to its North African counterparts due to constant political conflicts happening in the country. Most notably, there was the Libyan civil war in 2014, which resulted in the halting of their domestic league. So with that, there's really no reason to talk about their World Cup qualification record. However, their AFCON record is super interesting. They've only qualified for 3 tournaments, 2012, 2006, and most notably 1982 when they finished runners-up. Eswatini is a bit better. They've been attempting to qualify for the World Cup since 1994 and have a couple wins. 2018 in particular saw Eswatini take down Djibouti 8-1 on aggregate, but then they were eliminated by Nigeria. Over on the islands of Mauritius, the Dodos have made 8 attempts to qualify for the World Cup and have only ever won once. To be honest, that's about it for the Dodo Islands. In Group B, you have Morocco, Zambia, Congo, Tanzania, Niger, and Eritrea. World Cup 2022 gave us some incredible stories, and Morocco's Cinderella run was easily the best of the best. In a group with Belgium and Croatia, Morocco conquered and finished top. In the last 16, the Moroccans defeated the passing merchants on penalties. Then in the quarters, a towering and Nasiri header sent Morocco to the semis. It became the first African country to reach this stage of the World Cup. While the dream was rudely awoken by France and Croatia, the Moroccans proudly finished 4th. Zambia hasn't had much success in World Cup qualifiers. However, just 11 years ago, the Zambians produced one of the greatest upsets in African football. In the final of the 2012 AFCON, Zambia defeated Didier Drogba's Ivory Coast on penalties. The genius behind the feat was, of course, African football's own Hervé Renard, who dedicated the championship to the victims of the infamous plane crash of 1993 that took the lives of 30 people, including 18 players. However, since then, Zambia has been struggling to even qualify for the AFCON, let alone the World Cup. And with their performances in World Cup qualifiers getting worse over time, it's not really looking that great for the Zambians. The Republic of Congo back in 1997 had one more game to play against South Africa in World Cup qualifiers. Whoever came out on top of that match would be booking a ticket to the 1998 World Cup. In the end though, an early South African goal ended the hopes of Congo. Since then, Congo has struggled to replicate any of the magic of 1997, and they seem to only be getting worse. 2022 qualifiers was probably the worst example of it, as they went winless throughout the entire campaign. Tanzania. also known as African Wisconsin. Tanzania not only haven't qualified for the World Cup, but until 2019, the Taifa Stars hadn't qualified for a major tournament since 1980. Things do slightly seem to be going in the right direction, as Tanzania also qualified for the recent AFCON. By the way, Tanzania will be one of the 3 nations to host the AFCON in 2027. Niger has never qualified for the World Cup, never even come close. In fact, there's been times where financial troubles have caused the national team to withdraw from qualification. The team has made AFCON appearances, however, back in 2012 and 2013, where they finished second to last in both tournaments. Eritrea's federation decided to withdraw from qualifiers out of fear that its players would escape from the country, which is currently headed by a totalitarian dictator. The Eritrean government subjects its people to forced labor and conscription while limiting any freedom of speech or religion. Group F: Ivory Coast, Gabon, Kenya, Gambia, Burundi, and the Seychelles. Gervinho, Solomon Kalou, Yaya Toure, Didier Drogba, Seydou Doumbia if you want to really throw him in there. The mid-2000s to mid-2010s were a gift for our eyes. Between this period, Ivory Coast qualified for 3 straight World Cups. Although they never made it past the group phase, they always at least got 1 win in each tournament. However, after a 2015 AFCON title, the stars of the national team faded into retirement. No one has been able to pick up their slack, and as a result, Ivory Coast has failed to qualify for the last 2 World Cups. When you think of Gabon, you think of one player, Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang. If you're that one hipster that says Mario Lemina, shut the f up. When it comes to World Cup qualifiers, Gabon just doesn't have that extra gear to give them the advantage against the giants of Africa. However, in the last AFCON in 2021, Gabon reached the last 16, so maybe hope isn't all lost. Only 95% of it. Remember that time when Roman Molina reported the fact that the Kenyan FA had 16 different bank accounts? Well, I do. While that may be a bit overblown, it does kind of give you an idea of how shambolic the federation is. Back in 2004, the federation was suspended by FIFA. Then last year in February, the Kenyan FA was suspended for alleged misappropriation of funds. And then earlier this year, the federation suspended 16 footballers and coaches due to match-fixing allegations. This has resulted in the national team struggling for any kind of success. Kenya has never qualified for a World Cup, and their last AFCON appearance was back in 2019. They will be hosting the AFCON in 2027 with 2 other countries, though. That aside, though, the country holds my personal favorite football club in the continent: Kakamega Homeboys. Gambia has never qualified for the World Cup and has only ever made 1 appearance in the AFCON. That was in 2021, where they surprised many by reaching the quarterfinals. Forwards Moussa Barrow and Abli Jallow were crucial to that run and will be crucial once again if Gambia want to punch a ticket to North America. Burundi, back in 1998 World Cup qualifiers, should have been in the final round after beating Sierra Leone on aggregate. However, they withdrew not too soon after due to the civil war occurring in the country. Burundi has only made 1 appearance in the AFCON, and that was back in 2019. The national team lost all its games, conceded 4 goals, and scored none. The Seychelles may have a really cool looking flag and a relaxing song named after them by Masayoshi Takanaka. But when it comes to football, there's nothing. No appearances in the AFCON and not a single win in 7 attempts at World Cup qualification. Currently, the nation is ranked 199th in the world, and not too long ago, they were actually at an all-time low 202nd in the world. Group G: Algeria, Guinea, Uganda, Mozambique, Botswana, and Somalia. Algeria has qualified for 4 World Cups. 1982 was the first ever World Cup they qualified for, and in their opener, they produced one of the greatest upsets in the tournament's history by beating reigning champions West Germany. Algeria also beat Chile, but unfortunately they were f***ed over by a match-fixing scandal. 32 years later, in 2014, the Algerians advanced out of their group for the first time ever. However, the Algerians have not qualified ever since, and this was despite Algeria going on a 35-game unbeaten streak between 2019 and 2022. Guinea has never been good enough to qualify for the World Cup, but they have a pretty decent record in the AFCON. In 2004 and 2008, the national team finished in the quarterfinals. This resulted in them being as high as 22nd in FIFA rankings. Guinea's current squad is filled with players putting in some good performances in their respective leagues. The likes of Serhou Guirassy, Isiaka Sila. You could also throw in star player Naby Keita, if he can stay healthy for more than 3 seconds, that is. Uganda during the early days of African football were pretty decent. In the 1962 AFCON, they finished 4th, and in the 1978 edition, they finished runners-up. Fast forward to now, though, the Ugandans haven't qualified for the last 2 AFCONs. But hey, at least they're guaranteed for 2027 as they host the AFCON with 2 other nations. Bet you don't know what the other 2 nations are. Uganda has no World Cups under their belts, and their current head coach is Paul Putt, a man very familiar with African football as he's managed Gambia, Burkina Faso, Kenya, Guinea, and Congo in the last 15 years. Oh yeah, also, there was that one time Uganda's domestic league went viral after they rewarded a player bread and yogurt as a Man of the Match award. Mozambique has one of the hardest looking flags in the world, but that hasn't helped them at all when it comes to World Cup qualification. The national team has qualified for a few AFCONs, however, they've never been able to escape the groups. Botswana, the country whose flag is being used by a lot of Man City fans on Twitter. Botswana has never qualified for the World Cup, but they do have one appearance in the AFCON. That was back in 2012 where they lost every game, but they did have a lead against Mali for 6 whole minutes. When I think of Somalian football, I think of the memes about how Somalis just don't pass the ball. While the Somali national team has never made it past the first round of qualifiers, there's a lot more to them, because there's a pretty massive Somali diaspora. One player that comes to many Somali minds is Taha Abdi Ali, a Swedish-born Somali. Just this year, he scored 6 goals and assisted 7 for Malmö. Easily, he's the most talented Somali, but he's not made a single cap for the country. Somalis, let me know if he's actually even interested in playing for the country, because I couldn't find anything there. Group H, we have Tunisia, Equatorial Guinea, Namibia, Malawi, Liberia, and Sao Tome and Principe. Tunisia has qualified for 5 World Cups and has never made it to the knockouts. In World Cup 2022, it felt like Tunisia's best chance to make the last 16, but their campaign never recovered after a shocking loss to Australia. The national team still holds the main core, but it is getting older. So sure, will Tunisia qualify out of a relatively easy group? Yeah. How far will they go from there? Not far. Equatorial Guinea has never qualified for a World Cup. However, with how small the landmass is, they have a pretty impressive record in the AFCON. They may only appear sporadically, but in all 3 appearances, they have reached the quarterfinals or farther. Equatorial's qualification campaign for World Cup 2022 was a huge step as well. Equatorial Guinea went from just collecting 1 win from each qualification campaign to winning 4, drawing 3, and losing just once. Namibia has no World Cup showings, but they did make 3 in the AFCON. They also just recently qualified for the 2023 AFCON. Now, going a little bit deeper, in the Namibian Premier League, there's a lot of very interesting club names. This includes Civics FC, Life Fighters FC, Mighty Gunners FC, UNAM FC, University of Namibia, and Young Brazilians FC. Quite like Namibia, Malawi has made it to 3 AFCON tournaments. 2023 was the most memorable when Malawi managed to reach the last 16, and in the knockouts they held a lead against favorites Morocco until the end of halftime. Malawi's all-time leading scorer is Kina Firi, who bagged 71 goals in 117 caps between 1973 and 1981. Liberia found themselves just 1 point away from qualifying for the 2002 World Cup. However, they've not been able to come anywhere close ever since. Liberia's all-time leading scorer is the legendary George Weah, one of the most decorated African footballers of all time. He was also once president of Liberia, and in 2020 he made this banger of a song. Also, how fitting for some Liberian footballers to be playing in both the US and Malaysia. Sao Tome and Principe has never qualified for a single major tournament. It probably hasn't helped them that the national team has gone on numerous hiatuses like their Michael Reeves. As Sao Tome and Principe squad is filled with a bunch of players of Portuguese descent, a lot of them play in the lower leagues in Portugal. One footballer in particular plays for a club called Oriental Dragon, a club that had the goal of signing Chinese players to improve the Chinese national team. Finally, we have Group I. We've gone over like 70 teams, man. But in Group I, we have Mali, Ghana, Madagascar, Central African Republic, Comoros, and Chad. A single comedic goal in the playoffs was what kept Mali from qualifying for the World Cup last year. As a result, the Malians will be on a revenge tour with their insane lineup of talented midfielders. Players like Yves Bissouma, Mohamed Kamara, and Cheikh Doucouré. Since 2006, Ghana has only missed 1 World Cup out of the last 5. They should have missed last year's tournament, but they lost a contest for who could play more uninspiring football against Nigeria. Oh, and also the officiating may have helped them in the previous round. Anyways, Ghana's best performance, of course you all know this, was back in World Cup 2010. They reached the quarterfinals and could have become the first African semi-finalists had it not been for Luis Suarez's hands. This is a relatively easy group for Ghana, but you could just never tell these days with this team. Madagascar has only ever qualified for 1 tournament, the 2019 AFCON. And that one was super special for them, because Madagascar managed to shock everyone by winning a group consisting of Guinea and Nigeria. They then went on to defeat DR Congo to reach the quarterfinals. Madagascar have a good amount of footballers playing in France and Belgium, most notably Loic Lapoussin of Union Saint-Gilloise. The Central African Republic has never qualified for a single major tournament. They came close to qualifying for the 2023 AFCON, but borrowed it in their last 2 games. One player you might recognize from the national team is Geoffrey Kondogbia. He played 5 times for France before switching in 2018. The Comoros qualified for their first AFCON in 2021 and surprised many by escaping a group consisting of Morocco, Gabon, and Ghana. When it comes to World Cup qualification, however, the team has never won in 4 campaigns. Things, though, could change, however, with the 2026 World Cup qualifiers. Having already shown they can beat opponents like Ghana, who are in their group, there's a pretty good chance for them here. And finally, we have the country with the funny meme name, Chad. Chad, though, has never lived up to its meme name, as they've never qualified for any major tournament. To make things worse, they've had to withdraw from multiple qualification campaigns due to financial issues or FIFA suspensions. Egypt has gone off to a perfect starting Group A. They defeated both Djibouti and Sierra Leone to earn 6 points for the window.
Oh yeah, in the Sierra Leone match, there was a bunch of fans that tried to attack Egyptian players. Totally normal stuff.
Meanwhile, a battle for second has already appeared between Burkina Faso and Guinea-Bissau. The two nations played each other to open their campaigns, but nothing could separate them. In Group B, Senegal and Sudan are tied on points, with Senegal having the advantage on goal difference. Senegal put 4 past South Sudan, but then could only grab a point from Togo away from home. Sudan also couldn't get more than a point from Togo, and then won at home versus DR Congo. Group C is giving us some early shockers. To be honest, I'm not really that shocked. Nigeria, who are favorites to qualify out of this group, have been severely underwhelming. Even more severely underwhelming than I thought they could be, because they drew against both Lesotho and Zimbabwe. In contrast to Nigeria, Lesotho don't have a single footballer playing in Europe. But enough about the football equivalent of divorced white mother fa. Currently, Rwanda hold the top spot, and this is no fluke as they defeated South Africa 2-0 at home. Speaking of which, South Africa are in second, just 1 point away from the Rwandans. In Group D, 3 nations find themselves tied on points. Cameroon are first thanks to goal difference. They started their campaign with a 3-0 win against Mauritius, but were only able to earn a draw versus Libya. Second place Cape Verde started their campaign with a draw, but then ended the November window with a 2-0 away win versus Eswatini. Finally, Libya, before their draw with Cameroon, earned a slim win versus Eswatini. Despite Morocco only playing 1 game in November, they still lead Group E. Tied on points with them are 3 other teams. Zambia earned 3 points off Congo, while Niger earned 3 points off Zambia, and Tanzania earned 3 points off Niger. Group F saw 2 nations have perfect starts so far. Current group leaders Ivory Coast defeated Seychelles 9-0 and then ended the window with a 2-0 win versus Gambia. Meanwhile, second place Gabon started their campaign with 2 consecutive 2-1 wins. Over in Group G, everyone has points besides Somalia. Algeria currently lead as you'd expect thanks to wins against Somalia and Mozambique, while everyone else currently holds 3 points to their name. Group H is seeing a close battle between Tunisia and Equatorial Guinea, who both earned 6 points in November. Tunisia defeated Sao Tome and Principe and then later Malawi, while Equatorial Guinea started with a victory against Namibia and then followed that up with a win in Liberia. Group I is seeing something truly special. The f***ing Comoros are top of the group. And lo and behold, they did it by beating up on Ghana again.
It's my show now, baby!
Down in second place is Mali, who have 4 points to their name. They defeated Chad, but conceded an equalizer at home against the Central African Republic. Trailing just behind is Madagascar and Ghana with 3 points respectively. On to the last region that played qualifiers in June, Africa. Starting the June window, Egypt were top of their group with 2 wins, while both Burkina Faso and Guinea-Bissau were tied for second with 4 points. The Egyptians had a pretty solid window, earning 4 points to stay at the top. Burkina Faso, on the other hand, fumbled second place away after choking a 2-0 lead away versus Sierra Leone at home. This proved Guinea-Bissau's hard-fought draw versus Egypt to be crucial as they hop into the playoff spot now. Senegal and Sudan were tied for first in Group B, with the Senegalese just ahead due to goal difference. That changed, however, when Senegal dropped yet another point after conceding a late goal against DR Congo. Meanwhile, Sudan bagged themselves 2 wins, including one in the Sudan Derby, which now sees them hop into first 2 points above the Senegalese. Don't count out DR Congo though, because they are just hanging in there in third after beating Togo. Group C was seeing some of the most shocking scenes, as before June, Rwanda and South Africa sat 1-2 while Nigeria were struggling. And the struggles for Nigeria continued. They drew with South Africa at home and then lost to goddamn Benin. It makes sense though, because their coach who led them to the AFCON final left in March, and also the team so precisely resembles this meme. Speaking of Benin, they had a sensational window in June. They also beat Rwanda and went from last place to third, where they're now tied on points with everyone else. Rwanda though did manage to bounce back, beating Lesotho, which still sees them in first. And just behind them by a single goal in the table is South Africa, who collected a solid 4 points in June. Group D saw 3 teams tied for first, and it only got more chaotic because besides Eswatini, every team managed to steal at least a point from one of their opponents. Cameroon destroyed Cape Verde, Cape Verde beat Libya 1-0, Libya beat Mauritius 2-1, Mauritius beat Eswatini 2-1, and Eswatini also lost to Angola, and Angola drew with Cameroon. So at the end of all of this, Cameroon just edges Libya to hold on to the top spot. And Cape Verde is tied on points with Libya in 3rd, and Angola is also still in the hunt with 6 points in 4th. It was a bit of a mess before Group B started because Eritrea withdrew before the campaign. So that saw Tanzania, Niger, Zambia, and Morocco all tied on 3 points, but the Moroccans still had a game in hand. And as you'd expect, they took care of things swiftly in June with 2 wins, including a 6-0 drubbing of Congo. Prior to that game, however, Congo was to host Niger in the DR Congo because their stadium didn't meet regulations. However, Congo refused, and Niger was awarded the easiest points they'll ever receive. Zambia and Tanzania also played this window, and it was an early goal that sealed the deal for African Wisconsin. So now looking at the table, Morocco has 9 of 9 points and sits in 1st, while Niger and Tanzania still remain tied on points, and Zambia are holding on by the skin of their teeth in 4th after an awful window. Over to Group F, where Ivory Coast and Gabon were tied for 1st. The two played against each other in June, and the AFCON champs prevailed 1-0. The Ivorians then finished off the window with the draw versus Kenya, while Gabon managed to bounce back in a 3-2 win versus Gambia. Burundi actually earned the same amount of points as Ivory Coast to stay in the mix. So now looking at the table, Ivory Coast is sitting at the top, Gabon is just 1 point behind them, and Burundi is 3rd, 2 points below the playoff spots. Group G before the window was pretty damn close, with Algeria in 1st with 6 points and 2nd to 5th all tied on 3. Algeria did not start June well though, as they lost to Guinea 2-1, but they did well to bounce back against Uganda. Guinea had the chance to jump into the top 2 thanks to their win versus Algeria, but then they conceded a last-minute winner from Mozambique. Mozambique also beat Somalia to complete a fantastic window for them. So now looking at the table, Algeria and Mozambique, of all teams, are tied on points, while Botswana, Guinea, and Uganda still can't be separated as they all earned 3 points each this window. Group H saw Tunisia and Equatorial Guinea tied on 6 points. Well, that was until Equatorial Guinea saw both of their wins versus Liberia and Namibia taken away because they had fielded an ineligible player. Either way, the former top 2 played each other in June, and Tunisia won 1-0 through a single penalty. Equatorial Guinea then managed to win in their following game versus Malawi. As for Tunisia, they still can't escape the Namibians. Namibia also collected a draw with Liberia, and Liberia collected 3 points from a 1-0 win for Sao Tome and Principe. Sao Tome and Principe also lost to Malawi in this window. So now looking at the table, Tunisia hold 1st with 10 points. Namibia, thanks to their gifted 3 points and another 2 points this window, now sit nicely in 2nd with 8 points. And right behind the top 2 is Liberia and Malawi. Finally in Group I, it was the Comoros on top continuing their dream run. Mali was 2 points behind them in 2nd, 3rd was Madagascar, and while too early to call, Ghana was in danger of not qualifying. However, the Ghanaians turned their campaign around. They came back from 1-0 down to beat Mali in the 4th minute of stoppage time. Then the Black Stars beat the Central African Republic in a 7-goal thriller to cap off the window with all 6 points. On the other hand, 1st place Comoros lost to Madagascar to start the window, but bounced back and defeated Chad 2-0. Speaking of Madagascar, after their win, they then drew with Mali. And so after all of this, the Comoros still hold on to the lead, but Ghana are now tied on points with them. Madagascar's 4-point window sees them not too far from what seemed to be the impossible. And then there's Mali, who would have been favorites to win this group, but find themselves in 4th due to underwhelming performance after underwhelming performance. Group A saw Egypt in the automatic qualification spot with 10 points. Then you had a pretty close race between the 3 teams for the playoff spot, which at the time was held by Guinea-Bissau. Egypt collects 6 of 6 points with ease in this window. Second place Guinea-Bissau, on the other hand, did an absolutely terrible job at protecting their spots as they lost to both Sierra Leone and Burkina Faso. And with Burkina Faso also beating Djibouti for another 3 points, that now sees them in the playoff spot. The gap between second and the rest has stretched out a little bit, but there's still plenty of games to go. Sudan had a grasp of Group B, and 2 points behind them was the Senegal side struggling to get started up. The top 2 played to begin March, and that match ended in a 0-0 draw. Senegal went on to win their other game versus Togo, and Sudan conceded a last-minute equalizer to South Sudan. Meanwhile, DR Congo win both of their games and move from 3rd to 1st this window. Just within a whisker away from them though is 2nd place Senegal and 3rd place Sudan, who are tied on points. Group C before March was pretty interesting. There was a 3-way tie with Rwanda at the top, and of course the funniest part of this group, Nigeria being in 5th. However, the Nigerians were finally able to get a win versus Rwanda with their new head coach, only to then concede a last-minute equalizer from Zimbabwe. And this was the breaking point for the Nigerians, as after the game, Victor Osimhen was very upset. Anyways, let's talk about good teams now. South Africa. They seek their first World Cup appearance since 2010 when they hosted, and it's looking pretty promising as they win both of their games this month. And because Rwanda and Benin only got 1 point this window, the South Africans are now in first with a 5-point cushion. The playoff battle, on the other hand, is still very much anyone's for the taking, with even last place Zimbabwe within 4 points. Over to Group B, and it was another close one. Cameroon was top. A point behind them was Libya and Cape Verde. And in fourth, 2 points away, was Angola. And right off the bat, there was potential for a shakeup as Cameroon failed to score versus 159th ranked in the world Eswatini. This opened the door for Libya, who scored against Angola with 15 minutes remaining. But then, the keeper decided to misjudge a free kick in the final minutes of the game. So now it was up to Cape Verde, and while he definitely didn't mean that shit at all, that doesn't matter because Cape Verde are now in the automatic qualification spot. And they made sure it stayed that way at the end of the window after beating Angola 2-1. Going back to our other two friends though, Cameroon comfortably beated Libya 3-1. So now looking at the table, Cape Verde, a nation with 500,000 people, has a chance to qualify for the World Cup for the first time ever. But don't get too excited because Cameroon are just 1 point behind them and will play the leaders in June. Libya and Angola are still in the fight for the playoff spot, but it'll take masterclasses on their ends and some luck. In Group B, we already saw one team withdraw before, and now we're seeing another depart because FIFA decided to suspend Congo. So as a result, this group only saw a game if it involved Morocco in it. The Atlas Lions won both, so yeah, that's that, I guess. However, at least Group F still had all of its teams though. Before the window, Ivory Coast, who haven't seen the World Cup since 2014, were at the top. Gabon were just behind them in the playoff spot with other contenders for second including Burundi and Kenya. The Ivorians maintained their lead with 2 straight 1-0 wins, and Gabon did well to keep their form up with wins for Seychelles and Kenya. Speaking of the Seychelles, they unfortunately had to face a pissed off Burundi side that had just narrowly lost to Ivory Coast. But now looking at the table, nothing changes at the top, but the gap between second place Gabon and third place Burundi has now widened to 5 points. Group G was being held down by Algeria and Mozambique of all teams, while the rest of the pack, excluding Somalia's finished ass, were within 3 points of the top two. Both Algeria and Mozambique started the window with some solid victories. They then played each other 3 days later, and Algeria made it very clear who was in charge of this group. Meanwhile, in the middle of the pack, Guinea continued to disappoint as they couldn't even beat Somalia at home. Guys, you have Girassi, how do you even pull this off? Uganda actually went 1 step further and beat Guinea, and the other team to have at least 1 win was Botswana. So looking at the table, Algeria holds a 3-point lead in the automatic spots, and Mozambique sits second with Botswana and Uganda not too far away. Only 4 points separated first and fourth after 4 games in Group H. Leaders Tunisia carried on their good form with wins versus Liberia and Malawi. Second place Namibia hold on to their position after earning 4 points this window. Despite the loss to Tunisia, Liberia are still in third after beating Sao Tome and Principe. Actually, the only team to climb up in this group was the AFCON merchants Equatorial Guinea, who had a pretty solid window collecting 4 points. Lastly, we had Group I, which was led by the goddamn Comoros out of every team. But that wasn't the only surprise of this window, because you also had that one country they named after a movie 2 points away in third.
Welcome to Madagascar.
And that was because Mali were somehow more underwhelming than Ghana. I guess I spoke too soon. Ghana began their window destroying Chad and then finished it off with a comfortable win versus Madagascar, which meant we now had a new leader at the top. The guys who failed to qualify for next year's AFCON. Comoros now find themselves in the playoff spot 3 points behind. In this window, they were at least able to get a bounce back win. Same for Madagascar, who actually keep third because guess what? Nothing changed. Mali are still shit. If you didn't get to watch any African qualifiers this month, I feel bad for you because this shit was peak. Group A was kinda straightforward though. Egypt were still unbeaten at the top in a realm beyond anyone else. Then you had Burkina Faso holding on to the playoff spot with Sierra Leone just hanging in there. Egypt continued their winning ways with the victory versus Ethiopia and then pretty much all but settled the group after denying Burkina Faso in their own home. Burkina Faso won't be too mad though, especially since they started the window penetrating Djibouti. But the points gap still remains between them and third place Sierra Leone, who just keep their hopes alive with the win versus Ethiopia. Burkina Faso and Sierra Leone will play in October, which will most definitely decide who advances to the playoffs. Group B though was way more exciting as the unlikely candidates DR Congo narrowly edged out favorite Senegal for the automatic qualification spots. You also had an even more unlikely candidate in Sudan just a point away in third. Senegal though snapped them back into reality, and then the Sudanese hopes died by their own hands after ending the month with a loss to a Togo side who had not won a single game up to that point. Meanwhile, leaders DR Congo began their window strong with a 4-1 pummeling of South Sudan. This would then set up up a heavyweight battle between them and Senegal. For Senegal, this was an opportunity to recover from their underwhelming start, but for DR Congo, this was life or death. Because over the last decade, fans in their own home stadium have had to witness their nation disappoint them in the most excruciating ways imaginable. 2018 qualifiers, DR Congo in just 2 minutes blew a 2-0 lead versus Tunisia, which would have seen them more than likely qualify. 2022 playoffs, after a miraculous start versus favorites Morocco, DR Congo conceded a late goal and then went on to be dismantled in the away leg. And once more, another crucial qualifier would be played in the Stade des Martyrs. But this time, the spirit amongst the fans felt different. The Congolese team looked better than ever, and were hungry to finally end this drought. 28 minutes played, Cedric Bakambu swiftly turns and wails it into the back of the net for DR Congo, and the whole stadium explodes into excitement. 7 minutes later, the Congolese once more troubled the abysmal Senegalese defense, and Yohan Wissa doubles the lead. This could finally be the moment for the Stade des Martyrs. However, Senegal would not go down without a fight, and with some luck off the post, Pape Gueye is in the right place at the right time to keep the Senegalese alive. Then, early in the second half, Nicholas Jackson with a flash of brilliance scores the equalizer, and just like that, the Congolese lead is gone. The crowd is now so silent you could hear a pin drop, but as it stands, DR Congo still remain at the top of Group B, and even better, the football had left Sadio Minor. But the moment Senegal decided to play with 11 men again, the guy who came in for Captain Creeper took just 2 minutes to assist the winning goal in the 87th minute. With that result, Senegal now return to the driver's seat, while the Spurs of Africa once more will have to settle for the playoffs. Going into September, Group C had its own surprises, with an emerging South African team dominating, with Rwanda and Benin 5 points behind, and Nigeria in 4th. Nigeria needed results in this window to avoid failing to qualify again, and even though they started with a very unconvincing performance versus Rwanda, the 3 points were all that mattered now. However, with the date in South Africa, this would be difficult, and Nigeria sure as hell didn't make it any easier for themselves. Fortunately, Nigerian defenders might not be able to do their actual jobs, but can throw their whole bodies at a ball. And thanks to some classic CAF organization, Nigeria saved themselves a point. But that still wasn't enough, because Benin got 2 for 2 in the window to remain 3 points above Nigeria with 2 games to go. It's not over just yet though. Nigeria and Benin will play their last qualifiers of the round against each other, but chances could be very slim entering that match depending on the other results. Group D, it just keeps coming, man. Cape Verde, who aren't even in this year's AFCON, were top of the group with favorites Cameroon a point below. You also had 3rd place Libya, who are now being managed by former Senegal coach Aliou Cissé. And Cissé's Libyan regime would begin with 2 solid victories versus Angola and the GeoGuessr meta country. Meanwhile, after winning their first games of the window, Cape Verde and Cameroon would battle it out for the automatic qualification spots. And it would be the Criollos who would end up on top thanks to a single goal from Daylon Livramento. And so Cape Verde, a nation with a population of just over 500k, are now just 1 win away from qualification for the first time ever. Cameroon will now have to settle for the playoff spot, but with that loss, it also opens the door for Cissé's Libya to potentially steal 2nd on the final day. Oh, and I guess also 4th place Angola are still in the fight too. Okay, maybe not. Over to Group B, things are a lot less chaotic as Morocco would continue to bully the opposition, and after a 5-0 win versus Niger, they have officially become the first African nation to qualify for the World Cup. While 3rd place Niger were able to bounce back with a clutch win versus 2nd place Tanzania to shrink the gap to just 1 point with 1 game left for both. Group F was all Ivory Coast and Gabon last time out, and would be the same throughout the September window as well. The top 2 won their first games and then played out a goalless draw with each other, so nothing changes besides the fact that literally everyone else is officially eliminated. Also, crazy ass stat, Ivory Coast still has yet to concede even once. Over to Group G, favorites Algeria sat first. Nothing too crazy there. The real entertainment though was the fight for the runners-up spot. Mozambique was shocking the whole African scene by holding the playoff position. 3 points behind them were other unexpected competitors in Botswana and Uganda. And just hanging in there, desperately needing a good window, was Guinea, who everyone initially believed were the favorites for the playoffs. And things were about to shake up even more. 3rd place Botswana lose both of their games, while 4th place Uganda destroy 2nd place place Mozambique, and then finish off the window with 6 of 6 after an easy sweeping of Somalia. That now means Uganda move up to the playoff spot with just 2 games remaining, and this would not be possible had it not been for Alan Okello's 3 goals in his last 4 qualifiers. And with all this ruckus, it meant that if Algeria could beat Guinea in their last match of September, they'd officially return to the big dance. Followed by them though, you got the aforementioned Uganda sitting in the playoff spot. What a story that could be. But we can't be for certain just yet. Mozambique trailed them by goal difference, and while unlikely, Botswana and Guinea are still in the race. In Group H, Tunisia was absolutely dominant, having still not conceded a single goal yet. And after another 2 victories in September, they become the 2nd African nation to qualify for the World Cup in 2026. So this now left us with Namibia and Liberia battling it out for 2nd. The Namibians suffered their first loss of the campaign versus Malawi, but fortunately for them, Liberia lost 3-0 to Tunisia. Namibia won their 2nd game of the window, so now Liberia had to beat Malawi at home to keep their hopes alive. However, the Liberians built up a 2-0 lead by the 61st minute, and then they conceded 2 in a matter of 8 minutes. So now looking at the table, Namibia hold a 4-point advantage above the rest of the pack. And finally, Group I. Ghana, who aren't even in this year's AFCON, have been revitalized and now find themselves first in the group. Then you had some surprising appearances in the battle for the playoff spot between current holders Comoros, 3rd place Madagascar, who as of late had been making a late run to achieve the near impossible, and an underwhelming 4th place Mali side, who many at the beginning believed to be the favorites to finish runners-up. The window began with Mali versus Comoros, and the Malians would once again take care of business. However, in the Eagles' 2nd game, they lost 1-0 away in Ghana. This was able to open the door for the country named after a movie to hop into 2nd thanks to wins against the 2 worst teams in the group. And with Ghana being the only team with 4 or more points, they maintain a 3-point gap between 2nd, despite them giving Chad their first point of the whole campaign, while Comoros now fall to 3rd after yet another disappointing window, and just hanging in there is Mali, who once more make DR Congo look like a clutch team.
Ici, moi je suis malien, je veux que mon fils joue pour le Mali. Écoutez ce qu'il me dit. Tu dis quoi?
Je veux jouer en Angleterre. On ne pas Mali.
Tu joues pas pour Mali?
Non.
Pourquoi?
Je joue en Angleterre.
Mais il faut jouer pour Mali. Non. Comme ça tu vas être capitaine numéro 10.
Non.
Tout ça c'est sa maman.
No.
October is going to be a wild closer to this exciting group though. Madagascar still have to play both 3rd and 4th place currently, and the Comoros have still yet to visit Ghana. So funnily enough, this is Mali's chance to somehow steal it on the final day, because outside Madagascar, they have Chad, who have only gotten 1 point so far. Now with just 2 games remaining for everyone besides I guess the one with Morocco, since Eritrea was banned from this competition, let's take a look at the rankings of the runners-up countries so far. And this is really important because after the end of the October window, there will only be 4 teams moving on to the playoff round actually. Gabon have the most points with 19, Madagascar and DR Congo sit with 16 points, and just above the cut line is currently Burkina Faso on 15 points, who edge out a 4-way tie due to goal difference, with the most notable country at risk of not qualifying being Cameroon. Last time we left off, this was what the runners-up table for the playoffs was looking like, with the top 4 advancing being Gabon, Madagascar, DR Congo, and Burkina Faso. However, this table is no longer accurate because CAF has now determined that matches against the 6th place team would not count. This now means the top 4 is Gabon, Cameroon, DR Congo, and Benin. Burkina Faso and Madagascar supporters, you can thank the Eritrean government for this one. Group A was pretty much Egypt for the taking, and they officially returned to the World Cup after a 4-year absence with a 3-0 win in their first game of the window. Now it all came down to the fight for the playoff spot, currently held by Burkina Faso. Sierra Leone and Guinea-Bissau hypothetically still had a chance, but it probably wouldn't be enough to actually secure a spot. So all the pressure was on Burkina Faso to win out their remaining games, and they did so, beating Ethiopia and the country whose flag has the same design as the Family Mart logo. I spent about an hour editing all of Group B last month. Thank God that won't be the case this time around. With the Spurs of Africa fumbling a 2-0 lead at home, again, Senegal now returned to the top, and they would not give it back as they won out their last 2 games to qualify automatically. However, DR Congo was at least able to lock in a playoff spot after they too won out both of their remaining fixtures. Group C was absolute chaos, and it was only about to get so much crazier. At the end of last month's window though, South Africa were at the top, but only 3 to 4 points were between them and 4th place. And there were still some massive games in October that would decide a lot of things. Benin vs Rwanda, Benin vs Nigeria, and Rwanda vs South Africa. But before anything could actually even start, Benin pointed out a recent controversy surrounding South Africa and an ineligible footballer that played for Lesotho. They demanded CAF dock points from South Africa, and that request was fulfilled not too long after. So going into October, Group C looked a bit different with South Africa and Benin now tied on points. This point deduction also gave Nigeria and even Rwanda a chance to qualify automatically. Whether it was automatic or playoffs though, for Nigeria to keep their hopes alive, they more than likely had to win both of their games. And they did well with their first match versus Lesotho, but did try to find a way to fuck it up in the very end. Meanwhile in Rwanda, Benin got the weirdest late winner you might ever see. It was so odd that the cameras barely even caught what happened, but either way, Benin grabbed a crucial victory for their fight. Meanwhile, for Bafana, Zimbabwe had nothing to play for, but because they hated South Africa so much, they did everything in their power to hold them to a draw. And with that result, this now saw Benin top of the group going into the final match day. But remember when I mentioned that it was Benin who forced CAF's hand regarding South Africa? Well, don't you think it was a little suspicious to bring that up late into the campaign when they were only 3 points from automatic qualification? Yeah, South Africa didn't appreciate that at all. Not to mention, Benin's neighbors / rivals Nigeria were also their last opponents. So now all of a sudden, this small nation that no one even thought about months prior were now having their downfall being preyed upon by at least 500,000 South Africans and Nigerians. Because if Nigeria could beat Benin, that would mean South Africa could qualify automatically if they beat Rwanda. South Africa did the first bit of business with a more than convincing victory versus Rwanda. So now it was up to Nigeria to do the dirty work to send South Africa to the big dance, but they also needed to absolutely incinerate Benin in order to steal the playoff spot themselves. And luckily for the Nigerians, Victor Osimhen was certainly up for that task as he scored a hat-trick in less than an hour and single-handedly saved Nigeria from embarrassment. Someone built this guy a statue in Lagos already. Over in Group D, we were so close to witnessing history as Cape Verde was just 1 win away from qualifying for the World Cup for the first time in their history. They had their party initially spoiled by Libya, but they couldn't possibly fuck it up versus Eswatini. And after a 3-0 win versus the GeoGuessr Merchants, Cape Verde officially becomes the 2nd smallest nation to ever qualify for the World Cup. Cameroonians will not be happy about their chain being snatched by a country made of 10 islands, but with 4 points earned this month, it's enough to seal a spot in the playoff round. With Morocco already qualified, it all came down to Tanzania seeking a spot in the playoffs. That was quite literally impossible though, because they only had 1 game remaining, which wouldn't be enough to catch up to anyone. And even then, we're getting too ahead of ourselves here, because they'd need to win that game. Which they didn't. No one else was able to advance, but credit to Niger, who won out their last 2 fixtures, with Daniel Sosa catching fire with 3 goals in his last 3 qualifiers. Group F had everyone eliminated from qualifying besides Ivory Coast and Gabon, who were both already confirmed at least the playoffs. Ivory Coast, who still have yet to concede a single goal, tore apart the Seychelles 7-0. By the way, I got bored one time, and as a normal person does when they get bored, they look at the Seychelles national team's results history. Yeah, did you guys know that they haven't beaten an African team in 9 years? Now you do. Anyways, Ivory Coast officially confirmed their return to the tournament for the first time since 2014 after beating Kenya. Gabon, on the other hand, had 36-year-old Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang carry them with 4 goals to secure a win. Another African side that hasn't seen the tournament since 2014 was Algeria, but they finally returned as well after comfortably beating Somalia. And unfortunately, no matter what anyone else in this group could do, it wouldn't be enough for a playoff spot. Uganda, you did everything you could in this final stretch. Unlucky. Tunisia had already claimed Group H while everyone else was eliminated because they mathematically couldn't be one of the top 4 runners-up. I mean shit, after the rules changed about how points were counted for this, Namibia was ranked last. Lastly, we have Group I, where Ghana were so close to qualifying for a 2nd straight tournament. They inched even closer after a pummeling of Central African Republic, and then finally booked their ticket thanks to a single goal from Mohamed Kudus. Second place Madagascar entered this month with the chance to shock many and steal a playoff spot on the final day. They started October beating Comoros in a torrential downpour. Mali, however, saw this, said we hate fun, and proceeded to ruin Madagascar's hopes and dreams. Now that this round is over, let's quickly go over the 4 teams that have miraculously found another way to potentially qualify. Those teams are Gabon, DR Congo, Cameroon, and somehow Nigeria. There's no draws for this, by the way, because the matchups have already been decided. First seeded Gabon will play 4th seeded Nigeria, and second seeded DR Congo will play 3rd seeded Cameroon. All I'm gonna say is, just like I did in the previous qualifier review, it could be absolute cinema come November. 4 teams remain and only 1 will stand tall and move on to the Intercontinental Playoffs when this is all over. Quickly though, here's how the round works. We have the semi-final matchups of Gabon vs Nigeria and Cameroon vs DR Congo. And these ties are only 1 leg. Winners of each semi though will move on to the final, and whoever prevails there will move on to the Intercontinental Playoffs. Going into this round, Gabon, who have never made a World Cup appearance, had the best chance in the country's history. They had an excellent qualification campaign and were going up against an extremely underwhelming Nigerian side that just snuck into this round. Gabon, it is finally time to write in a new chapter in your story.
Alright, so 3, 2, 1, and scammer gets scammed, buddy. That's what you get.
On to the other match, DR Congo vs Cameroon. One was hoping to make it 2 consecutive World Cup appearances, while the other was hoping to return for the first time since they were known as Zaire. In a pretty gritty match though, both teams saw their biggest chances come within minutes of each other in the second half. DR Congo's attempt was stopped in its tracks by the keeper, while Brian Mbuma was able to free himself of the defense, but missed from point blank. But then, in stoppage time, DR Congo find the winner off a corner thanks to their captain Chancellor Mbemba in his 100th cap for the Leopards. So it all came down to Nigeria versus DR Congo. You could only imagine what warfare was going on social media before this game. The match began with Nigeria immediately on the offensive, and they draw first blood just 3 minutes in. However, the Congolese were not about to see another opportunity slip as they find an equalizer in the 32nd minute. Then came the biggest bombshell of the match. At halftime, Nigeria's Victor Osimhen was forced off due to an injury he had been playing through for the last 30 minutes. And just like that, Nigeria lose the one guy who carried this whole sorry excuse for a national team to this round in the first place. So with the attack now looking less threatening than a puppy, the Nigerian team retreated to parking the bus pretty much throughout the rest of the game. And ironically enough, this was one of the best defensive displays I've seen from Nigeria in probably 5 years. But since nothing could separate the 2 nations, the Intercontinental Playoff spot would be determined by a penalty shootout. Players have dreamed of a moment like this, a moment to lead their country to a World Cup. Now was the opportunity for someone to be a hero.
Y'all take it easy, I'm out.
It took until the 4th kick for someone to convert, but DR Congo won't care as they take an early advantage. Needing to make sure this doesn't get out of reach though, Nigeria finally converted on their 3rd attempt. Their keeper then saves DR Congo's penalty, and Onyemaichi returns the favor on Nigeria's 4th attempt. DR Congo quickly make it 2-all on their 4th attempt thanks to Fiston Maele. Nigeria then make it 3-2 with their final attempt. So now it all came down to debutant Michel Balikwisha to keep DR Congo's dreams alive. And he places that shit in the corner as if he's played 100 times for this country. Sudden death now. Nigeria take the first pen and it's saved. Now all DR Congo have to do is convert this penalty and they will advance to the Intercontinental Playoffs. And up steps the hero of the semis, Chancellor Mbemba.
Needing to keep his bottle here. Mbemba stepping up. He's won it.
Yes! 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 Come on!
Now with Africa out of the way, DR Congo will hope to be one of the 2 nations to qualify for the World Cup through the Intercontinental Playoffs in March. For Nigeria though, after yet another disappointing campaign despite all the individual talent, this will be the 2nd straight World Cup they miss out on. For this failure, the Federation tweeted an apology to the fans and also the president for some reason.
Yes, my favourite football player who has no idea about my existence just scored. I'm going to invest all my time and energy into a random fucking football club. I'm all about it. I'm actually going to Easter match.
Also, this isn't African football unless some kind of fuck shit happens. After the penalty shootout, Nigeria's head coach Eric Shell was ready to fight someone from the Congolese coaching staff. Why did he do that? I'll let Eric speak for himself.
Eric, coming towards the end of the game, I could see that you were a bit frustrated with maybe some of the DR Congo staff members. Could you give us an update on what happened there?
During all the penalty decision,
a guy of Congo did some voodoo.
I love African football.
The first round is pretty simple. You get 20 Asian nations from the bottom of the barrel, put them through a two-legged playoff tie, and the winner advances to the second round. I don't even mean that as an insult, by the way. This is literally the 20 worst ranked Asian nations in the world. So more than likely, most of the teams to advance out of these groups will become the whipping boys in the second round. However, there is a certain charm that I love about these types of matches. So without further ado, let's get into these matchups. So first we have Afghanistan versus Mongolia. Afghanistan has never qualified for the World Cup, and they also haven't played at home since 2013 due to the Afghan crisis, which the US definitely didn't have anything to do with. They did, however, win the SAFF Championship, which consists of South Asian nations. That was back in 2013, and it was pretty impressive considering the team were banned from playing football during the Taliban regime between 1984 and 2002. Not to mention, there wasn't even a league until 2012. Afghanistan's all-time leading scorer is 32-year-old midfielder Faisal Shayeste, and he still actively plays. Mongolia has also never qualified for the World Cup. They've not even come close, but they've made steps in the right direction, as in 2022 qualifiers, Mongolia finally made it past the first round. Most internationals play their club football at FC Ulaanbaatar. Last year, Ulaanbaatar beat a team called Lions 12-0 in the Mongolian Premier League. Lions that season conceded 156 goals in 24 games. Outside of the national team though, there's a diehard Manchester United fan by the name of Oceania Qualifiers who is currently cycling from Mongolia to Manchester. He hopes to arrive in Manchester sometime this December. Next we have a battle between two South Asian nations, the Maldives and Bangladesh. Despite never qualifying for a World Cup, the Maldives have a pretty rich history in the SAFF Cup, winning in 2008 and 2018. However, it doesn't seem like football in the country is going in the right direction because their last two performances saw them crash out in the groups. Currently, there's two forwards the nation can call upon. Ali Fasir and Naiz Hassan have a combined 23 goals between them for the national team. Oh, by the way, there's a stadium in the Maldives called Pele Stadium, and the club that plays there has a Jabulani for their badge. Okay, for the rest of this video, just assume that the team hasn't qualified unless I say otherwise. Between the 80s and the 2000s, Bengali football was at its best. 2 runners-up finishes and 1 title in 2003 in the SAFF Championship. However, since 2011, the team has fallen off a cliff and things aren't looking any better. Bengali national team fans are very passionate, but not only just for Bangladesh. Since 1986, Argentina's national team has shaped the way Bengalis look at the sport, and despite literally no ties whatsoever, the country is filled with Albi Celeste superfans.
Okay, so I'm starting to second guess myself here. I don't know if I'm supposed to say Bangladeshi or Bengali. I actually have no idea, so if you guys could just let me know in the comments, thanks.
The relationship actually goes both ways as well. Argentines have been backing Bangladesh's cricket team as of recent. The third matchup is Southeast Asian representative Singapore versus US territory Guam. Singapore's best period came during the late 90s to early 2010s, where they had 3 AFF championships. AFF championships are like the SAFF except with Southeast Asian nations. One player to look out for is forward Ilhan Fandi, son of the legendary Singaporean top scorer Fandi Ahmad. Also, shout out the goal difference on YouTube. His granddad is Kwan Kim Song, another legend in Singaporean football. Guam, on the other hand, they exist. Jokes aside, they're a tiny bit better than most people think. In World Cup 2018 qualifiers, they managed to beat India 2-1. And here's a quick population comparison between the two countries. Guam's all-time top scorer is 39-year-old Jason Cunliffe, who plays for the Bank of Guam. I'm not kidding. Cunliffe has scored the majority of his goals against island teams, but funnily enough, he did score against Singapore in 2015. That all said, Guam is the second worst Asian nation going into this round. Next, there's Yemen versus Sri Lanka. Yemen haven't played at home since 2012 due to a civil war which has practically destroyed all football infrastructure in the country. Because of this, the domestic league has played just 2 seasons in the last 7 years, and most clubs are begging for donations. The situation got so bad that national team players and staff had to escape by boat during the 2018 World Cup qualifying campaign. But at one point in history, Yemen found itself on the rise after reunification and nearly qualified for the final round of Asian World Cup qualifiers in 2002. Nicknamed the Golden Army, Sri Lanka's best period came during the late 90s when they won their first and only SAFF championship. Fast forward to now, however, they are the worst ranked Asian nation in the world. However, it should be mentioned that Sri Lanka's squad is filled to the brim with dual nationals, a lot of which have just received their first call-up. I don't know how this will play out, but I am interested. The 5th matchup is between Myanmar and Macau, and this match has already happened before in June, I believe, when Myanmar won 1-0. But the last 3 years have truly been a roller coaster for Myanmar's football team. Back in 2020, multiple key players refused to represent the nation, citing the military coup against the government. This resulted in some awful performances throughout 2021 and 2022, including a 10-0 loss to Japan and an 8-0 loss to Kyrgyzstan. However, 2023 has seen the return of Myanmar stars, and the national team were finally able to grab their first win in over 2 years. Macau has never made it past the first round. Not even once. Their best chance came in World Cup 2022 qualifiers when they had a 1-0 advantage against Sri Lanka after the first leg, but the FA forfeited due to safety issues. Most of the national team play their club football for either Monte Carlo, Benfica de Macau, or Chao Pak-Kei, whose logo looks more like a gas station.
So, while I was editing this video, I came across these Chao Pak-Kei branded fake Jordans.
The first round also sees a rematch between Cambodia and Pakistan. In 2022 World Cup qualifiers, it was Cambodia that prevailed 4-1 on aggregate. They hope to replicate a similar result with youngster Siang Chantia, who plays in the Qatari 2nd Division. Cambodia's history is mostly dry except for a 4th place finish in the 1972 Asian Cup when they were called the Khmer Republic. Much like Cambodia, Pakistan's achievements go all the way back to the mid-20th century. Throughout the early 60s to 70s, Pakistan was actually good enough to beat some of Asia's superpowers, and that era was spearheaded by Pakistani Pele himself, Abdul Ghaffur Majna. Nowadays though, Pakistan would be lucky enough to beat Gibraltar. Right now they're on a 12-game losing streak and haven't won in the last 5 years. We also have Taiwan versus Timor-Leste. Taiwan were very successful during Asian football's infancy. 2 gold medals in the Asian Games and a podium finish in the 1960 Asian Cup. They are far from that now, however, manager Gary White has been leading the nation in the right direction. His first tenure in 2017 saw Taiwan reach its highest ever FIFA ranking. He left in 2018 but is now back after some shambolic managers in the past. One player to look out for is Swedish-born Taiwanese player Miguel Sandberg. He represented the national team at youth level in the 2018 U19 Asian Cup, where he was the youngest in the squad. Timor-Leste were only recognized by FIFA in 2005 and didn't win a match until 2012 when they beat Cambodia. God knows how legit that win was though, because in 2016, the federation was charged for using forged and falsified documents to play ineligible footballers. A year later, they were actually banned from qualifying for the 2023 Asian Cup.
Leave me alone, please. Hiding in the shadows. Hiding from who you truly are.
Now there's always an odd one out in this round of qualifiers, and I think this time around it's Indonesia. They play Brunei, and the most recent meeting between the two saw Indonesia win 7-0. The national team is only getting better, mind you. Along with promising players like Elkan Bagat and the social media player, there's a lot of excitement surrounding 19-year-old Marcelino Ferdinand, who plays in the Belgian 2nd Division. Under the guidance of former South Korean manager Shin Tae-yong, Indonesia's future looks illuminating. So maybe now they'll finally win an AFF championship. Brunei has never made it past the first round, and I can assure you it's definitely not happening this year. That being said, there has been massive improvements being made to the national team. Massive in the eyes of Bruneians. After a 26-year drought, the Wasps qualified for the most recent AFF championship. Sure, they would lose every group stage game by 5 goals, but hey, you know, progress. Also, for you FNG fans, this country has Faik Bokia, the richest footballer in the world. The 9th matchup we have is Hong Kong versus Bhutan. During Asia's early days, Hong Kong was one of the top teams. They finished 3rd in the inaugural Asian Cup and then 4th in the 1964 edition. However, they would not qualify for another Asian Cup until this year. And understandably so, Hong Kong's most famous victory was a 2-1 upset win against China in 1986 World Cup qualifying. Bhutan was once considered consistently the worst team based on FIFA ranking. However, in their first attempt at World Cup qualifiers in 2015, they shocked Sri Lanka to rise up to 163rd in the world. Lastly, we have Nepal versus Laos. Throughout its history, Nepalese football has been held back due to a lack of facilities. However, recently, it appears the national team might be on a bit of a rise. Since 2011, Nepal has managed 3 semi-final finishes and 1 runners-up in the SAFF Championship. One player behind the successes is Nepal's most capped player, goalkeeper Kiran Chemchong. He plays his football in India, as does 25-year-old Anyan Bista, who is 3rd in Nepal's all-time leading scorers. Laos' all-time leading scorer is Sukhofon Vongchingkam, and he's active as well. The 31-year-old has 15 goals for his national team. He's also 5'1". Look at this picture. This guy towers over him. Watch out for 23-year-old midfielder Michael Vang as well. He's the first ever Hmong professional footballer in the US. When it comes to history, yeah, I mean, Laos doesn't really have that much. Except for maybe some match-fixing scandals, but that's only because the federation doesn't pay its players enough. We'll start with Afghanistan vs Mongolia, and the Afghans came out on top after scoring a single goal. Shout out this guy, by the way, he's very on top of posting highlights of anything Afghanistan national team related. However, right before the second half, news came out that the majority of Afghanistan's players revolted against their head coach Abdullah Al-Matairi. The players believed that the national team's level was much higher than the coach and that his tactics and drills were not up to par. As a result, the coach was nowhere to be seen during training sessions before the second leg. But then, Al-Matairi reappeared from the shadows with less than an hour before the match to tell the organizer to announce the game as a 3-0 forfeit in favor of Mongolia. All because his players didn't accept him. Thankfully, the second leg still commenced, just without the manager, and Afghanistan would score in the 70th minute to win 2-0 on aggregate and advance to the second round. And after the game, Abdullah Al-Matairi was sacked. Meanwhile, over in Southeast Asia, Myanmar obliterated Macau 5-1 at home in the first leg. The second leg played out a 0-0 draw, so Myanmar advanced to the next round. Another tie that saw total annihilation happened in Jakarta, where Indonesia slapped around the Bruneians and won 6-0 in the first leg. No mercy was given in the second leg by the Indonesians, who again scored 6 past the Bruneians to win 12-0 on aggregate. In Singapore, the Lions scored twice early on through Christopher James Van Huysen and Jakob Mahler. Believe it or not, these guys are not naturalized. However, Guam found a lifeline in the 90th minute thanks to a fantastic Jason Cunliffe free kick. My guy, you are 2-1 down. There is no need for all of this. Singapore had the final say, however, as they just narrowly won in Guam to advance to the next round. Taiwan started their first leg against Timor-Leste with a goal that somehow wasn't called offside. Either way, the Taiwanese went on to score 3 more and win the first leg in comfortable fashion. The second leg would be played in Timor-Leste. Actually, no. It would be played instead in Taiwan again. Cambodia vs Pakistan was the match I was looking most forward to, and it did not disappoint. The two teams played out an exciting first leg, and near the end, Pakistan were practically holding on for dear life. In the end, though, the match finished 0-0, which set up Pakistan really well for the return leg, especially as the national team would be playing in Pakistan for the first time since 2015. After a few close chances from Cambodia and Yutai Ogawa thinking he's Jordan Poole, Pakistan started finding some rhythm early in the second half, and in the 68th minute, 19-year-old Harun Hamid scored the winner. This goal broke Pakistan's 13-game winless streak and earned the nation its first ever win in a World Cup qualifier. Entering this round, Pakistan were the 3rd worst Asian nation and were ranked 201st in the world. But now, they're on to the next round. Another tie that was pretty solid was the Maldives vs Bangladesh. The first leg saw an entertaining end-to-end spectacle, but also some of the worst finishing I have ever seen. The first goal wasn't seen until the 87th minute when the Maldives took advantage of a Bangladeshi error. However, Bangladesh responded immediately with an away goal in the 2nd minute of stoppage time. Then in their backyard, they scored early on to take a 2-1 lead on aggregate. However, it was now the Maldives' turn to reply as Aysam Ibrahim makes it level. But then early in the second half, Bangladesh retake the lead and would go on to win 3-2 on aggregate. Hong Kong took care of business against Bhutan, and 19-year-old Michael Udapaluzor, born in the HK, scored a brace in just his second cap. Bhutan has come a long way though, and it was pretty evident when they just came short of making a comeback at home. Okay, what other games am I missing here? Oh yeah, Yemen, Sri Lanka. Yemen in the first leg straight up cooked Sri Lanka in 3 different styles like this was some kind of episode of Epicurious. Every Yemeni goal in that first leg could have easily been put on a highlight reel. Anyways, Yemen would go on to defeat Sri Lanka's team of dual nationals 4-1 on aggregate. Lastly, there was Laos versus Nepal. Another super interesting tie to watch, but it was marred by awful, and I mean awful officiating. Either way, 33 minutes played, Bunfachan Bumkong takes a nice touch, enters the box, whoop, and puts the finishing touch. But then in the second half, Anyan Bista finds the equalizer for the Nepalese, and the game ends 1-1 with Laos having the advantage on away goals. That advantage diminished, however, in the second leg when Manish Dangi scored the only goal of the match to send Nepal to the second round. So, a quick rundown of all the teams moving on to the next round. Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Singapore, Yemen, Myanmar, Pakistan, Taiwan, Indonesia, Hong Kong, and finally, Nepal. Alright, now to quickly talk about Vietnam. On second thought, let's not do that. The second round format is pretty simple. Firstly, those who advance from the first round will now join everyone else in the second round. But talking about this round, there are 9 groups with 4 teams each. Teams will play their group opponents both at home and away. And after the end of this round, the top 2 will advance to the third round. In Group A, we have Qatar, India, Kuwait, and Afghanistan. Imagine putting so much work into bribing FIFA and generating a record number of verbal gymnastics to poorly hide your awful working conditions and human rights abuses. And in the end, your nation crashes out of the groups with 0 points. Well, that's exactly what happened to Qatar, who made history becoming the only World Cup host to earn not even 1 point. Now, when this team isn't beating up on weaker Asian opponents, they're losing to the likes of Haiti, Panama, even Kenya. Maxwell, don't you think you're being a little biased? Of course I am. These frauds. India has managed to qualify for one World Cup, and that was back in 1950, but they withdrew from participating despite FIFA offering to pay for the team's travel expenses. Many speculated India's withdrawal was because of the fact they couldn't play barefoot. But that's a myth. It more so had to do with simply the fact that India valued the Olympics more than the World Cup. However, since that 1950 feat, India hasn't qualified for the World Cup since. But on a positive, nowadays you can't talk about Indian football without mentioning its star of hope, Sunil Chhetri. The 39-year-old striker has scored 93 goals for his country, which puts him amongst the likes of Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo in all-time leading international scores. Kuwait has one World Cup appearance from back in 1982, and even though they finished bottom of their group, they managed a historic draw with Czechoslovakia. Something even more impressive was when they were ranked 24th in the world in 1998. Unfortunately, it's been a slippery slope towards rock bottom in the last decade and more, as Kuwait's national team has been plagued by suspensions and inactivity. Between 2007 and 2017, the federation has been suspended 3 times, and this inactivity saw the nation drop all the way down to 189th in the world. They even missed out on World Cup 2018 qualifiers due to inactivity. Times are changing though. The national team is actually active again, and they're starting to go through a bit of a rebuild. Not to mention, in their last qualification campaign, they managed to finish runners-up in their second round group that consisted of Australia and Jordan. Over in Group B, we have Japan, Syria, North Korea, and Myanmar. A bit politically charged, as you can see. Japan, since the agony of Doha in 1993, has qualified for every World Cup, but since then, they've suffered another type of agony in the tournament itself. In 6 World Cup appearances, Japan has fallen short of the quarterfinals on numerous occasions. 2018 was probably the most painful when they squandered a 2-0 lead against Belgium and lost 3-2. 2022 was quite heartbreaking as well, when Japan practically invited Croatia back into the game and ended up losing on penalties after initially being 1-0 up at the half. But with every moment of suffering has been iconic instances of brilliance. 2022, for example, saw Japan's entertaining technical football take down European giants like Germany and Spain in the most dramatic ways possible. Victories like these have made Japan the model for development and success in Asia, and the national team is currently on a historic winning streak, and there seems to be no sign of stopping them. Syria's national team hasn't played in the nation's capital of Damascus since 2010 due to the ongoing war in the country, which makes their 2018 World Cup qualification campaign that much more inspirational. Syria finished 3rd in their 3rd round group, which consisted of giants like Iran, South Korea, China, and Qatar. They then had a 2-legged playoff against Australia to determine who would move on to the Intercontinental Playoffs. In the first leg, Australia took an early lead. However, Syria's star striker Omar Al-Somah converted a penalty. Al-Somah then scored 6 minutes into the second leg to give Syria the advantage on aggregate. Unfortunately, the Syrians couldn't hold on to their lead, and Australia would go on to win on aggregates in extra time. When you think of the North Korean national team, you think of 2 things. The 2014 World Cup, where they beat Japan 7-0 and then won the tournament by beating Brazil 2-1. And Han Kwang-song, the young North Korean striker whose promising career was derailed by sanctions against his home country. The man has been missing from football for at least 3 years now. North Korea has been to 2 World Cups, both famous for reasons opposite of one another. In one of the biggest upsets in World Cup history, North Korea defeated Italy in 1966 to advance to the quarterfinals. And then there was the 2010 World Cup, where after holding their own against Brazil in a 2-1 loss, the country decided to broadcast the team's next game against Portugal, where they got ass-blasted 7-0. Over in Group C, we have 2 East Asian nations in South Korea and China, and then 2 Southeast Asian nations in Thailand and Singapore. South Korea has historically been one of the best nations in Asia, and since 1986, they've qualified for every World Cup. Of course, their best performance came in 2002 when they co-hosted the tournament alongside Japan. South Korea, in one of the greatest showings of sportsmanship, produced stunner after stunner in the knockouts to finish 4th place. Fun fact, by the way, Papa Park Hang-seo was the team's assistant coach at the time. The South Koreans haven't been able to replicate that same feat since, but have put together some decent World Cup runs. 2022 in particular was pretty special when the Taeguk Warriors scored a last-minute winner against Portugal to advance to the round of 16. China have one World Cup appearance back in 2002 where they not only lost all their games, but also didn't score a single goal. That said, China were still a pretty solid team in Asia throughout the early 2000s. 4th place in the 2000 Asian Cup, and then in 2004 they finished runners-up. Unfortunately, a failed plan to become become one of the best Asian nations by 2030 and the best nation in the world by 2050 has tarnished the entirety of Chinese football history. What was the plan in question? Give players from Europe ungodly amounts of money to play in the Chinese Super League, also naturalize random Brazilians after 1 year. How that was legal, I have no idea. Oh, what's that? Youth development, you say? Don't be silly. To everyone's surprise, this whole plan blew up in China's face, and now they're actually in a worse spot than they were when they were declining in 2016. On a positive though, it seems like the national team is ditching its naturalized Brazilians for actual Chinese talent. Thailand are the kings of the Rice Balkans, or better known as Southeast Asia. The War Elephants have also made it to the final round of World Cup qualifiers twice. However, in those 2 appearances, they failed to grab a single win, which really goes to show how far Southeast Asian nations are from the elite Asian teams. Thailand has been making efforts to play better competition to gain experience, however. In October, they played Estonia and Georgia. Thais will want to forget what happened in Georgia though. Group D consists of Oman, Kyrgyzstan, 007, and Taiwan. Oman has never qualified for the World Cup, but you can never take them lightly in the qualifiers. In their 2018 and 2022 campaigns, the Omanis were just within 1 point of the 4th round playoff. They also finished 3rd in the Central Asian Football Association Nations Cup, which consists of challenging opponents like Iran and Uzbekistan. And right at the beginning of the year, Oman were heartbroken in extra time by Iraq in the Gulf Cup. With every shortcoming, however, the relatively young squad continues to grow even stronger. Originally part of the Soviet Union national team, Kyrgyzstan gained independence in 1991 and joined AFC 3 years later. Kyrgyzstan has never made it past the 2nd round of qualifiers, but they are showing signs of improvement. The national team made its debut in the Asian Cup back in 2019 and reached the round of 16. The White Falcons have once again qualified for the tournament happening next year. The country's top domestic league is the Kyrgyz Premier League, whose logo looks like a rejected Watford badge. 007 Malaysia used to be a pretty solid team throughout the 1970s and 1980s. They never qualified for a World Cup, but they did make appearances in the Asian Cup. However, a bribery scandal wrecked the football scene, and Malaysia has not been the same since. 2010 gave the nation a glimpse of hope when a team of mostly U23 players won the AFF Championship. However, nothing ever came of it besides the Milo Merchants' worst ever loss in 2015 against the UAE, where they conceded 10 goals. But since the appointment of Kim Pan-gon, who looks like that one asshole from Squid Game, Malaysia are seeing a bit of a resurgence. Just last year, Malaysia qualified for the upcoming Asian Cup. It's the first time they've qualified on merits in 42 years. Group E is a very interesting one. We got Iran, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, and Hong Kong. Iran has been consistently one of the best Asian nations in the last 50 plus years. They've qualified for 6 World Cups, with their best stretch coming in the last decade, with the Iranians qualifying for the last 3. Ironically enough though, this last decade has probably been the most painful, just because of how many times Iran has come up short of reaching the knockouts. Whether that be Messi going clutch, referees being awful in other games, or even Pulisic nutsack. And time is running out on this golden generation. Most of Iran's players right now are closing in on age 30. This could open an opportunity for the next generation, however, especially after the U17 team stunned Brazil in the most recent U17 World Cup. Uzbekistan, like many underrated Asian nations, have come painstakingly close to World Cup qualification on a couple of occasions. 2014's campaign was probably the hardest pill to swallow for the Uzbeks when they lost on penalties to Jordan in the 4th round playoff. In my eyes, Uzbekistan is always a team you gotta look out for. They're just that permanent dark horse. A lot of that kind of has to do with the fact that they have that fusion of Europe and Asia in their players. You know, they're pretty big. The team just won't ever roll over and die for anyone, and this has been the case since their golden era in the 2000s. 2022 was a bit of a disappointment, with Uzbekistan not making it to the final round of qualifiers for the first time since they joined AFC. However, their current manager has a 61% winning percentage since 2021, so expect the Uzbeks to bounce back this campaign. Turkmenistan, you probably affiliate this country with their former insane leader, whose name I will not bother pronouncing. But you probably don't know anything about their football, and I wouldn't really blame you. The U23s did reach the quarterfinals in the U23 Asian Cup after advancing out of a group consisting of Uzbekistan, Iran, and Qatar, however, so maybe there's a bit of hope. Group F, we have Iraq, Vietnam, Philippines, and Indonesia. Iraq has one World Cup appearance under their belts, and that was back in 1996, where they lost every game but did score 1 goal. Since then, the national team has made numerous appearances in the final round, but that's as far as it goes. Iraq's best period came around the mid-2000s when the nation was ranked at an all-time high 39th in the world in 2004. They then went on one of the greatest Cinderella runs in the 2007 Asian Cup and won the whole thing. Fast forward to now, and we might be seeing the best Iraqi team since that triumph of 2007. Vietnam made history back in the 2022 campaign, becoming the first Southeast Asian nation to win in the final round of qualifiers. But that was back during their Park Hang-seo era. Things are a little bit in question as the Vietnamese get used to their new head coach Philippe Troussier. Recently, Vietnam has been partaking in some more challenging friendlies, and while they've lost every single one of them, including Korea where they lost 6-0, you know, it's good experience. The question now is, though, can Troussier fill in the shoes of the great Papa Park? The Philippines, also known as Diaspora FC. For the longest time, basketball has not only been the preferred sport by fans, but even footballers. During the second half of the 20th century, the Filipino FA couldn't financially support their best players enough, which prompted numerous national team players to become basketball players. Then there was the rule mandated by Congress that only said 40% of the team could be Chinese Filipino or another foreign blood, and with the knowledge that sponsors and leagues were mostly funded by the Chinese Filipino community, you can kind of see how this probably didn't end well. The effects were detrimental to Filipino football, but in the last decade, there seems to be a bit of a renaissance happening. It all started with the Miracle of Hanoi, where the Philippines upsetted Vietnam in the 2010 AFF Championship. 9 years later, and the Philippines participated in their first ever Asian Cup. In Group G, we have Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Tajikistan, and Pakistan. Saudi Arabia has been to 6 World Cups, with their best performance being a round of 16 appearance in 1994. And in the most recent World Cup, the Saudis shocked eventual champions Argentina in their group opener. The team were gifted watches after the victory and then proceeded to disappear for the rest of the tournament. However, it doesn't look like Saudi Arabia are stopping anytime soon, as they actually just won the U23 Asian Cup last year, and they should be pretty strong contenders for the Asian Cup in January. The closest Jordan has ever come to qualifying for a World Cup was back in 2014. After beating Uzbekistan on penalties, they were absolutely battered by Uruguay in the Intercontinental Playoffs. That was also the only time Jordan has ever reached the final round of qualifiers. Nowadays, they're in a stagnation similar to that of the British economy. Currently, though, there's one Jordanian playing European football, and that's Moussa Altamari of Montpellier. He only just moved to the French club this year and already has 3 goals in 9 appearances. Tajikistan, like its former USSR counterparts, didn't join AFC until the early 90s. They also have a badge that just goes unnecessarily hard. Anyways, the Sons of the Highlands have been making slow and steady progress. Last qualification campaign, the Tajiks put some decent performances and even earned themselves a spot into the Asian Cup next year. Group H has the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Yemen, and Nepal. The UAE has only ever made it to 1 World Cup. That was back in 1990, where they conceded 11 goals. But hey, they did have that one consolation goal against West Germany. In the 2000s, the UAE appointed high-profile managers like Carlos Queiroz, Roy Hodgson, and Dick Advocaat. Ironically enough, though, this was one of the worst periods for the Emiratis. Into the mid-2010s, the national team had a bit of a resurgence. They finished 3rd in the 2015 Asian Cup and then 4th in the following tournament. This was all followed up by the UAE's best chance at qualifying since 1990, where the team just missed out on the Intercontinental Playoffs after losing to Australia in the 4th round playoff. We've been over this many times, but I still just cannot stress how painful the 2000s were for Bahrain. In 2006 World Cup qualifiers, Bahrain overcame Uzbekistan to have a chance at qualifying for the big dance to the Intercontinental Playoffs. They were matched up against Trinidad and produced a 1-1 draw in the first leg. Unfortunately, in the return leg at home, the Bahrainis lost 1-0. Then in World Cup 2010 qualifiers, Bahrain overcame Saudi Arabia on away goals to once again advance to the Intercontinental Playoffs. But once more, Bahrain conceded at home in the second leg. To f***ing New Zealand this time. Since then, the pain has been numbing for the #1 bottlers of Asia, and the national team hasn't made it to the final round of qualifiers since 2010. Finally, there's Group I, where we have Australia, Palestine, Lebanon, and Bangladesh. Australia has made every single World Cup since 2006, and the nation has a tendency to surprise many when it's least expected. In 2006, they were the 2nd lowest ranked nation, but that didn't stop the Socceroos from reaching the last 16. Then in 2022, Australia somehow prevailed over Peru in the Intercontinental Playoffs. Then come the World Cup, everyone saw Australia as one of the worst teams going into the tournament. However, once more, everyone ate their words as Australia defeated both Tunisia and Denmark to reach the last 16 again. And they weren't too far off equalizing against Argentina in the last 16. There's no telling what Australia will be up to in this campaign, but watch out for wonder kids Goran Kuhl and Nestori Irankunda. While Irankunda hasn't made a senior appearance, his clean strikes gained the attention of Bayern, who signed the 17-year-old for over 3 million euros. For the last 2 months, I've watched my own country side with an Israeli government that aims to wipe out the entire Palestinian population. Once more, here's proof that the US has not learned from 2003, as Gaza, a region where more than half its population is children, continues to be wiped off the map by the bloodthirsty Israeli Defense Force. I see the Israeli government making claims about how Hamas terrorists are using civilians as shields, they're disguising themselves as civilians, all this kind of stuff, as if that justifies bombing hospitals and roadways for innocents to escape. But having just recently visited the War Remnants Museum in Vietnam, you will often see quotes from US soldiers justifying killing numerous civilians simply because they thought they were Viet Cong informants. They weren't confirmed, it was just a mere assumption that led to the massacre of millions of villagers. You see the parallel here? We need a ceasefire, and we must call upon our own leaders to make sure that happens by any means necessary. Not that that's actually going to happen, because I'm pretty sure the US vetoed a ceasefire just a few days ago. But just for the sake of, I guess, idealism, no more Israelis in Gaza need to die. No more Palestinians in Gaza need to die. And the poison of Zionism must be eradicated. It tries to disguise its evil as anti-Semitism and prevents any kind of progress for peace to be made.
One more thing, by the way. Just because I want a ceasefire does not mean I'm a supporter of Hamas. You're a fucking moron if you think that. Let me make this very clear. I denounce both the IDF and Hamas. Both are bloodthirsty, and it doesn't matter how much more bloodthirsty the other one is, no civilian should be dying. Finally, I'll end it off on this. Free Palestine.
The Palestinian national team has never made it to the final round of World Cup qualifiers. They are making progress, however, as the nation qualified for its first ever Asian Cup in 2015, and they haven't missed a tournament since. With the upcoming qualifiers, it'll be difficult for the national team to focus on the game with everything going on, but perhaps like Ukraine, it could light a fire within this team. And finally, we have Lebanon. Lebanon has never qualified for the World Cup, but they've made final round appearances in 2014 and 2022. They actually had a pretty decent start in their last campaign, but ended up fizzling out and finishing bottom of their final round group. Considering though this is only a few decades after being ravaged by a civil war, it's admirable how much progress has been made, which also includes appearances in the 2019 Asian Cup and the upcoming one in January. In Group A, Qatar has gone off to a good start with 2 of 2 wins, one of which included an 8-1 destruction of Afghanistan. The landslide result was due to a boycott by 19 Afghani players citing corruption of the current federation president. Due to this, Afghanistan's squad was far weaker, and it didn't help they had a new coach having to deal with all this. Second place Kuwait and third place India are currently tied on points, with Kuwait having the advantage on goal difference. The two actually played each other in this window, where India grabbed a win away from home. Group B, as you'd expect, is currently being led by Japan, who continue their unbeaten run. They beat both their opponents 5-0. Once again, second and third are currently tied on points. North Korea have the advantage on goal difference, but Syria managed to beat them in this window. Also, remember Han Kwang-song? Well, after 3 years, he's reappeared from the shadows and even scored a goal against Myanmar. South Korea have started perfectly so far in Group C. They schooled Singapore and then took down China. Thailand and China are currently tied, with the Thais having the advantage on goal difference. And just like the last 2 groups, these two actually went up against each other. China prevailed with a 2-1 win in Bangkok, and during the match as well, a young Chinese kid was spotted doing homework at halftime. Over in Group D has the biggest shock of them all. 007 Malaysia has started brilliantly. In their opener, Malaysia found themselves 3-1 down against Kyrgyzstan, but then came back to win 4-3. Malaysia then ended the window with another 3 points against Taiwan. This group is Oman's for the taking, but it hasn't really been that way so far. They started with a solid win versus Taiwan, but then lost to Kyrgyzstan. Group E is setting itself up to be a close battle between Iran and Uzbekistan. After both won their opening fixtures, they played each other 4 days later. Iran took an early 2-0 lead, but that was cancelled out by Uzbekistan's rally back in the second half. Iraq has a solid grasp over Group F. They began by defeating the nation with the most annoying fans on the planet 5-1, and then a last-minute goal in Hanoi gave the Iraqis 6-6 points for November. Meanwhile, Vietnam are placed second after they scratched a win against the Philippines away from home. Saudi Arabia are clear of the pack in Group G. They beat Pakistan 4-0 and then Jordan 2-0 to earn 6 points. And after a draw with Jordan and a 6-1 win versus Pakistan, Tajikistan hold on to second. UAE have the lead in Group H, and already Ali Mabkut has 3 goals to his name in qualifiers. Meanwhile, Bahrain, seeking their first round appearance since 2010, hold on to second after beating Yemen. And finally in Group I, it's all Australia. They opened their qualifiers with a 7 7-0 drubbing of Bangladesh and followed it up with a 1-0 win against Palestine. In second place currently is Lebanon, who have drawn twice to begin their campaign. Over in Group A, Asian Cup champions Qatar continue their perfect record with 2 wins against Kuwait. With these victories, they have already confirmed a spot in the third round. India and Afghanistan played each other twice in this window. In the first game, it was a 0-0 draw. 5 days later, we had the second game in India where the legendary Sunil Chetri scored an early penalty. Celebrations in Guwahati were short-lived, however, as Afghanistan came back late to win 2-1. Considering how many players the Afghan team were missing and how just months prior they were revolting against their manager, this is pretty impressive.
It is decent! Tell them, lad, it's decent!
Then you look at it on the other hand. Jesus Christ, India, you are f***ing shit. Usually I try to be nice, but you guys are just ass. And your federation is doing you no favors. I know despite all that, you're still gonna find a way to talk so much shit. You know, I wish I had this much delusion. Despite all I just said though, somehow India are second in this group after the March window. This window is just giving us everything. First we had the historic derby, now we have Japan vs North Korea. The first match went to Japan as Ao Tanaka scored the only goal of the game. Man, it wouldn't have been nice to have him at the Asian Cup, huh? We were supposed to see an even funnier version of this match in North Korea. However, we were once more denied greatness after North Korea decided against hosting the game, citing the rice and strep A cases in Japan. FIFA went on to award Japan all 3 points, and with that win, Japan have locked themselves into the third round. On the other side of the group, Syria managed a draw with Myanmar away from home and then tore them to shreds 5 days later. They now sit comfortably in second, 4 points above third place North Korea. Now managed by caretaker and legendary striker Hwang Song-hong, South Korea took an early lead against Thailand through their talisman Son Heung-min. However, in the second half, the Thais responded with an impressive goal from youngster Sufanat Muanta, who has 7 goals in 19 caps already. The South Koreans would get the final laugh in Bangkok though, as they made some fresh pad kra pao out of their opponents. Meanwhile, we had old money versus new money. That's a Crazy Rich Asians reference. China's last hope, Wu Lei, would put the team on his back for about the 80th time and scored 2 first-half goals. But then in the second half, Singapore, remembering they were playing China, took advantage of their opponent's god-awful defending and scored 2 of their own. China, however, did get the final say after beating Singapore 4-1 in the return fixture at home. Wu Lei scored 2 again, Wei Shi Hao got himself 1, and so did Fernandinho. Fernando. They're never beating the allegations, man. Looking at the table now, South Korea are first with 10 points, and just behind them is China, who play them in the next window. Thailand are just hanging in there, and I wouldn't count them out if they can redeem their poor showing in Bangkok back in November. I was gonna go to that game, by the way, but I had jet lag. Over in Group D, both Kyrgyzstan and Oman were fathering. Oman beat Malaysia twice, and Kyrgyzstan dug Taiwan its grave. After the March window, it's still pretty tight in this group, however. Kyrgyzstan and Oman are both tied on points and goal difference. They play each other on the final day. Meanwhile, Malaysia is still in contention, just 3 points behind the top 2. Group E is pretty similar. Uzbekistan beat Hong Kong 2-0 away and then 3-0 at home, while Iran stamped on Turkmenistan and Tehran and then edged past them 5 days later. After these results, both Iran and Uzbekistan are confirmed for the third round. Over in Group F, Iraq continued their perfect record at the top with 2 straight wins versus Diaspora FC. Over in the next group, after an incredible Cinderella run in the Asian Cup final, Jordan put a total of 10 goals past Pakistan throughout March. On the other hand, group leader Saudi Arabia had a doubleheader with Tajikistan, and they won the first game with an early goal from Salam Al-Dawsari. In the return fixture, the Saudis again took the lead. However, Tajikistan equalized with 10 minutes remaining to stay in the hunt for the third round. Looking at the group now, Saudi Arabia tops it with Jordan 3 points behind them. These two play each other on the final day, which could open a door of opportunity for Tajikistan, who will play Jordan away in the next window. Group H is pretty much decided as well. UAE collected 2 wins against Yemen, and with a little bit of historical revisionism, Bahrain could have probably claimed to have beat Nepal so bad that part of their flag fell off. After the March window, UAE have sealed a spot in the next round, while Bahrain is 1 point away from making it happen as well. So in my last video, I accidentally called Austria Australia twice. I don't know how I didn't catch it, because I go through my videos like 4 times in full in editing. Anyways though, just to pretend that this was all a intentional joke, we're gonna do the same thing but in reverse. Austria continued their perfect record in Group I with 2 wins against Lebanon. This also means the Austrians will be moving on to the next round. Palestine put together a really great window as well with 2 wins against Bangladesh. While the Palestinians weren't able to qualify for the next round in March, they will definitely seal the deal in June. And so that is your World Cup. Alright, fuck Fine, I'll fucking talk about it. Back over in group fuck me, Indonesia and Vietnam played each other twice. In the first match in Jakarta, the new-look Indonesians beat Vietnam with a single goal. Then in the return fixture, the Indonesians brutally penetrated the Vietnamese and won 3-0. Dear Indonesia, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Very wrong, in fact. I must admit, I was not familiar with your game. Not one bit. Vietnam is indeed finished. We are smaller than East Timor. In Group A, Qatar had already clinched a spot in the next round, so all the focus was on the battle for the remaining qualification spot between India, Kuwait, and Afghanistan. The second to last match day didn't see any change as both games played out goalless draws. However, on the last match day, India stunned the Qataris by going up 1-0, and if that result stood, the Indians would 100% be going into the next round. However, the Qataris equalized in the 72nd minute. But on second view, you can clearly see that the ball was all the way out before it was dragged back in and put into the net. No review, no nothing, the goal stood, and in the end it completely fucked over India as they eventually lost 2-1. Meanwhile, Kuwait scored a late winner versus Afghanistan to confirm a ticket to the third round. And just to make things worse for Indian football, their national hero Sunil Khetri retired after the window. He caps off one of the greatest international careers anyone could have with 94 goals in 151 caps. India, now you have no choice. You actually have to produce some kind of quality here. Just a little. Just a smidge. Otherwise you're fucked.
What you doing there, Bill? Satellite dish trouble?
No, I'm just up here to kill myself.
Group B saw Japan confirm their spot in the last window, while Syria were close to sealing their own. However, North Korea had something to say about that as they beat Syria with a goal in the second minute of stoppage time. Syria got bottled up and trashed by Japan, and in the following match, once more, the North Koreans took advantage of their misery by demolishing Myanmar and stealing the second qualification spot on the last day. South Korea pretty much needed just one more point to move on to the next round, and they made it look almost too easy by single-handedly increasing the homicide rate in Singapore by 3%. Over in the battle for second between China and Thailand, the two nations played out a 1-1 draw, which was far more favorable for the Thais because their last match was versus Singapore, while China had to play South Korea in Seoul. However, the Chinese did well to fend off the Koreans and only lost 1-0. So now, Chinese hopes relied in the hands of China 2 Electric Boogaloo. Because if Thailand beat Singapore by a margin of 3 or more, it was simply Guangzhou. The Thais went full guns blazing early on, but just could not score past Singaporean keeper Hassan Sunny. But finally, Thailand drew first blood in the 36th minute. 2 more goals, and they're through. Into the second half, the Thais had a really good chance to make it 2, but again, Hassan Sunny makes an unbelievable stop. Then minutes later, Singapore spoiled the party, stun on the counter, and now Thailand need to score 3 more again. The War Elephants were able to grab 2 more goals later on, but that would be all as they were eliminated by the strong hands of Hassan Sunny. That means China moves on to the next round, and to express their appreciation to their new overlord, Chinese netizens found out that Hassan Sunny actually had a food stall and started giving it 5-star reviews galore. There were even fans who came to the stall to celebrate, and some even transferred crazy amounts of money in the name of gratitude. And this was all followed up by a thank you message from Hassan Sunny, which garnered over 100 million views on Weibo. Group D wasn't as eventful, but it was pretty close in the table with Kyrgyzstan and Oman tied with 9 points, and Malaysia just behind them in third. Malaysia needed to beat Kyrgyzstan to actually have any hope of qualifying, but unfortunately they could only get a point. Oman beat Taiwan 3-0, so this pretty much sealed Malaysia's doom. But it only got worse for Malaysia, because 2 days after their last game, Asian Cup hero Faisal Halim was victim to an acid attack. For a while, his career was in question, but thankfully he just recently returned to action at club level. But the misfortunes don't end there, because their promising head coach Kim Pan-gon resigned in mid-July. Anyways, back to qualifiers, Oman and Kyrgyzstan played out a 1-1 draw to cap off Group D. So in the end, thanks to Malaysia actually, Oman win the group with Kyrgyzstan advancing with them. Group E was pretty much locked down last window. Iran and Uzbekistan did play each other in June, but it ended in a 0-0 draw, so everything stays the same. Iraq became one of 3 other nations to earn all 18 of 18 points in their group after wins versus Indonesia and then Vietnam. And Indonesia was able to qualify for the next round after a 2-0 win versus the Philippines. It's the nation's first ever appearance in the 3rd round. Group G saw Saudi Arabia at the top with Asian Cup winners Jordan 3 points behind them. But not for long, as Jordan once again defied all odds and beat Tajikistan and Saudi Arabia to sneak into first due to goal difference. Group H was pretty much decided with the UAE and Bahrain clear favorites to go through after 4 games played. The UAE took a chunk out of Mount Everest and then drew with Bahrain to win the group. And Bahrain's 2 draws this window was enough to see them in the next round for the first time in 14 years. Finally in Group I, Australia was absolutely dominating before the window and nothing changed after as they beat Bangladesh and then manhandled Palestine. So this sees the Aussies in the next round after an almost effortless campaign. Meanwhile, Palestine's draw with Lebanon in the second to last match day was enough to see them advance to the 3rd round for the first time ever. A beautiful story amidst the darkness unfolding in Gaza. There are just 18 teams remaining now who will battle for a ticket to North America. We'll have to see whether or not Iraq qualifies and George Bush is still alive by then, but for now, let's go over the new format. In the 3rd round, you'll see 3 groups with 6 teams each. In each group, the top 2 will automatically qualify for the World Cup, while 3rd and 4th will move on to the 4th round for a chance at redemption. We'll start with Group A, which had Iran, Qatar, Uzbekistan, UAE, Kyrgyzstan, and North Korea. Uzbekistan started their campaign really well as they took an early lead versus North Korea. However, just 17 minutes later, North Korea wins a penalty, but it's saved by the keeper. The Uzbeks would go on to win this one and earn all 3 points. Iran also collected a win after beating Kyrgyzstan 1-0 at home. Qatar vs UAE followed with referee Sean Evans. The UAE had not beaten Qatar since 2015. This definitely was not the night things would change as the Qataris scored early on. However, come the second half, the UAE went full guns blazing and scored 3 unanswered to stun the home crowd. Qatar then played North Korea in Laos. And I don't know what the these North Koreans have been squatting, but it appears they have a new missile program. But fear not, Qataris. Give me penalty, says Akram Afif, and Qatar equalize. 13 minutes later, Almoez Ali thumps it into the net, and next thing you know, someone sent the monsoons. But that was no match for the 10-men North Koreans and their thunder thighs. I mean, seriously, even the keeper was trying to score from the other side of the pitch. Anyways, nothing could separate the two. North Korea gets a valuable draw, while Qatar are in trouble. Indians most definitely have been eating good so far. Damn. Over to Bishkek, we saw a thrilling duel in Central Asia as both Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan traded blows throughout the first half. Then with the game tied 2 apiece, Ostan Uranov with some sweet technique blasts it home to give Uzbekistan another 3 points in the window. Finally, to end off Group A in September, Iran did just enough to beat UAE away from home to earn 6-6 as well. So looking at the table now, Uzbekistan just edges Iran thanks to the goal scored tiebreaker. UAE is just behind the top 2 with North Korea rounding off your top 4. In Group B, we have South Korea, Iraq, Jordan, Oman, Palestine, and Kuwait. After a showing of South Korean ineptitude in front of goal and some incredible Palestinian resistance, we witnessed the first 0-0 result of the 3rd round. All the while that was happening, head coach Hong Myung-bo was booed to oblivion and fans were already calling for his head. Palestine, though, can be super optimistic, having stolen a point away from an Asian giant.
Because the war, we didn't do camping. The players, it wasn't with us all this time. Like me, I'm without a team for 1 year because the league is stopped in Palestine. So I train alone, I train with my friends, and I have responsibility to be here and to play this match and to take 1 point and to start the qualifier with 1 point. We're so proud, we did very well.
Meanwhile in Basra, Iraq collected a 1-0 victory thanks to a goal from Ayman Hussein, who just continues to be on a tear in 2024. Jordan are most definitely a dark horse to qualify after their Asian Cup performances and a recent win versus Saudi Arabia. Things were looking really good for the Jordanians, but then a little too much of a tug on the shirts and Kuwait spoiled the party in the 2nd minute of stoppage time. Jordan did at least manage to right their wrongs with a solid 3-1 win against Palestine. South Korea also also redeemed themselves after Son Heung-min scored the winner against Oman with just 8 minutes left. Then to end off September for Group B, Kuwait and Iraq played out a goalless draw. Already, it's a close race for the top spot in Group B. Jordan sit first thanks to the goal score tiebreaker with South Korea and Iraq just behind them. Meanwhile, Kuwait finishes up your top 4. Finally, the last group: Japan, Australia, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, China, and Indonesia. This is honestly the most exciting one. And it all started with Japan putting 7 past China. And let me tell you, this isn't the first time Japan's had no regard for Chinese life. Australia, on the other hand, gave its fans a showing of utter shit. And even the football gods couldn't allow this as Bahrain steal away victory because of an own goal.
Tomorrow I'm doing 9/11.
For Indonesia, this was their first time in the third round, but it didn't appear that way as they took the lead against Saudi Arabia just 18 minutes in. However, Saudi Arabia responded right before halftime thanks to a deflection. They then had the fortune of Indonesia's keeper Martin Paes conceding a penalty with just 14 minutes remaining. However, the penalty is pretty ass and Indonesia steal a point away in a very impressive debut. Speaking of debuts, aside from the near match-costing error, Martin Paes was phenomenal in this match, making 3 crucial saves. Also, since he's played, FC Dallas has absolutely exploded on social media. I can understand Tokyo Verdy, Cerezo Osaka, even Oxford United. Dallas? Indonesia then went back home to a rocking atmosphere, kept that same gritty style, and managed a draw with a severely underwhelming Aussie side.
Be a lot of questions at home, obviously, after failing to score and failing to beat teams that probably, well, definitely ranked lower in the world. What message you want to pass on in terms of why that didn't happen and what we can look forward to?
Yeah, look, I can only do so much.
Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia continues to struggle as they concede early to China. This is the same Chinese side that just hours prior banned 43 people for life over allegations of match fixing. And to make things even worse, a Saudi pulls a Beckham, and now the team's down to 10 men. Nevertheless, Saudi Arabia finds an equalizer off a corner in the 38th minute, and then a winner off another corner in the 90th. Finally, we witness Japan destroy Bahrain 5-0. God knows where this team was in the Asian Cup. Group C is currently occupied by the Japanese. That is yet another World War II joke. I'm gonna need to stop now. Saudi Arabia haven't been amazing this window, but still have managed to place second so far, while third and fourth is surprisingly held by Bahrain and Indonesia, mainly because China and Australia are underwhelming beyond comprehension. But hey, you know, how has Vietnam been doing this window?
Football. Nguy hiểm. 2-0.
To start the window in Group A, Uzbekistan and Iran were tied on points at the top, and they played each other in a pretty underwhelming 0-0 draw. Meanwhile, third place UAE and fourth place North Korea also played to begin October. The Emiratis took the lead in the 66th minute, however North Korea are given a penalty minutes later, and Han Kwang-song is probably going to disappear again after that one. North Korea didn't let off the gas, however, and finally found their equalizer in the 85th minute. So the top 4 stays as it is. Qatar had been off to a terrible start, but finally collected their first win of the window against last place Kyrgyzstan. On the second match day of October, the 2 Central Asian countries proved victorious against their foes, with Kyrgyzstan earning their first victory of the campaign. Then to cap off Group A for the month, Iran absolutely annihilated Qatar 4-1. Now looking at the table, Iran has just barely overtaken Uzbekistan at the top. UAE didn't get much out of this window, but still remain in third, while Qatar's first victory of the campaign sees them back in the thick of it.
I'm in the thick of it.
Over to Group B, it was a 3-way tie between Jordan, South Korea, and Iraq, with Kuwait and Palestine just hanging in there. South Korea was without Son Heung-min this window, however they still managed to knock Jordan off the top, winning 2-0. Oman bounced back from a horrendous September, demolishing Kuwait 4-0 at home. Ayman Hussein continued his incredible goal-scoring form with his 12th of 2024 in a 1-0 victory against Palestine. With Jordan's loss, this saw Iraq take second away with their next game against the South Koreans. And the Taeguk Warriors took the lead near the half, but then it was that man again, Ayman Hussein, with a ridiculous goal to equalize. 14 minutes later, however, Oh Hyun-gyu reclaims the lead with his second goal of the window, and then a late header from Lee Jae-sung seals the deal. Iraq did get one back, but in the end, South Korea would hold on and win 3-2. After looking like Jordan on the Wizards, the national team redeemed themselves at home with a 4-0 pummeling of Oman. Kuwait took an early lead against Palestine through a penalty. 10 minutes later, though, Palestine earned themselves a pen, and it's level at 1. Then, with 10 minutes remaining, a perfect delivery is sent straight straight to Yusuf Nasser, who reclaims the lead for Kuwait. But then, in the 3rd minute of stoppage time, Palestine sends a ball into the box, and Zaid Kunbar saves his team from another defeat. So now looking at the table, we have a distinct leader this time in South Korea, who have yet to lose a match so far. Jordan, thanks to goal difference, hold on to 2nd with 7 points, and tied with them in the 2nd chance spot is Iraq. 4th is still really anyone's to grab, with Oman holding it, but Kuwait and Palestine are just hanging in there. Finally, there's Group C, which saw Japan effortlessly at the top, with Saudi Arabia just behind them in the other automatic qualification spots. Covering the playoff spots were the 2 early shockers, Bahrain and Indonesia. Then there were the underachievers of Australia and China, and these two faced off in the ultimate mid-off, with Australia prevailing 3-1 under their new manager Tony Popovich. A few hours later, Bahrain vs Indonesia commenced. Once more, Asian nations continue to whip out some utter bullshit from absolutely nowhere, and Bahrain take an early lead. Bahrain, in fact, had most of the possession throughout the first half, and kept trying to score these bangers as if it was an Olympic event. However, right before the end of the half, Indonesia come in with a sneak attack and equalize. Then, the 74th minute, Indonesia produce another shock as Rafael Strauch curls it beautifully into the net, and Indonesia now has a 2-1 lead. Bahrain couldn't let that slide though, and in the 9th minute of stoppage time, Mohamed Marhoun scores his 2nd and denies Indonesia a historic victory. They announced 6 minutes of stoppage time for this, by the way. And because of this, it has unleashed a storm that I have not seen since the time Algeria was robbed against Cameroon. You have Indonesian netizens quite literally invading every single comment section relating to football imaginable. Sometimes it's not even football. And I've seen a lot of these comments too, talking about how they were robbed, joking that 90 plus 6 equals 99, and also AFC stands for Arab Football Conspiracy. More extreme cases of this mob mentality, though, have seen Indonesians review bomb random Bahraini businesses. Guys, it is not this f***ing deep. But let's just kind of pause for a second and ask ourselves, was Indonesia actually robbed? No. No, they weren't. Literally, while the board for stoppage time was being shown, there was a free kick that took more than 2 minutes because of Indonesia's time wasting. Like, the foul had happened in the 89th minute, and the free kick whistle didn't actually occur until the 92nd. And then there was another free kick towards the 4th minute of stoppage time, and that took 45 seconds. Then you had like a couple other little dead ball situations here or there that contributed to this, including one that took like 10 seconds for Indonesia to throw the ball. Indonesians, I know you want to claim that Bahrain had the ref in its pockets, or that you had no control in this game, but you did. You knew Bahrain wasn't flying like they were in the first half. You had numerous opportunities on the counter, and floundered every single time. Like, this comic I find so ironic because in the distant background, you can literally see an Indonesian player on the counter. And what I find the funniest is that, like, I know how Indonesians are on social media. And also, football accounts know that as well, you know? They're gonna act dumb, but they know. And I've just seen so many just shamelessly siding with the Indonesian fans, saying that the ref's rigged and everything. Without even just thinking twice, they're just like, oh, engagement, oh, money, I need it all. Indonesians, please, please come to me. I need more Indonesians. Anyways, to cap off the first set of matches, Japan defeated Saudi Arabia 2-0, and it's the first time that Japan has actually ever defeated the Saudis away. Japan didn't have the same successes back home though, as they conceded their first goal in the entire cycle to Australia of all teams. However, they managed to bounce back after Australia had their own mishap. China took advantage of Indonesia's lack of awareness not once, but twice before the half through Zhang Yuni. And that would be enough for China's first victory, which honestly was quite a shocker considering many thought this was Indonesia's chance to earn their first.
I think it's a little bit the same as Bahrain. We play against a team, they waste time a lot.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Then to end off Group C in October, Saudi Arabia and Bahrain played out a goalless draw. So now looking at the table, Japan continued to dominate with everyone else 5 points or more below them. And Australia, who started this window 5th, leap into 2nd thanks to their win versus China and their courage versus Japan. Tied with them is Saudi Arabia and Bahrain, who are in the second chance spots. And just sticking in there are Indonesia and China with 3 points each. Last, we have Asia, and what better way to start than with North Korea versus Iran? In football, don't worry, the world isn't ending yet. Like their missiles, Iran was often flying towards the net. Thanks to Gayedi and a brace from Mohebi, the Iranians had a 3-0 lead in the first half. However, after Iran went down to 10 men, North Korea nearly came back, but just like their missiles, they came up short in the Sea of Japan. Over in Doha, the Qataris did well to build a 2-0 lead versus Uzbekistan early on. However, then with just 15 minutes remaining, the Uzbeks respond twice to the head of the future. But just when we thought the Uzbeks wouldn't fuck this one, Qatar took things into their own hands as a naturalized Brazilian finds the winner for them in the 12th minute of stoppage time. Whether it was Uzbek incompetence or the referees favoring Qatar, that's for you to decide. The UAE collect their first qualifier victory since September after scoring 3 past Kyrgyzstan. After letting it slip versus Qatar, Uzbekistan bounced back with a 1-0 win versus North Korea to narrowly stay in the top 2. The team above them in standings, Iran, once again started well as they scored 2 early goals versus Kyrgyzstan. Again though, Iran fumbled the bag, conceding twice, but thankfully Sardar Azmoun not only saves them from embarrassment, but now confirms Iran at least to spawn the 4th round. Finally, to end Group A in November, the UAE are good now? There's no doubt Qatar has shown themselves to be frauds in these qualifiers, but 5-0? By the way, 4 of those goals came from, you guessed it, a naturalized Brazilian. Now looking at the table, no one has changed positions, but after their 2 impressive victories, the UAE are covering ground on 2nd place Uzbekistan. Moving on to Group B, South Korea make easy work of Kuwait with a 3-1 victory. Oman continue to find their old form as they steal away all 3 points from Palestine. And in Basra, the current 2nd and 3rd place teams of Jordan and Iraq play out a 0-0 draw. Speaking of Jordan, Palestine played South Korea there next, and the Palestinians would take advantage of a god-awful back pass to stun the Samsung economy early on. 3 minutes later, however, Son Heung-min responds. From there, South Korea seek the 2nd goal, but to no avail. So the game ends 1-1. Once again, another incredible display of resilience by the Palestinians, which Son himself even commented on after the match. Later on, deja vu occurred in Muscat as the Iraqis once more defeated Oman 1-0, and surprise, surprise, the sole goal scorer this time wasn't Ayman Hussein. And to finally end Group B, Jordan once again dropped the ball against Kuwait. With that result, Iraq now takes 2nd away and hold a 2-point cushion. Not much else changes besides the fact that Oman are now 3 points behind 3rd as opposed to 4 points. Finally, Group C, which has been much more entertaining to see unfold than I previously imagined. But it didn't really start that way, as we were all subjected to one of the worst games of football this year in Saudi Arabia versus Australia. For me though, it was a little more tolerable as I was watching it with my good friend Ryota-san. Shout out Ryota-san. Chinese Darwin Nunez shocks the entire continent by giving his country their first away victory in almost a year. This is also China's first clean sheet in 22 games. The last time they had one, June 2021 versus the Maldives. Japan gave me the best birthday anyone could have as I ate some delicious pizza and witnessed Indonesia lose 4-0. And a Justin Hubner own goal to kick it off. Cheers to that, everyone. Japan would then end November with more dominance in their very next game with a 3-1 victory in China. To the surprise of everyone, we realized Australia was still capable of actually putting a ball into the net. Bahrain, though, known for just whipping out utter bullshit from nothing, equalized in the 75th minute. And then just 2 minutes later, they take the lead. This guy's been on the pitch for like 10 minutes and he has 2 goals. Australia's Kusni Yengi wanted in on this party too though, and he'd grab a brace for himself and save Australia a point in the 6th minute of stoppage time. Alright Saudi Arabia, first time you were caught off guard, but now you got Renard back, so I know you guys are prepared this time. Revoke the 2034 World Cup from these frauds immediately! Indonesia would then find a 2nd goal through a defense that I honestly think might be worse than France's match no line. So thank you, Saudi Arabia. Now my DMs are just filled with this fucking image and this fucking video now. I just look like a dumbass! Listen, Saudi Arabia. I wish nothing but the best for your country, and I sure hope that one day it doesn't fall. I'm serious, outside of Japan, who occupy more of this than my Spotify Unwrapped, this is gonna be the most insane and entertaining group going forward. From 2nd all the way to the very bottom is just a point difference. No one is in, and no one is especially out. I cannot wait to see this resume in March, and yes, that's right, no international break until March. Yay, more dead club football, the Virgins on Twitter say after refusing to watch anything but England in the UEFA Nations League. On to Asian qualifiers, and there are just 4 games remaining. In Group A, Iran held a 3-point lead above Uzbekistan, who are trying to qualify for their first ever World Cup. But they'll have to be wary of the UAE, who got some very impressive results last time out, including a 5-0 beatdown of Qatar. Qatar is also still in the fight with 7 points, but it's more likely they end up advancing to the 4th round. Meanwhile, the bottom 2 of Kyrgyzstan and North Korea will need to pick up the pace to avoid elimination. Uzbekistan are coming just that bit closer to the dream as they collect a win versus Kyrgyzstan to start March. Iran are even closer though after they scored 2 past UAE, including a goal in the 27th minute of stoppage time.
Meanwhile, Qatar, actually no, Akram Afif makes a statement to Asia that simply says, "You can't count us out yet, we haven't even entered our final form." Unfortunately for our most legitimate Asian Cup winners ever, they dropped the balls just 3 days later and lost to Kyrgyzstan. It looked like the UAE would also fumble as well, but they found a winner in the 7th minute of stoppage time and in the process eliminate the North Koreans. Despite the win though, the UAE actually sacked head coach Paulo Bento afterwards. Then we had Iran versus Uzbekistan. Winner would go on to the World Cup. 15 minutes played, the Uzbeks get on the board, and that dream is getting more and more within their grasp. However, Mehdi Taremi with an explosive strike responds in the second half. But just 2 minutes later, an Uzbekistan free kick somehow finds its way through the crowd and into the back of the net. 73 minutes played, a chance now for the Uzbeks to seal the deal and book their ticket for 2026, but the Iranian keeper denies them. And they really should have taken advantage of that opportunity because just 10 minutes later, Iran scrap an equalizer. In the end, the result stands at 2-2, which officially sees Iran qualify for their 4th straight tournament. Uzbekistan, who are more than likely to claim this spot, need just one more win to do so, but they still have to play the UAE, who still have a chance of stealing the spot away. That said, sacking your coach with 2 games remaining, something that is genuinely more impressive than Indonesia, doesn't really give them much of a good chance. And then there's the battle for the last spot to the 4th round between Qatar and Kyrgyzstan. Qatar still have to play Uzbekistan, while Kyrgyzstan still has to play the UAE. I'm gonna be honest, this has nothing to do with the countries in this group, but every single time I have to cover Group B, I sigh in dread. My brain sighs in dread. Me in a past life sighs in dread. Because I don't know, I just don't really look forward to this group. The only thing I actually look forward to is just like Palestine, that's about it. Anyways, in Group B, we have an uninspiring South Korea at the top, with an Iraq side that only sees goals from Ayman Hussein, 3 points below them. In third, you got Kuwait, who if they just stopped fucking it up versus Kuwait, would probably be in first probably. And in fourth, you got Oman. Actually, I take it back. There is one country in this group that I have a personal vendetta against. Finally, you got Kuwait and Palestine, who still are within a single result of taking 4th spot. Let the games begin. Kang-in Lee with an erotic through ball finds Hwang Hee-chan, and South Korea go up early versus Oman, only for the Korean defense to resemble what it would look like if BTS actually went to war and Oman steal a point away. That's not the only upset though. Winless Kuwait stun everyone, going up 2-0 versus second place Iraq by the 70th minute. However, Iraq would make an insane comeback, starting with Akam Hashim's bolt from far out in the 3rd minute of stoppage time, and then a goal from Ibrahim Bayesh in the 11th minute of stoppage time. A good result in the grand scheme of things for Iraq, but an even better one for Jordan, who go back into second with a win. The Jordanians then got a draw in Seoul to finish the window with a solid 4 points. Ayman Hussein once more finds the back of the net for Iraq, this time versus Palestine. However, Palestine respond with 2 straight goals from corners in the last minutes of the game to make history, winning their first ever 3rd round qualifier. More importantly, they're still alive with 2 games remaining. And let's look at that table, shall we, because it's gotten a lot more exciting. South Korea and Jordan once more hold on to the top spots. Both teams are guaranteed at least the 4th round. Iraq is a single point behind Jordan in 3rd, and these two play on the final day of the next window. That could genuinely see fireworks. Iraq hasn't seen the World Cup since '86, and Jordan are seeking to be more popular on Google than that one gambler. Oman's solid window also sees them with a slight chance to take an automatic spot, while Palestine and Kuwait are still in the fight, but they will need to pray Oman doesn't get a single win in the last 2 match days. And then we have my favorite group. Outside of Japan, who have been absolutely dominant in this group, literally everyone else is within a single point of each other. But it was Australia holding on to the other automatic spot, with Indonesia just behind them, and these two would play this month. And God continues to punish me, as Indonesia has a penalty, and oh my god, they actually missed it. My night though was only getting started. 10 minutes later, the Aussies showed these Dutch frauds how to score a penalty, and then they became absolutely ruthless. This was the greatest hate watch for me in quite some time. These motherfuckers naturalized like 10 players before the game, their fans were talking so much shit about how they would easily beat Australia, and now look at them. 5-1. King Indo, baby! Clear it in! Japan bag another win after scoring twice against Bahrain, and that actually saw them become the first nation to qualify for the World Cup. I was also invited to a watch party by the JFA located in Tokyo to witness this, and that was really cool. Saudi Arabia end a 3-game winless run with a win versus China, and then they get a draw with a Japanese side who genuinely couldn't care less what the result was. Meanwhile, Aussies were loving Tony Popovich as the nation brings home another W versus China, and I just know Uni Life lost his will to live after seeing that. The Dutch East Indies unfortunately bounced back with a win versus Bahrain thanks to Dutch player number 900, whose Indonesian descent comes from his great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandma. But now looking at the table, things look a little more spread out. Australia was the only team to win both their games this time out, and as a result, they hold second with a slightly bigger gap than before. But that spot is far from decided. Australia still has to play Japan, and then they also play third place Saudi Arabia on the final match day. Indonesia still has a chance to automatically qualify, unfortunately, but they would probably have to win both their games, which includes an away day in Japan. Bahrain and China are both tied on points at the bottom, and in a perfect world, they would win their second to last games, and then fight each other for who gets to break Indonesia's hearts, but at this point, I'm just writing fanfic. Either way, the last 2 match days of the Asian qualifiers in June should be really fun to watch. Over to Asia now, where each team played their last matches of this round. In Group A, Iran had already qualified in the previous window, meaning next year will be their 4th straight appearance. It also means that their coach, who doesn't know what he's doing and refuses to play anyone above the age of 30, is still in charge. Anyways, Uzbekistan with their 0-0 draw versus the UAE saw them qualify for the World Cup for the first time ever, a big moment for the whole nation and Central Asian football. And for this amazing achievement, the government gifted each player a new car. Meanwhile, the UAE are gifted with another chance. Nothing new there. A single point was enough to clinch one of the 2 spots in the 4th round, and Qatar would seal the other thanks to their 1-0 win versus Iran and a 2-all draw between 5th and 6th. Over to Group B, mathematically speaking, any of the teams in the top 4 could have automatically qualified at the beginning of this month. Even better, they would play each other to begin this month. South Korea, despite their flaws and troubles throughout the campaign, beat Iraq to qualify, while Jordan would make easy work of Oman to clinch and become the 2nd Asian team this window to make history and qualify for their first ever World Cup. A tough pill for Iraq to swallow after how narrowly they missed out, but they at least managed to lock in a 4th round spot after a statement victory away in Jordan to close off the window. Oman was hoping to secure a second chance too, but so was an even hungrier Palestine side, who wanted nothing more than to appear on the world stage in front of the very leader who plans to wipe every Palestinian in Gaza off the planet for a resort. Needing to win both of their games to stay alive, Palestine beat Kuwait in their first fixture of the month. Then the 48th minute versus Oman, Oday Karoub's got Palestine dreaming big as he scores his first ever goal for his country. However, in the dying minutes, the referee gets a call from Netanyahu himself and punishes Palestine for the most blatant dive I've ever seen in my life. The wild thing is this shit went to VAR and still was deemed a penalty. Anyways, just like that, heartbreak for Palestine, absolute relief for Oman, who just barely finished in the other 4th round spot. Finally, in Group C, with Japan already qualified, this left one more automatic spot for this round. And current holder 2nd place Australia wasted no time making sure that shit was theirs at the end of the window. They beat a bunch of Japanese teams with a last-minute winner at home and then came back from 1-0 down away in Saudi Arabia to shithouse yet another World Cup qualification. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia, thanks to a win versus Bahrain, will have a second chance in the 4th round, as will Indonesia, unfortunately, after their 1-0 win versus China. At least I got to hate watch them versus Japan, I guess. Now officially down to 6 teams in Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Oman, Indonesia, and Iraq. 2 teams at the end of this window would qualify for North America. But even before a ball was kicked, FIFA announced that every game would be played in Saudi Arabia and Qatar, basically gifting them both home field advantage. But why not just do it like normal qualifiers? I mean, just have every nation host their own home games. Fuck them. That's why. Anyways, here's how this round works. There will be 2 groups with 3 teams each. Teams will play each other just once, and whoever finishes first in the group will qualify automatically. Qatar and Oman started Group A, and the hosts dominated, but in the end, they couldn't find the back of the net. 3 days later, Oman picked up an early advantage versus the UAE thanks to a good bit of fortune. But having missed the tournament through about 8 different playoffs over the years, the UAE was growing tired of the same shit. And after a barrage of attacks, they finally scored the equalizer and then accidentally found the winner. Accident or not though, it still counted, and that would eliminate Oman. And so it all came down to Qatar versus UAE in the neutral venue of Jassim bin Hamad Stadium located in Qatar. UAE, seeking to end an almost 40-year-long episode of suffering, took a few bites to start out, but it would be Qatar to find the breakthrough early into the second half. They added another goal later on to put the game to bed, as all UAE could do was grab a late consolation. And so once again, another legitimate achievement for the Qataris, while Emirati fans in the stands finally reached their breaking point and started rioting. Never let anyone tell you qualifiers are boring. On to Group B, which started with Indonesia versus Saudi Arabia. And it would be the Indonesians who struck first through a penalty in the 8th minute. However, the Saudis quickly realized that it was way too easy to break down a Patrick Kluivert-led squad, and they equalized just 6 minutes later. Then, with a little over half an hour played, Saudi Arabia draw themselves a penalty and take the lead. Now, seeing his team losing, Patrick Kluivert didn't even think to change anything, and again Saudi Arabia would punish Indonesia in the 62nd minute. Indonesia did manage one more goal late on, but it wouldn't be enough as Project Evernaud 2.0 is off to a flying start in the round. Iraq then entered the picture 3 days later to play the Dutch East Indies. While the Iraqis weren't performing very well, they were luckily up against Patrick Kontol, who's quite experienced in killing things. And in the 76th minute, former United Academy player Zidane Iqbal would score the winner. Thank you, Iraq, and fuck you, George Bush. Now you may be wondering, Maxwell, this is kind of tame. You're not really clowning on Indonesia that much. Oh, don't worry, I made a whole video about it. Anyways, now it all came down to Saudi Arabia versus Iraq in the neutral venue of King Abdullah Sports City Stadium, located in Saudi Arabia. And it ended in a 0-0 draw. Congrats to the Saudis for qualifying for a 3rd straight World Cup. What a big surprise to us all. Don't worry though, Emiratis and Iraqis, your hopes are still alive in this never-ending gauntlet of second chance rounds. Next month, you will participate in a 2-legged playoff. The winner does not automatically qualify. Instead, they advance to the Intercontinental Playoffs. It never fucking ends. Into Asia, where we have entered the 800th chance round for the remaining 2 nations. The UAE are hoping to end decades of pain to return to the World Cup for the first time since 1980, while Iraq will hope to do to George Bush what Vito Corleone did to Don Ciccio on his return to Sicily. This round is very simple, 2-legged tie, and the winner advances to the Intercontinental Playoffs. The first leg took place in Abu Dhabi, and it would be Iraq silencing the crowd just 10 minutes in. However, the new citizenship merchants acted quick and responded just 8 minutes later. From there, Iraq had a couple very good chances to extend the lead, but kept squandering them. And they nearly paid the price for it as the UAE was a whisker away from heading home a second. Into the second leg in Basra, the Iraqis once again almost threw away the game, but somehow the UAE didn't capitalize. However, the luck finally ran out when at the beginning of the second half, the UAE run straight through Iraq's midfield and take a 2-1 lead on aggregate. But the Iraqis would not take long to return the favor with a brilliantly executed set piece. And with that goal, momentum starts to shift towards Iraq again. 83 minutes played, Iraq part the seas on the break, and it's just the keeper to beat, but the touch is way too heavy. Into the 5th minute is stoppage time now, an Iraqi winger squares it to an open forward, but he skies it over the bar. Now into the 10th minute of stoppage time. This is the last chance in regulation for Iraq, and the ball hits an Emirati player's hand in the box. Penalty to Iraq, and manager Graham Arnold can't even bear to watch. But it's Amir Al-Amari who steps up, and he sends Iraq to the Intercontinental Playoffs. To begin the March review, we must start with CONCACAF, because in the first round we had 2 playoff ties, Anguilla versus Turks and Caicos, but more importantly, the highly anticipated US Virgin Islands versus the British Virgin Islands. The one and only Virgin Derby. And you might be asking yourself, Maxwell, why didn't you play for the US team? I will find where you live. In the first leg, it took 73 minutes for us to see the US Virgins take the lead. However, that was cancelled out by the British Virgins, who scored in the 2nd minute of stoppage time. In the second leg, refereed by Ken Pennyfeather, the 2 Virgin teams could not be separated after 120 minutes, so this derby would go down to a penalty shootout. The British team would go on to win and be rewarded with something Virgins all over the globe dream of achieving one day. That's right. Qualification to the 2nd round of CONCACAF World Cup qualifiers. Oh yeah, I almost forgot there was the other game. Anguilla and Turks and Caicos played out in reverse. The first leg ended 0-0 and the second leg played out a 1-1 draw.
Hey, recording. You filming again? Are you filming again?
Then in the penalty shootout, Anguilla prevailed, and by the way, they are 2nd bottom in FIFA ranking, so this was a big step for the program. It's a pretty simple format, 5 teams in each group, and 2 advance to the final round. One half of this round was played in June, and the next will not happen until June 2025. But with every review, as there are new teams being added to the mix, let's go ahead and introduce a good majority of the CONCACAF nations. We start with Group A, which has Honduras, Antigua and Barbuda, Cuba, Bermuda, and Cayman Islands. Honduras made it to the World Cup 3 times. Their last appearance was in 2014, where they were grouped. In fact, they've never actually made it past the groups, but did come close back in 1982. In general, the 80s were a good period for Honduras as they won the Gold Cup back in 1981. They also shocked everyone by finishing 3rd in the 2001 Copa America. Nowadays, though, they've been awful. Their recent qualification campaign saw them go winless throughout the entire 3rd round, but they should be able to get out of this group at least. Antigua and Barbuda has never made it to the World Cup, and the closest they came was a CONCACAF qualifier 3rd round appearance in 2014. Their nickname is the Bena Boys, which refers to a specific genre of music based in Antigua and Barbuda. And this shit slaps. Cuba has been to one World Cup back in 1938, where they actually reached the quarterfinals after beating Romania on penalties. Unfortunately, it's been downhill ever since. Today, no one even really recognizes the feat of 1938. Nowadays, they just gamble on which players will defect to the US during the Gold Cup. And there's been a lot of players who have defected over the years, including Cuba's all-time top scorer, Lester More, who defected back in 2007. Bermuda has never made it to a World Cup, and they've only ever reached the 2nd round of qualifiers. However, a pretty cool fact is that their first international game was away in Iceland in 1964. The nation's top scorer is Sean Goter. He scored 84 times for Man City back in the late 90s to early 2000s, and now he works at the club as a youth coach. Also, there's a club called Vasco da Gama Bermuda who have won the Bermuda Premier League 3 times. And they have no relation to the Brazilian club. The Cayman Islands, who I think ripped part of their federation's logo from FIFA's. The nation has never made it to the 2nd round of qualifiers ever. Until now, at least. And there's really not much to talk about this national team, but I did find their domestic league quite humorous. It consists of teams like Academy, Elite, Future, Sunset, and Latinos. Over to Group B, we have Costa Rica, Trinidad and Tobago, St. Kitts and Nevis, Grenada, and the Bahamas. Costa Rica has 6 appearances in the World Cup and featured in the most recent edition. Their best finish was 8th when they overcame a group of death and narrowly missed out in the semis due to a penalty shootout versus the Netherlands. 1 decade later, the generation behind that feat is history, and Costa Rica are moving toward the future with a younger core and well-respected manager. And so far, things have looked promising, with the nation recently drawing Brazil in the 2024 Copa America. If it isn't my favorite country in this region, Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad made 1 appearance in 2006 where they failed to make it out of the group. They did, however, draw with Sweden in their opening match, and also made history at the time as the smallest country to qualify for the World Cup. Also, we love creative football shirts here, and Trinidad a couple years ago released these absolute beauties. I need it! St. Kitts and Nevis, the team with my favorite nickname, the Sugar Boys. With a Z. They have never qualified for the World Cup, and the farthest they've gone in qualifiers is the 3rd round. However, just last year, St. Kitts and Nevis did recently qualify for their first ever Gold Cup. The country also has a club called Garden Hotspurs, which sounds like something from a Cal the Dragon TikTok. And one more thing. I did not watch St. Kitts and Nevis play a friendly on March 20th at 8:45 p.m. Grenada has not even come close to qualifying for the World Cup, but they have made 3 appearances in the Gold Cup, however. Grenada's national team, however, is most known for an infamous moment during the 1994 Caribbean Cup. In a game between Grenada and Barbados, Grenada had just scored to half the deficit versus Barbados. Barbados needed to win by 2 goals to advance to the final, and knowing that a golden goal was worth 2 points for whatever reason, they deliberately scored an own goal to force extra time. However, to avoid the golden goal situation, in the last few minutes, Grenada was trying to score in both goals with Barbados defending both goals. But unfortunately for Grenada, the game did go to extra time, and Barbados did end up getting their golden goal. Oh, also, there's a club in Grenada called Queen's Park Rangers. The Bahamas, more known for its common place for tourism than their national team. They have never qualified for the World Cup, but they are called the Baja Boys, with a Z, which I think is pretty cool. They also go by the nickname the Bahamian Slayers, which I also think is pretty cool. Now, we've already talked about how tourism is probably more popular than the national team. So is the beach football football national team. The Bahamas even hosted the 2017 FIFA Beach World Cup. And even funnier, Leslie St. Fleur is both top scorer for the national team and the beach team. Over in Group C, we have Haiti, Curaçao, St. Lucia, Barbados, and Aruba. Haiti has one World Cup appearance under their belt. 1970 saw the Haitians miss out after losing a third playoff game on a neutral ground. However, they redeemed themselves qualifying for the 1974 World Cup. Unfortunately though, Haiti was put in a group with Argentina, Italy, and Poland. Believe it or not, however, Haiti were once one of the strongest teams in the region back in the 70s. They even won the Gold Cup in 1973. However, the Haitians haven't seen the final round of World Cup qualifiers since 1982. But maybe this qualification campaign will change that. Since becoming an independent country in 2010, Curaçao has never qualified for the World Cup. But despite how young the country is, it's considered one of the better of the rest. They even made it all the way to the quarters of the 2019 Gold Cup. Their most capped player is fullback Cuco Martina, who I personally know as the guy who scored this unbelievable goal versus Arsenal. Curaçao also plays some of the oddest friendlies you'll ever see. Just last March, they beat Hull City 1-0 and then drew with Alanyaspor. And then back in 2022, they played Ajax. St. Lucia has never qualified and have never made it farther than the second round of qualifiers. Their head coach is Stern John, who is not only Trinidad's all-time top scorer, but also CONCACAF's. Also, there's a club in St. Lucia called Platinum FC, and their logo looks, a bit familiar. Aruba has never qualified for the World Cup. However, they are home of River Plate Aruba, and you can get one of their jackets for just $50 USD on eBay. There's also SV Dakota. They've won the Aruban League 17 times. They caught my eye in particular because their logo features the Georgia Tech yellow jacket. Barbados has never qualified for the World Cup, but one time they shocked the entire world in 2002 qualifiers by beating Costa Rica 2-1. Their most notable player is Greg Goodridge. Goodridge was a fan favorite at Torquay United and also helped Bristol City promote to the second division in 1998. He continued playing football back home until he retired in 2017 at the age of 47. Group D, we have Panama, Nicaragua, Guyana, Montserrat, and Belize. Panama have one appearance back in 2018 where they finished dead last. Still though, it was an incredible moment just qualifying for the tournament, as it was Roman Torres' last-minute winner versus Costa Rica, which had the whole country celebrating into the night. Los Canaleros missed out on 2022, but going forward, things look promising, because just recently they beat the US in the 2024 Copa America to advance to the knockouts. Panama also finished runners-up in the most recent Gold Cup. Nicaragua has never qualified for the World Cup, and never has been to the final round, but things could change with their relatively favorable group. Their all-time top scorer is Juan Barrera with 25. He's been active since 2009. And back in 2022, Nicaragua released this work of art as their third shirt. Guyana has never qualified for the World Cup and has also never made it to the final round of qualifiers. But back in World Cup 2014 qualification, they did manage to advance to the third round after winning a group that had Trinidad in it. Guyana is also home to some very interesting clubs. There's Anns Grove FC, whose club motto is success through hard work and determination. Shit looks like something I'd see in IB. You also got Santos FC, Georgetown. And I mean, look at how hard this badge goes, cause god damn. Oh, also, the Jonestown incident happened in this country. Montserrat, since becoming a FIFA member in 1998, they have never qualified for the World Cup, not even come close. And the team is most known for its appearance in a match called The Other Final, where on the same day as the 2002 World Cup final, the two lowest ranked teams in Bhutan and Montserrat played a friendly. Montserrat lost 4-0. Belize has never qualified for the World Cup, but their best qualification campaign was back in 2014 when Dion McCauley single-handedly carried Belize. He scored in 7 of the nation's 8 qualifiers and saw them narrowly miss out on the third round. However, at the end of World Cup qualifiers, 3 players ended up tied for top scorer: Luis Suarez, Robin van Persie, and Dion McCauley. Next up, we have Group E with Jamaica, Guatemala, Dominican Republic, Dominica, and British Virgin Islands. Jamaica has been to one World Cup back in 1998 where they won one group and donned these absolute beauties. Since then, Jamaica has qualified for the final round of qualifiers 3 times and has fallen short every time. The team actually has quite a few notable Premier League players: Mikel Antonio, Bobby De Cordova-Reid, and Ethan Pinnock. And with them all being over 30, this is probably their last chance to make it to a World Cup. Guatemala has never qualified for the World Cup, but got very, very close to making it to the Intercontinental Playoffs back in 2006. On the final day, Guatemala needed to beat Costa Rica and see Trinidad lose to Mexico. I mean, Trinidad losing to Mexico, that seems pretty easy. And Guatemala got the hard part out of the way by winning 3-1. But unfortunately, somehow, someway, Trinidad triumphed against Mexico, and ever since, Guatemala has not even come close to the final round. Oh, also, they have a club called Deportivo Malacateco, and its badge looks like if you ask someone on Fiverr to make a new Chicago Bulls logo for Latin Night. The Dominican Republic has never qualified for the World Cup and has never made it to the final round, and it makes sense because this country more so prefers baseball. Mariano Diaz, who used to play for Real Madrid, actually played a single game for the Dominican Republic back in 2013, but then retired from the national team in hopes of representing Spain. How'd that go, buddy? Dominica has never qualified for the World Cup. You're going to be hearing this a lot. Their all-time top scorer is Julian Wade, a guy who made his senior debut for Montserrat but then had to switch back because he was actually ineligible to represent them. Also, remember Queen's Park Rangers in Grenada? Well, let me introduce you to Dominica's Exodus FC. What is it with the Caribbean and QPR? If it isn't the winners of the Virgin Derby from a few months ago. The British Virgin Islands have never qualified for the World Cup. There's not much about this team, but did you know Andrea Villaboas had his first job here as a technical director? Also, the British Virgin Islands is home of evil Real Madrid. And finally, there's Group F, which houses El Salvador, Suriname, Puerto Rico, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Anguilla. El Salvador has 2 appearances at the World Cup back in 1970 and 1986. Both times, they failed to win. But they did manage to score their first ever goal in the World Cup in '82, in a 10-1 loss to Hungary. Since then, though, all they've been able to do is reach the final round 4 times, with their most recent appearance being back in 2022. Also, for some reason, at the beginning of next year, they're supposed to play Thailand in a friendly in Charlotte. Puerto Rico, aka Bad Bunny Land, has never qualified for a World Cup. A good portion of their squad is currently filled with college kids, so I guess the future should be decently bright. The nation's all-time top scorer is Hector Ramos with 18 goals between 2010 and 2019. He made his senior debut at Club Sevilla FC Puerto Rico, and yes, they are actually affiliated with the Spanish club. Over the decades, there have been numerous Dutch-born players of Surinamese descent who ended up playing for the Netherlands. Some include Ruud Gullit, Frank Rijkaard, Edgar Davids, Clarence Seedorf, Patrick Kluivert, and Virgil van Dijk. However, in 2019, Suriname made it so any of the diaspora in the Netherlands could actually represent Suriname. And that's benefited them a lot, and the results have slowly been improving. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they have never qualified for the World Cup, but they did actually have 1 appearance in the Gold Cup back in 1996. Their most capped player is Cornelius Stewart with 69 caps, and he's been active since 2007. The forward has played his club football in countries like Canada, Finland, Maldives, India, Bangladesh, and right now he's playing in Indonesia. St. Vincent and the Grenadines is also home of Becky FC, whose logo is absolute peak graphic design. Anguilla was the other team that advanced this round from the first. It is also the first time they have ever advanced past the first round of World Cup qualifiers. The domestic league is called the AFA Senior Malay League, and the title winners in 2015-16 was a club called Salsa Ballers. I love this game. Over in Group A, Honduras have started off just as you'd expect with 6 points in dominating performances versus Cuba and Bermuda. Just below them is Cuba, who only have 3 points because the Cayman Islands had visa issues because of the US's overly dumb and complicated government policy on traveling to Cuba. The Cayman Islands did, however, beat Antigua and Barbuda thanks to a last-minute goal. And that wasn't the only time Antigua and Barbuda was tortured by a last-minute goal, because against Bermuda, they fumbled a 1-0 lead in the 90th minute. Costa Rica is off to a flying start with 6 of 6 points, 7 goals scored, and none conceded. Second is currently held by Trinidad, who struggled versus Grenada and had to come back from 2-0 down. Meanwhile, St. Kitts and Nevis also grabbed 3 points off the Bahamas and are just behind in third. Group C is pretty much already decided at this point, with Curacao and Haiti both at the top with 6 points. These two will play each other next summer to determine who probably wins the group most likely. Group D is pretty similar, with both Nicaragua and Panama earning 6 of 6 points. Still hanging in there though is Guyana, who beat Belize 3-1. Same situation in Group B as well. Guatemala absolutely destroyed everyone in their path so far, scoring 9 goals and conceding none. Jamaica are tied with them, but their performances haven't necessarily been that convincing. Finally, in Group F, Suriname are top after dismantling both St. Vincent and Anguilla. Puerto Rico is 2 points behind them after putting 8 past Anguilla and escaping with a huge draw in El Salvador. For El Salvador, the pain never ends because that extended a 22-game winless run. Thankfully though, they finally broke the code and beat St. Vincent and the Grenadines to stay in the fight. In Group A, Honduras won out their remaining fixtures to advance to the next round. Cuba were looking like the ones to advance alongside Honduras, but then out of absolutely nowhere, Bermuda, who started with 1 point this window, pillaged the Cayman Islands and then dropped an RKO on Cuba's World Cup hopes to advance. Group B saw Costa Rica and Trinidad in the top two. Costa Rica maintained their position with wins versus the Bahamas and Trinidad, while Trinidad just narrowly advanced by a goal difference after beating St. Kitts and Nevis. Group C had Haiti and Curacao level on points, but in terms of quality, this could not be farther from the truth. Curacao destabilized an already unstable Haiti 5-1 to get into the third round. Thankfully for the Haitians though, everyone else was significantly more ass, so they advanced nonetheless. In Group D, Panama won their group without breaking a sweat, and Nicaragua was able to move into the next round with them after beating third place Guyana. Group B was won by a Jamaican side led by Steve McLaren. I'd pay large sums of cash to hear that man say bomboclat. They beat the Virgins of Britain and then closed off the group with 4-4 wins versus second place Guatemala. Guatemala took care of their only competition to start June, so they also move on as well. Finally, Group F. The Indonesia of CONCACAF was in first, with surprise guest Puerto Rico rounding off the top two. They played each other to start the month, with Suriname grabbing all 3 points and a spot in the next round. This opened the door for El Salvador to take second, which they did after beating Anguilla 3-0. But there was still a chance for Puerto Rico on the final day. They just needed to win and see El Salvador lose to Suriname, who have already qualified. That's tough. Over to North America, and we have reached the final round. How this one works is pretty simple. The remaining 12 teams will be split into 3 groups of 4. First place in each group will automatically qualify for the World Cup, while the 2 best runner-up nations will get a second chance in the Intercontinental Playoffs. In Group A, we got Panama, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Suriname. Speaking of Netherlands too, as the second lowest seeded team, they impressed a ton versus top seeded Panama and nearly escaped with the victory at the death. In the end though, both teams would kick off the third round sharing the points. Meanwhile in Guatemala, fans were pretty hopeful for their national team after seeing them go all the way to the semis in the recent Gold Cup. However, their opponents El Salvador had other ideas and surprised many with a late goal to collect all 3 points. They then returned home to face another team that experienced a morale booster themselves, Suriname, and it would be the Dutch B team who would draw first blood in the 12th minute. But El Salvador would not back down and equalized in the 72nd minute with a little help from a guy named Anthony Dick Steele. This did not faze the Surinamese against the allegedly racist crowd though, as Duraso Class scores in the 80th minute to win it for Suriname. Now returning home, Panama needed to get things on the right track after a disappointing start to the campaign. But things got even worse after Guatemala with their first shot on target score in the 35th minute. Panama wasted no time though and acquired an equalizer just 2 minutes later. Nothing could separate the two after, so it all ended at 1-1. Looking at the table early on, it is Suriname surprisingly on top with 4 points. And because of Panama's underwhelming draws, this sees El Salvador in the runners-up spot thanks to their opening victory. Over to Group B, we have Jamaica, Curacao, Trinidad and Tobago, and Bermuda. Jamaica for once didn't underwhelm to begin qualifiers and absolutely destroyed any triangle phenomena in Bermuda. Meanwhile in the Port of Spain, Trinidad and Curacao would begin the third round against each other. It was all Curacao in the first half, but momentum shifted heavily towards Trinidad in the second half. But thanks to some goalkeeper heroics for both nations, the points would be shared in the end. Curacao then went on to play Bermuda at home in an unexpected thriller. The home team built up a commanding 2-goal lead by the 30th minute thanks to former Man United academy player Tahith Chong. However, Bermuda catch the Curacao defense sleeping not once but twice and level the score right before the half. But it would be Tahith Chong coming up big once again as he assists the winner for his nation. Then to end off Group B for the month, the EFL Championship if it was a country make easy work of Trinidad to become the only nation to go perfect 6 of 6. Which of course grants them the top spot while Curacao trails 2 points behind them in the playoff spot. Finally in Group C, Costa Rica, Honduras, Haiti, and Nicaragua. We kicked off with Haiti versus Honduras, which ended in a goalless draw with Haiti dominating but shooting more blanks than me on Hinge. Over in Nicaragua, Keylor Navas had returned from retirement because it pained him so much that his team was so ass. But come on Costa Rica, it's Nicaragua. They couldn't even beat Guadalupe to qualify for the World Cup. I'm sorry, Keylor. You don't deserve this. But don't give up just yet, Costa Ricans. In their next game, Los Ticos bagged 2 early goals versus Haiti. Let the craze cheering continue for head coach Miguel Herrera. Honduras make pretty easy work of Nicaragua with the 2-0 win, and because every other result in this group saw a draw, this actually sees the Hondurans top of the table with Costa Rica just edging Haiti for the runners-up spot due to goal difference. CONCACAF teams continued their conquest of seeking a spot in the US. Whether their visas will be accepted is another story. Going into October, the Dutch C team Suriname had a 1-point lead in Group A. El Salvador was able to clutch up versus Guatemala last month, so that saw them in the playoff spot. Third place Panama had a very underwhelming start to the campaign, so they really need to pick up the pace this month. But it only kept getting worse, with the Panamanians conceding right before halftime in El Salvador. Fortunately though, the goal was called back due to a foul in the build-up. Into the second half though, here comes El Salvador again, and somehow that didn't end up in the net. And they'd regret missing that, as Panama immediately went the other way and found the breakthrough, but it's offside. Wait, it isn't? Nonetheless, El Salvador continue to push, and finally a little fortune goes their way as they're awarded a penalty. Wait, what? Did the VAR van get hijacked or some shit? That is so obviously a handball. In the end, Panama's 12th man came through for them, and they collect their first win of the campaign. Suriname started the window dominating Guatemala throughout the majority of the game, but a single defensive error costed them with just 15 minutes to go. However, in the stoppage time, Virgil Misijan with the utmost precision threads the needle to save the Dutch C team a point. Following that game was a matchup between Suriname and Panama, but the night before the game, Panamanian supporters were out in droves trying to disrupt the Suriname national team sleep. Only problem, the national team was joining in on those vibes. Just 21 minutes into the match in Panama, Suriname made a statement that would be heard all around the region. Nonetheless, right at the death, Panama would spoil the party and save themselves a point. Meanwhile, in El Salvador, Guatemala was able to get some revenge with a single goal at the beginning of the second half. Because of Suriname's own fuck-ups and Panama stealing candy from a baby, the Surinamese lead at the top has entirely diminished, while Guatemala's 4 points keeps them in the hunt just a point away now. And El Salvador, who started this window second, had quite the reality check with 2 straight losses, sending them to last. Group B had favorites Jamaica on top after winning their first 2 games. Below them in the playoff spot was Curacao with their best ever chance to qualify, and they'll like those chances even more after upsetting Jamaica to start October. It really is the history of the Jamaica. Curacao Mania then continued into their following match as it took just 19 minutes to score versus Trinidad. But then later in the second half, Trinidad's Tyrese Spicer would extinguish some of that fire and the game would end 1 apiece. Meanwhile in Kingston, Jamaica bounced back versus Bermuda, and they can thank the Bermudan agent they hired right before the game. So despite Curaçao's triumph, they weren't able to capitalize, which means Jamaica is still top of the table. But the gap is now down to 1 point. On to Group C, and this was another interesting one where no one really knew who would prevail. So far though, Honduras was the only team to win a game last time out, so they sit first, while Costa Rica and Haiti are tied for the playoff spot, with Costa Rica breaking the tie because they've scored more goals. And so we begin.
Oh, and the lights have gone out.
And so we begin with Haiti versus Nicaragua, and for the Haitians, the lighting and torrential downpour were more of a threat than Nicaragua, as they easily take a W back home. Later that same night, Honduras and Costa Rica played, and I think both teams should be eliminated considering this was one of the worst matches I have ever seen. Both of those teams decided to start scoring goals in their second games though. Costa Rica looked the most convincing they have all campaign with a 4-1 win versus last place Nicaragua, but it would be Honduras to really shake things up as they make easy work of Haiti at home. That now sees both nations in the top 2 with Honduras holding the qualification spots. But sitting just a point from second though, it's not over at all for Haiti yet. Same can't really be said about Nicaragua though. Going into the last match day, Group A saw Suriname having a slight advantage over Panama through goals scored, while Guatemala and El Salvador were on the outside looking in. Both would have to win their first game of the window to stay alive. El Salvador did not understand that assignment whatsoever though, as they were pummeled 4-0 by Suriname. Guatemala, on the other hand, did incredibly to fight back from a 2-0 deficit versus Panama, but in the end, they were just no match for arguably the best team outside the top 3 CONCACAF nations. Group B was cooking something special thanks to Curaçao's stunning upset versus Jamaica last window. The Reggae Boys still had the advantage in the group, but in classic Jamaica fashion, they fumbled that group lead after conceding a late equalizer to Trinidad. Curaçao, on the other hand, destroyed Bermuda, meaning they would take the qualification spot going into the final day. Group C saw Honduras top of the group after holding Costa Rica to a draw, and then dethroning Haiti after beating them 2-0. With 1 win and 3 draws was Costa Rica just behind them, while Haiti sat a point below those 2. Meanwhile, 1 point Nicaragua was hypothetically still in the fight for a playoff spot, but that's just not gonna. Holy shit, they beat Honduras. And it gets even wilder because Haiti produced a resilient upset versus Costa Rica, which sees them just 1 point from an automatic qualification spot. Now into the final day, and no qualification or runners-up spot locked in, here is quite literally
everything that could happen. In Group A, Suriname simply just need to beat Guatemala to qualify. For Panama to qualify though, they need to beat El Salvador and see Suriname draw or lose. Or if Suriname win, Panama has to find a way to better their goal difference. In Group B, Curacao vs Jamaica sets up an incredible finale. Because of Jamaica's choke job, Curacao just need a win or draw to make the dream come true, while Jamaica have to win, so they'll be thanking their lucky stars that this one's at home. In Group C, 3 teams are still alive. Honduras qualify if they beat Costa Rica. That's the easiest way for them. Haiti can qualify if they can beat Nicaragua, but they need to see a draw between Honduras and Costa Rica. In order for Costa Rica to qualify, they need to beat Honduras, and then the rest of their fate is in the hands of Nicaragua. So yeah, this shit ain't happening. But let's not forget that runners-up position from each group, because of the 3 teams currently sitting second, only the best 2 will advance to the Intercontinental Playoffs. Right now, that would be Jamaica and Panama, while Haiti just miss out. But anything can change with a single goal. And so, on the night of November 18th with Zealand and Beaufort Lancer, I watched what I can only describe as absolute cinema. By the way, if you're a real OG and have been watching since the career mode days, you probably remember that time I beefed with Beaufort Lancer, which makes this even funnier. Anyways, the final day kicked off as you'd expect it to, with the fight between Hondurans and Costa Ricans within the first 5 minutes. These 2 teams were about to get a whole lot less happier though, as Haiti quickly found the back of the net versus Nicaragua with just 9 minutes played. With that goal, Haiti have jumped into the qualification spot while Honduras fall to second. And things just keep getting worse for Honduras, because after Panama take an early lead versus El Salvador, that now means if results stand, Panama qualify, Suriname are in the Intercontinental Playoffs, and Honduras would be eliminated entirely as the worst runners-up team. 18 minutes now, Jamaica needing that win find themselves on the break but are denied by the post. 23 minutes played, Honduras seeking that goal to send them to the World Cup nearly score it. Fast forward to almost the end of the first half, Haiti double their lead. The Haitians are doing everything right tonight, but still have to hope Honduras doesn't score. But luckily for them, Keylor Navas is carrying the dreams of 2 nations on his back. Over in Panama, a penalty sees them take a 2-0 lead versus El Salvador, and that would be the end of the first half. Here's how things stand so far. Panama would qualify out of Group A, as there has still been nothing from Suriname's game versus Guatemala. In Group B, Curacao would book a ticket to the big dance, as they are currently putting up an incredible defensive shift versus Jamaica. In Group C, Haiti would qualify thanks to their commanding 2-0 lead, and Honduras failing to score versus one of the worst Costa Rican sides in recent time. And finally, in the runners-up table, it would be Jamaica and Suriname advancing to the Intercontinental Playoffs. Into the second half now, and Guatemala draw first blood versus Suriname. Fortunately for the Dutch C team though, they still remain as one of the top 2 best runners-ups. But if Honduras manage to score a goal, they'll be in danger of elimination. Things are about to shake up even more in the runners-up table though. Into the 53rd minute, a Jamaican long throw and is met by a towering header, but again the ball hits the post. 57 minutes played now, and Suriname concede again. This is not how they wanted the night to go, but they are still in the playoff spot. They do need to make sure they don't concede anymore, because they are only above Honduras because of goals scored now. But what do you know? Suriname are just straight up collapsing at this point. Just 8 minutes later, Guatemala dunks on them yet again. And with this demoralizing result, Suriname have gone from top of Group A all the way down to flat out elimination. All the while Honduras have done nothing. Almost 20 minutes remaining now. Jamaica still searching for that breakthrough, but it appears the football gods are playing a cruel joke on them at this point. Fast forward to the 85th minute now, and Panama sealed the deal with a 3rd goal and returned to the World Cup for the first time since 2018. Meanwhile in Kingston, desperation is in full force for Jamaica as they lob one up into the box. It's a great setup right in front of the goal, but it hits the post for a 3rd time. Into stoppage time in Guatemala now. Suriname has to score to keep their qualification hopes alive, and they do just that thanks to some help from an opposing defender. And as it stands now, Suriname are once more amongst the best 2 runners-up nations because of goals scored, meaning Honduras need to actually do something or else they're eliminated. What are they up to right now, by the way?
De todo, Marcelo Santos, y se arma la cámara húngara.
Big news in Kingston though. No, it is not another ball hitting the woodwork. It's Jamaica being awarded a penalty with 1 minute of stoppage time remaining. Ah, wait, never mind. The defender got the ball.
Oh my God.
And with that, Curacao has officially qualified for the World Cup for the first time in their history. They also become the smallest nation to ever qualify with a population of just a little over 150,000. To put that into perspective, India has 9,733 times the population and can't even find one player who can help them beat Bangladesh. But I'm not done there, because with the draw between Costa Rica and Honduras, that also means Haiti has officially qualified for the World Cup. It'll be their first time in the big dance since 1974, and the way they pulled it off is nothing but incredible. Because the national team achieved this feat without playing a single game in Haiti due to political unrest. And now the country can cherish this moment, a rare moment of unity that hopefully leads to more into next year. And finally, while they did lose out on an automatic qualification spot, Suriname's dream remained alive after snatching away Honduras' ambitions right at the death. They will have another shot to qualify to the World Cup through the Intercontinental Playoffs, which will take place in March. Jamaica also joins them, but spirits there are pretty much the polar opposite. After the match versus Curaçao, head coach Steve McLaren announced his resignation with an already pre-written letter. No wonder why Jamaica fumbled, man. Their own manager didn't believe in them.
Welcome to glorious Oceania, where we only know there's islands there because of these geometric shapes. But finally, Oceania begins their World Cup cycle. And reminder, they actually will have at least one team in this tournament. For now though, it's just the first round. And here we have the 4 worst ranked teams playing in a knockout round. You got semifinals, the teams that win that go on to the final, and the winner of the final moves on to the second round. So only one team actually escapes the first round here. Now, before we go into any of the results though, we have some new representatives to meet. We'll start with the worst ranked of the 4, Tonga. Tonga have never qualified for the World Cup, and they also have never made it past the first round. And funnily enough, I actually learned this while doing research. I don't even think this is really funny. This is actually fucking terrible. They rank 3rd for highest natural disaster risk of any country in the world. I mean, the country suffered a volcanic eruption and a tsunami in 2022. And of course, this makes it even harder for the country to actually flourish in the beautiful game. But the Tonga FA has made strides by building new facilities, not only for football, but the community, as they are built to withhold natural disasters as well. And now more than ever, the children of Tonga can actually play grassroots football. Only time will tell if this translates into international success though. Samoa has never qualified for the World Cup, but have made it to the second round twice. They've also made 3 appearances in the OFC Nations Cup, but have never made it past the group stages. There's also a pretty significant diaspora of Samoans in New Zealand, which is why a lot of them play in the New Zealand leagues. And on the topic of New Zealand, there's a club in Samoa called Kiwi FC, and this might be the funniest badge in the series so far.
Hello everyone, it is I from post-production. I just wanted to mention how while I was editing this video, I learned that Sepp Blatter was given the title of Teleafoa, which is something primarily given to chiefs, and this was during his visit. He also wore some clothes during his visit. Now brace yourselves for this one, because, let me tell you, your eyes won't be the same after this.
American Samoa has never qualified for the World Cup and has never made it past the first round. And of course, they're most well known for their infamous loss to Australia, 31-0. However, in November 2011, the team won its first game in 28 years. This would give birth to a documentary in 2014, and a not-so-great movie in 2023. One of the goal scorers in that win, though, was 17-year-old Shalom Luwani, who went on to play in the NFL for 5 years. And the team was guided by head coach Thomas Rongen, and he will be returning to coach the team again in this window. The Cook Islands, unfortunately, they do not live up to their name and have never qualified for the World Cup, and they've also never made it past the first round. And honestly, in the last decade, it's been pretty tough for the Cookians. Yes, that's actually what you call the people of the Cook Islands. After a loss to American Samoa in 2015, the national team didn't play another game until March 2022. Their form has suffered because of it, but with the recent win versus Tonga, it could give them a morale boost. We start with Cook Islands versus Tonga, and God damn, those are some beautiful looking shirts. Tonga, though, would go on to win this pretty comfortably with a 3-1 result. Just a couple hours later, the Samoan derby was played out, and it would once again be Samoa to get the better of their little brothers. No Rongen magic this time, as Samoa won 2-0. So it all came down to a final between Tonga and Samoa. The winner would be advancing to the second round. Tonga took the lead right before halftime, but then in the 82nd minute, Luke Salisbury would score a wonder goal to equalize for the Samoans. The game then went to extra time, and in the 105th minute, Jefferson Fatmato would send his nation to the next round. into OFC, and we are into the second round of Oceania Qualifiers with 8 teams remaining. Very simple format once again, 2 groups of 4 teams each. Teams will play each other just once, and the top 2 will advance to the 3rd round. In Group A, we have New Zealand, Tahiti, Vanuatu, and Samoa. New Zealand has 2 World Cup appearances under their belts, with their first being back in 1982. 2010, though, was by far the most memorable. They defeated Bahrain 1-0 at home in the second leg to qualify for the tournament. The Kiwis then drew with Slovakia, reigning champions Italy, and Paraguay. Unfortunately, though, it wasn't enough to advance, but New Zealand were the only unbeaten team in the 2010 World Cup. Their all-time top scorer, Chris Wood, played in that tournament. He was 18 at the time. He's now 32. And this should be a pretty easy round for the Kiwis, as they have not lost to an OFC opponent in the last 12 years. Tahiti have never qualified for the World Cup. However, back in 2012, they made history and won their first ever OFC Nations Cup. It was the first time the tournament saw a winner that wasn't New Zealand or Australia. This triumph also meant an appearance in the 2013 Confederations Cup. It didn't really go that well, though. Toa Alto's all-time top scorer is Teanui Teho, who has family ties with 3 other Tahiti national team players. Vanuatu has never qualified for the World Cup, but they are well known in the OFC sphere as a team that creates some surprises from time to time. They beat New Zealand in 2004 and prevented the Kiwis from qualifying for World Cup 2002. Then in 2007, Vanuatu beat the Solomon Islands for the first time since 1998. They just recently beat them again in this year's OFC Nations Cup as well. And Vanuatu would actually go on to reach the final of this tournament for the first time in its history. Also, since I don't really get that many opportunities to talk about, a country like Vanuatu, here's some Vietnamese lore about Vanuatu. In Vietnam, Vanuatu is known as Tân Đảo, which means New Island. This is because back in the early 1900s, the French sent over 21,000 indentured workers to the country where they were forced to work in poor conditions. At its peak, Vits made up about 10% of Vanuatu during the colonial period. Since then, though, that number has shrunk drastically. That said, though, there are still a good amount of Vietnamese-owned businesses in Vanuatu, including a restaurant called Joe. Group B features the Solomon Islands, Fiji, New Caledonia, and Papua New Guinea. The Solomon Islands have never qualified for the World Cup. They have reached the final of OFC qualifiers multiple times, but each time, they have been torn apart from limb to limb. However, during the last qualification cycle, there was a very exciting prospect who showed glimpses of his talent, Rafael Leao. He gained the attention of some clubs, and in 2023 became the first Solomon Islander to sign for a professional club in Europe. And at just 21 years old, the striker has 11 goals in 20 caps. Currently, though, he's gone dry throughout 2024. Fiji have never qualified for the World Cup. The team's best period was between the 90s and early 2000s, where Fiji nearly advanced to the Intercontinental Playoffs and World Cup qualifiers. Unfortunately, though, Australia. Fiji's greatest player of all time is a living legend, Roy Krishna. Krishna has scored 42 times in 59 caps, which is the most not only for Fiji, but all of OFC. And he's not shown any signs of stopping either. He was top scorer of the last OFC Nations Cup with 5 goals. New Caledonia, they've never qualified for the World Cup, and their federation logo looks like something out of a spy movie. The country did experience a fair amount of success in the early 2010s though. Gold medal in the Pacific Games, and then they shocked everyone by beating New Zealand in the semis of the 2012 OFC Nations Cup. The man who opened the scoring was Bertrand Kai, who actually won Oceania Footballer of the Year in 2011. It was the first time a New Caledonian had won the award since Christian Karambu, who helped France win the World Cup in 1998. Papua New Guinea has never qualified for the World Cup, and their federation certainly isn't helping itself. Throughout the 2010s, the Papua New Guinea National Soccer League was being run like a proper circus. Clubs not interested in registering for the new season, teams withdrawing right before the season, during the season, and even during the playoffs. Some would even disband mid-season, citing poor management. And the politics within the federation and the country only made things worse. Now, how do I know literally any of this? Well, for some reason, the Papua New Guinea National Soccer League page on Wikipedia is a lot bigger than I thought it'd be. Throughout this period as well, though, Papua New Guinea managed to reach the finals of the 2016 OFC Nations Cup, a tournament they hosted. Alright, so there was only 2 games played in each group, so, it's not going to be really that exciting. Group A, things start well for New Caledonia, who easily take victory against Papua New Guinea. Fiji get a massive victory against group favorite Solomon Islands, and who else but Roy Krishna to score the only goal. So after a single game, New Caledonia and Fiji are tied with 3 points at the top. Group B, on the other hand, has started pretty straightforward for New Zealand, who cleaned up shop against Tahiti without breaking a sweat. And Vanuatu absolutely demolished Samoa 4-1. So at the end of October, Vanuatu is actually first because of their goal difference, and right behind them is New Zealand. In Group A, it was New Caledonia and Fiji being seen as the likely candidates to advance, but not if the Solomon Islands have anything to say about it, as after 39 minutes they found themselves 2-1 up versus New Caledonia. However, the Bonitos collapsed in the second half and lost 3-2, pretty much kissing their qualification hopes goodbye. Meanwhile, in the PNG, Imagefile FC stunned the Fijians just 2 minutes in thanks to a goal from Joe. Fiji then respond just before halftime, but before they could even collect their thoughts for the second half, Papua New Guinea scores again. Once more, however, Fiji find a way to respond, and this time it's their talisman Roy Krishna in the 54th minute. But the PNG men just won't let it go. Into the 4th minute of stoppage time, Raymond Gunemba towers over the Fijian keeper, and once again Papua New Guinea regain the lead. However, Fiji find a way to respond and equalize for a 3rd straight time just a minute later. With that last minute game saver as well, this now officially saw the end of the road for the Solomon Islands alongside Papua New Guinea and World Cup qualifiers. Both Fiji and New Caledonia were confirmed for the next round, and after a draw between the two on the final match day, New Caledonia would win the group. Or in other words, New Caledonia wouldn't have to face New Zealand in the next round. Oh come on Maxwell, that's unfair to the other competitors. Like, just give them a chance. New Zealand scored 8 goals in both of their matches this month.
So I just do things that make me miserable, and they find it funny.
Wow,
so
it's crazy.
Meanwhile, the Kiwis' first victims, Tahiti, did well to bounce back with 2 wins to finish runners-up in Group B. We were officially into the final round of OFC qualifiers, and 4 teams remain in the fight for a trip to North America. Those teams are New Zealand, Fiji, Tahiti, and New Caledonia. By the way, I was just a little bit curious and looked up what a flight from New York all the way to New Caledonia would look like. It's hell. If you were to ever think of going on such an endeavor, be prepared to either be in a plane or airport for over 25 hours. Hell, it could be over 64 hours. Surely the 64-hour one is a little bit cheaper though, right? No, it's $3,000. Anyways, the format is very simple. 2 semifinal matches and 1 final. And the winner of the final, you guessed it, qualifies for the World Cup. We kicked off with New Caledonia versus Tahiti, and it would be a chip over the keeper from Gop Fenepej to give New Caledonia the lead after 50 minutes. Into the last 20 minutes, however, Tahiti with a free kick get free of the defense, but the ball goes narrowly wide. And just to put more salt in the wound, Gop Fenepej does this shit just 2 minutes later. I'd be sick to my stomach, man. God damn. Louis Waya then added 1 more for good measure, and New Caledonia take easy care of Tahiti to move on to the final. Then there was New Zealand versus Fiji, and to the shock of absolutely no one, the All Whites eviscerated their victims with a Chris Wood hat-trick as a cherry on top. And so it came down to the final, New Zealand versus New Caledonia, and holy shit, it's that flag! New Caledonia had a commendable effort, but in the end it was no match for the bulldozer of Oceania, and New Zealand with a 3-0 win in front of their fans qualify for the World Cup for the first time since World Cup 2010. Chris Wood was the youngest player in that squad at just 18, and now he will be back as the leading scorer of his nation at 34. But the story is not over for New Caledonia. Their fate will be decided next year during the Intercontinental Playoffs. And so we had now just 2 more spots remaining with 6 teams still alive to make their dreams come true through the Intercontinental Playoffs. How this would work is very simple. You have 2 paths and 3 nations in each one. The 2 lowest seeded teams based on FIFA ranking would play each other, and whoever wins would face the highest seed. Winner of that spectacle books a ticket to North America later this June. So without further ado, we'll start with Path 1, which had Oceania's New Caledonia, CONCACAF's Jamaica, and CAF's DR Congo. And it took just 18 minutes for the Reggae Boys to take the lead thanks to 20-year-old Bailey Karamatari. Nonetheless, despite being counted out before the draws even occurred, 149th ranked New Caledonia had nothing to lose, and it showed with the impressive fight they put up. And when I say nothing to lose, I mean it. These motherfuckers tried to catch the keeper out from miles away not once, but twice in a matter of 4 minutes.
De Córdoba Reed quiere sorprender ahora.
Jamaica, though, would hold on to their 1-0 result and advance to the Path 1 final. And so it all came down to Jamaica versus DR Congo. Jamaica haven't touched the tournament since their one appearance in 1998 when they donned these beauties. Post 98 though, it's been nothing but underperformance and unnecessary drama holding back this team every single campaign.
Biggest problem we have, I'm experience it with the federation. Them are the only people them we're not gonna make it Because the team what we have can lick it.
Admittedly, it's also been the case with this one too. But one game can redefine everything for the Reggae Boys. And they'll have the support from their own, and also every single Nigerian on this planet. Then there's DR Congo, who haven't been to the World Cup since 1974 when they were a military dictatorship. Their fans have gone through so much agony witnessing their team come up short too many times now. But this time it feels different, they'll tell you. And nothing captures that more than their iconic fan dubbed Lumumba Veya, a man who resembles a statue of Patrice Lumumba, a figure who symbolizes the pride and freedom of the people of DR Congo. Oh, what's that? He can't come because of visa issues? Well, that's kind of annoying. In a massive kerfuffle, this game was begging for just one man to step up, and in the 100th minute in extra time, it would be Axel Tuanzebe heading home the winner to send his nation to the World Cup for the first time since 1974.
Yeah! 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 Come on! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Dribble! 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 Ah! Ah! Dribble! 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 Exatekoyo! Exatekoyo! Bumaka! Aye! Bumaka! Aye! Bumaka! Sukelala! Mwana mpele sukelala! Sukelala! Eleva!
On to Path 2, which had CONCACAF's Suriname, CONMEBOL's Bolivia, and AFC's Iraq. The Iraqis would be granted a bye due to their superior FIFA ranking, so the first match would be between Bolivia and the Dutch D team. Suriname came out flying to start, and they really should have picked up at least 2 goals, but the nerves might have been getting to them. However, early in the second half, after some first and goal ping-pong-ass football, Liam van Gelderen pushes the ball past the line to give Suriname a deserved lead. From there, the Surinamese went for another tactical approach. Time wasting at the 60th minute. That did nothing but hurt Suriname as their rhythm practically died while the Bolivian team climbed and crawled back into the game. Suriname then choked it all the way after one of their defenders lunged in at a Bolivian in the box who wasn't even in a position to really score. Bolivia's mountain mogul Miguel Terceros then makes no mistake from the spot, and the Altitude Alphas complete the comeback to advance to the final. And so, the final spot of the 2026 World Cup would be determined with a match between Bolivia and Iraq. Bolivia's last appearance was back in 1998, and since then they have been the laughingstock of the entire region. Bar Venezuela. However, the new generation, headed by a youngster who isn't afraid of the big occasion, now has a nation not just dreaming, but believing. For Iraq, on the other hand, it's been even longer, 1986 to be exact. And despite so much troubling the country over the years, this team's and its supporter spirits have been near unbreakable. Now's the chance to show the whole world what Asia's been seeing for decades now. 8 minutes played, free kick from Iraq is taken with perfect precision, but it's saved brilliantly by Guillermo Vizcarra. Then on the ensuing quarter, the Bolivian players expressed their thanks by doing absolutely nothing. 1-0 Iraq. 37 minutes played though, Bolivia's Ramiro Vaca spears a wonderful pass through multiple defenders, and it's another youngster, an 18-year-old Moises Paniagua, stepping up for the Altitude Alphas. But none of them were any match for Ayman Hussein, and what better way for Iraq's 5th all-time top scorer to end his year drought than to send his nation to the promised land of all promised lands.
Arnold! Arnold! Hey! Arnold! Arnold! What are this? Hey! Hey! Arnold! Hey! Arnold! Arnold! Hey! Il padre si chiama Antonio Andolini e questo è petit.
By the way, these games all took place in Mexico, and throughout this little international break, many Mexicans rejoiced with Congolese and Iraqi fans. Everyone shared their favorite chants and songs, and with how this tournament's build-up has done nothing but expose the evils of FIFA in the United States, it was nice to be reminded why so many of us come together to rejoice in the beautiful game every 4 years. May this love and compassion continue into June, because perhaps this is what we need more than ever, to remind us that those leading us only aim to divide us further to stay in control. And finally, after like 2 whole years, the World Cup this summer is set. So let's go look at all the teams that qualified. Japan became the first non-host nation to qualify on March 20th, 2025. Followed by them was New Zealand on March 24th, 2025. Then you had Iran and Argentina on March 25th, 2025. Into June, Uzbekistan, South Korea, and Jordan all qualified on June 5th. 5 days later, Australia joined them. And on the same day as the Aussies' 6th straight berth, both Brazil and Ecuador qualified. Then on September 4th, Uruguay, Paraguay, and Colombia all qualified through the remaining automatic spots. 1 day later, Morocco qualified as the first African nation. Tunisia joined them on September 8th. Then in October, we had a bunch qualify from Africa. It all began on the 8th with Egypt, which were followed by Algeria the very next day. Ghana qualified 3 days later on the 12th. Cape Verde made history just 1 day later. And then on the 14th, this round of African qualifiers ended with South Africa, Ivory Coast, and Senegal all booking a ticket. On the same day, Asia saw 2 more representatives in Saudi Arabia and Qatar, while England became the first European nation to qualify for 2026. Then in November, we saw a wave of new entrants. France became the second European team to qualify on the 13th. Croatia followed them a day later. On the 16th, Portugal and Norway booked a ticket to the big dance. 2 more from Europe and Germany and the Netherlands qualified a day later. Then on the last match day of the November window, Belgium, Austria, Switzerland, Spain, and Scotland all qualified out of UEFA. And then later in the day, CONCACAF provided us 3 nations in Panama and newcomers Haiti and Curacao. Last but certainly not least, we have the remaining 7 who qualified through their respective playoff. All on March 31st, 2026, Sweden, Turkey, Bosnia, Czechia, DR Congo, and Iraq all booked their tickets to the World Cup this summer. All these guys will join the US, Mexico, Canada, and that, my friends, is the World Cup Qualifiers review series done. What a fucking ride, man.